Hello and welcome, Calling All Heroes family.
It's the end of the road.
Now, a rotation. Unlucky, going in the back, attempting to give some mobility to the Orisa, who needs that speed to come in close. The Terra Surge pulling them into the center, getting a two-piece with a Javelin into the wall. And that's going to be Exo being able to eliminate the remaining few.
What happens there? Valentine goes super aggressive, finds Velvet. Oh my god, that might be a huge pick-off for Mari, but Mari will get traded out in a little bit too far away from support, sadly. So it was a great opening pick, but the overextension and like kind of, they were a little bit caught out in that situation, right, with Mari going that deep.
And still can't dislodge Timeless Ethereal from this high ground. They're gonna need the barrage to do it.
And they're not even going to use the cage fight as well. It's just pure raw damage and aim from Zoe exploding up in Timeless Ethereal's face.
Yeah, trying to make sure that Timeless Ethereal don't show up at their spawn door, but knock knock, they're already here. They got the angle on the high ground though. This be enough for Wisp to find a body.
Yeah, there you go. Well, okay, I'm sorry. Wisp saw a pixel. Oh, Mari needs some serious help from AJMR and Wicca, but it's AJMR instead. And needs that assistance. What a shot, Wisp! What has gotten into you? We've seen a lot of these rosters kind of shift and grow along the way.
Every single game is going to be a dogfight.
You know, the whole circuits led up to this.
And we will see you at the championships.
We put out a call to the Overwatch community, and the time has come, CB, for that call to be answered. 4 teams remain within our Calling All Heroes Championship bracket, but only one can become our next Monarch. I'm Tiny Shiny, and I'm with CB today. We are going to get ready to go into our 4 teams, 3 matches, and over $20,000 worth of prizing to give away.
I'm so excited. It's the culmination of a year's worth of effort for so many of these teams. So much blood, sweat, and tears has gone into this from so many. We started this weekend off with 14, and unfortunately 10 of them so far have been sent home, and we are now down to the cream of the crop, the 4 best that we have to offer. One of them seemingly already standing tall amongst the rest, but by the end of the day, one assuredly will and will be crowned our champion.
We will get our new champion, our new Monarch, by the conclusion of the day today. But CB, it was a long path, a journey to get to this point, and it didn't just start. With this weekend, we had months of competition, a year, in fact, leading up to this point in our 3 major and minor events, the circuit points accumulating for our top 6 teams, and the rest coming from that LCQ that we just had last week, as a matter of fact. All of those teams, we've had to say goodbye to the vast majority of them. We really get to see who stood on top throughout these months of competition.
Yeah, and what's crazy is, like, this calendar kind of tells a little bit of a story, or there is one if you dig in a little bit deeper, whereas last year, it was Timeless Ethereal nonstop all the way through, and there was only one minor tournament that they failed to capture. Otherwise, they sweeped the whole season. Whereas this time, it's kind of been all over the place. We kicked off Major 1 with Valentine stealing the crown. Then we go back over to Minor 1, Major 2, where Timeless steal it back. Then that roster kind of bounces around, changes orgs, changes hands a little bit. The title changes hands a little bit, and we make our way to Champs, where it feels like there are, you know, it kind of felt like there were maybe 5 or 6 teams even that realistically could have had a shot. Now we are down to 4, and I do think that the competition for the Nightmare Eclipse roster that is currently standing tall amongst the rest is going to be pretty stiff from here on out, because from what we've heard from these players talking to them, they all want this really, really badly, and they have been working so hard to get it. And not just, you know, the glory and the adoration of the fans for winning. It's not just, you know, winning that they're playing for. They're also playing for some prizing. Like you said, over 20,000 in prizes to be dished out. No more circuit points to be passed out to these players, all right? That's Monopoly money at this point in time. Now it's time for the real big bucks.
The real cash monies that you can get your hands on today. I mean, look at that, $1,000 for our first place team, and you can get everyone today is guaranteed at least that 1,500, and it only continues to double from there on out. And not only do we have cash, CB, we have even more prizes to give away. You need a token of this victory. Just look at these beautiful trophies provided by our sponsor in Blacklight.
Yeah, these I don't even know how else to say it. These are sexy, and like I would love to have a couple of these like you know, on my trophy case. But unfortunately, I'm not good enough at the video game. These players are. They're gonna all get one. I think we also have one for the MVP. And as great as these trophies are, though, you can't really sit on them. So we've got you covered there too. Blacklight gonna come through and also give away 5 Blacklight Kraken Pro gaming chairs to the champion. So you're getting trophies, you're getting chairs, you're getting money, you're getting the love and adoration of all your fans. What more could you possibly want?
You can't. You already have everything if you're winning this tournament today. Like, I want a new chair. I like, don't get me wrong, I love my university-provided chairs, but I need some back support. I'm getting old over here. We're almost out of our teenage years. Can't be having that anymore. I mean, these players need to be on their A game today. Blacklight certainly will help them after they win, but you got to get there first, CB.
Yeah, and by the way, speaking of all the nice prizing that we have for the players, let's talk about you, the fans, because I know that there's something that you're all here for. Ooh. And, you know, as much as you love watching the games, and I know you do, there's also some drops that I'm sure you guys are here to collect, so be sure to stay tuned in so you can get your hands on all of these drops. If you've missed out on the past couple of days, make sure you're glued in, you're grabbing what you can. You still have time to get yourself all the way up to that Purple Rain name card, which, you know, when I casted it the first day with Leg Day, he was like, oh, that's probably going to be a mainstay for me.
Oh, yeah.
Hopefully he's been tuned in and been able to grab them. If not, you can get it for instead. Queue into him, stream snipe him, and then flex on him with your Purple Rain name card.
That's what I'm telling you. The Overwatch devs have been great this year. There's just so much purple stuff to give out, and it's in that perfect shade of calling all heroes purple. Like, if I could dye my hair that color, I absolutely would, but that might not go so well. So I'm gonna have my entire Overwatch profile decked out, and I want to see a bunch of people matching that. Once that's
maybe next year for me, but all I could do so far is like the nails and the eyeshadow. I had to make sure I'm repping the Ka purple also, so I'm gonna get that. I'm gonna get the name card. I'm gonna be playing Monarch Venture. I don't know how to play Venture at all, so I'm gonna be inting all your games. Good luck with that. So I'll just be terrorizing your quick play games from here on out, but I'm gonna look hot doing it.
Hey, absolutely. That is what matters. And speaking of looking hot, let's check out our hot gameplay that we had going on yesterday, because CB, we had a day. Right? And we had some teams that were in that lower bracket, Queen's Gambit especially, being at a point where this is a top 2 team from the past Major 3, had a strong performance, and we fully expected them to make it to this point they are in today.
Yeah, and like in Major 3, some people even expected them to win the whole thing outright, but they came up a little bit short. They continue to carry this momentum on into this Major, where now we have an unfamiliar meta to them. They're having to adjust from the, you know, the macro-heavy Mauga meta to a more micro-heavy, where you do kind of rely on playmaking from your DPS, but not too much playmaking because your Sojourns can be easily punished. It's a bit of a rough adjustment period, but they still are able to stick the landing thus far and make it this far in the tournament. But they have a couple more obstacles to get back into that second place spot and to indeed take over that first place spot that they so desperately want, that they feel they have put in the work to earn. And I've been watching this team in scrims just about every day since Major 3. I know how much work that they have put in, how much VOD review time, how much coaching, how much they have grinded to try and make this happen. If they do get the W today, I think it's well deserved. But, you know, we have to get there. There's still some work to be done.
And we know that Fable aren't going to make it easy whatsoever. We looked at Fable in their match yesterday against Yes, it went all the way to 5 games, but this is a team who had to come up against an oddball comp, something you can't scrim against, and still try to make the meta work to some degree, and you'll go ahead and take it. Fable get that top 4 finish that has fleeted away from them for every single Calling All Heroes event in this past year. Now they have a chance to push that even further against Queen's Gambit. As you said, CB, these are the strongest both of these squads have looked in the entire year of Calling All Heroes competition, and only one of them can move on and get a chance at closing in on those grand finals.
Yeah, and like I said, they both want it so badly. You know, like if you're Fable, maybe you are just happy to be able to break that curse and get yourself up into the top 4. By the way, chat, for those of you who missed the games yesterday, I do recommend after the show today going back to watch the VOD of Fable versus Aw Yas, because that was 2 teams who really wanted to make it in to this top 4, but only one of them was actually able to break through, and it was Fable at the last possible second, able to come through and win in a 5-mapper. Hopefully for them, if they want to keep this story going, they can try and stay out of 5-map territory, but they have shown that they have the mental fortitude to keep trudging forward if they do find themselves in that position. And up against Queen's Gambit, I do fully expect that that might be what comes to fruition. Like, it's gonna be an uphill battle.
Even hearing from Avery in their winning interview yesterday, like, this team had to take box breathing breaks in between their matches just to stay calm, to stay regulated, and I can't think of a more important time for that to come into play, because if you're facing off an opponent as confident as Queen's Gambit is, Santana making an incredible name for themselves on that. Hazard, the recently released hero, Senna, as always, is known as 3210 today. Their strong Sojourn play will always come to light, and I mean, these are 2 teams. You can't emphasize how much they want it enough. But in reality, it's going to come down to who can make those big plays, especially in these Genjis, Nami versus Missin.
Yeah, and I do kind of want to highlight Missin, because Missin is one of those players that up until joining this Queen's Gambit roster has kind of been on like the lower middle of the pack kind of rosters, but she has been on the come up lately, and I think that's kind of the story of Queen's Gambit as a collective, is that they're this really hungry team with both veterans and younger up-and-comers that are eager to try and prove themselves. You know, you've got, you know, Senna, who is hungry for a title. We know she has the talent to be able to capture it. You've got Scuffed and Velvet in the backline, two of the support players that have been kind of on that rise. And Missin, who before, like, a couple tournaments ago, people weren't really looking at, but people are now looking at her as a top Genji in Calling All Heroes. It kind of goes to show, like, how much they want this, right? Like, when you've been that low and you realize how high you can actually climb, you want to go as high as you possibly can. And for them, that is grand finals. For them, that is the championships. It is crossing that last hurdle. But unfortunately, the position they find themselves in is one where they have 2 hurdles in front of them. They're going to kick it off. The starting line is going to be Lijiang Tower, and it is going to be up against Fable, a team that also has so much to prove.
For either one of these teams, CB, it's not just a short 10-meter dash. This is a whole dang marathon if you want to make it through the end of the day. So if anyone, and whoever owns out this series, you're going to have to face against Valentine and then move into a best-of-7 grand finals. This is only the very start of one of these teams' chances at a competition win. And Lijiang Tower is, we were kind of joking the other day that, or earlier today, that Lijiang Tower is the only map that we've really seen. No one wants to pick Samoa or Nepal. This map is just comfort. It feels like home for both.
Yeah, especially when you've been scrimming almost as, like, entirely the Hazard composition. Like, Nepal isn't great for that, so, like, no one has picked that. Samoa also kind of facilitates that, but I think we have seen, like, a little bit of Samoa this tournament, but whenever we do, you know, especially on Volcano, that's where teams try to pull out, like, the cheese, you know? Like, that's where EXO first came out with, like, that Mauga Reaper Sombra composition that didn't actually work out for them. And, like, doubled down on not working out for them at all when it was mirrored by Queen's Gambit. So, like, I think just by and large, people just want to go with the more neutral, you know, the King's Row of Control, which is Lijiang Tower, where you can get away with just about anything. Hazard is totally fine on all 3 of these sub-maps because you have the ability to play him like a Mei on Control Center and then play him like a Winston or a Diva on Gardens and Night Market. You have all these angles where, like, your hit scan can kind of pop off, plenty of flank routes on all 3 maps for a Genji or a Tracer to get, lodged in real deep there. It's basically where you're going to see, like, the most, like, vanilla version of the Hazard composition.
Which is kind of funny, because when you consider both the matches that these teams had yesterday, both against All Yas and Exo Azathoth, a team that is playing a Mauga composition and a Wrecking Ball composition, we didn't really get that full that full Hazard 1v1 meta that we were expecting to see. And even Avery in particular is very confident in their ability to perform on this hero. Absolutely has loved playing this purple porcupine that we've been seeing so far. Santana, too, has looked incredibly solid, and honestly, this is the first real test that we'll get from both of them in this head-on-head.
Yeah, like, and by the way, I agreed with Avery, because, like, to echo what was said yesterday, was they were talking about, like, how fun Hazard is to play, and how some people are like, oh, yeah, he's a little bit overpowered, and I'm like, yeah, he is, but like, shh, like, don't talk about it. Like it's like, if you nerf Hazard, like, what are the chances we go back into a Mauga meta? Pretty high, and I don't think anyone wants that. So I know Hazard's oppressive, but like, please just deal with it for like a little bit longer until we get like something else figured out.
Well, it will be that Hazard v Hazard. Start us off on Night Market. The only compositional difference will be Mickman's Echo versus Missin's Genji. And we mentioned how much impact that Echo or that Genji can have. Missin already coming up with one apiece. But the difference is you have more burst damage. Santana kind of face tanked that to the start with full burst of sticky bombs and the focusing beam of Mickman kind of did it in. An overzealous flank though. This will be a very trade back and forth, almost similar to these Wrecking Ball dive comps where it's kind of tooth and nail fight until the tank dies.
Yeah, but like Fable are gonna get first capture percentage just off of Santana exploding early on there, and that's a late kill onto Senna as well, so it kind of feels like Fable should be able to get themselves ahead in the neutral here. To kill there onto Z Panther though, that does kind of open the door for Queen's Gambit to come back in.
And we do mention the two most important heroes are your tank and your Kiriko. If you don't have one of those, the rest of the team is certain to crumble shortly. You can see how Avery's struggling in the health department. Mickman actually returned just in time to help cover the rest of the tank. Beautiful dash kill, finishing off Scuffed, and Fable never relented control.
And I do kind of have to shout out some of these jagged walls that are coming up from Avery, as well as the Genji play from Mickman that has been top tier, at least in these first couple of exchanges. But both times Santana has completely exploded because of a jagged wall that has completely walled them off from the rest of Queen's Gambit. So even if your Kiriko's alive, there's a wall between you and the healing. Your Hazard can't sustain forever. With all the shield, the spike guards in the world, eventually your time's gonna run out.
Velvet's dead again, though. Queen's Gambit, like, look at the ult charge. Velvet barely halfway to a sound barrier was fiery. She already is gonna have hers up for this fight. This is the importance of Fable's unrelenting aggression. Mickman and Avery working hand in hand.
Yeah, Mickman is like kind of popping off on the Genji here right now. You can really tell how badly Fable wants it right now, whereas Queen's Gambit are off to a slow start. And that's a great jagged wall, but there's still a little bit of a hole in it. Mickman can get out alive. Not enough to confirm the kill. We're gonna have to start expending ults just to get to the door now. There's the Kitsune rush to start. Scuff dies for it though.
Oh, Scuff just died. And that's the thing. That was actually the downpour that Avery used the second that Kitsune rush was popped, making sure Queen's Gambit got zero value out of that ultimate. The sound barrier there just as an insurance.
Yeah, you know, Avery just says, you want to lay out the red carpet? I got a purple one for you. Here we go. We're just going to bring the rain, drop the downpour, Scuff dies. And, like, you have a downpour of your own, but, like, you don't have DPS ults to couple with it.
Oh, Mickman certainly does. Dragon Blade into the back, but doesn't find any of the targets that they fought for there, and they lose out on Fiery in the process. Queen's Gambit had to move their way over to the point, and even if they don't have Santana, the numbers are in their favor for now.
Yeah, all the homies just kind of left Santana there, so that's going to be kind of rough. You need to try and chase down one of these stagger kills. If you can get Avery, that would be incredible. You'll settle for Minimi or Mickman, but you're not going to be able to get either of them, so Fable should be able to get a pretty quick re-engage here, and they're going to have a Kitsune rush to speed up the pace even further.
Fable with the right time to engage. Violent leaps into the back out of Avery, forcing the Nami away, but there's that blade from Missin. We talked about how important that ultimate is, far away from the red carpet of Z Panther's Kitsune rush, and only one victim fall from it. Fable, they have time on their side. They're okay with losing this battle, being at 99%.
Yeah, you're absolutely fine with that, especially, you know, coming up on an overclock, and maybe you build up to a downpour here, but the ult economy of your Queen's Gambit is looking pretty good. You've got 2 support ults and an OC of your own. Like we said, you know, the overclock is usually used just to try and get some good damage out for your Genji to go in for these swift strikes, get the dash resets, confirm the kills. So it's actually going to be Missin that has to be ready to capitalize off of Senna's ultimate here.
Will definitely clear the way. The rest of the players have their ways. They'll have their ultimates as well, but opting to hold on to them for the time being. Dodging and weaving away, Mickman was in a dangerous position. Plenty of support, much respect towards these hit scan players so far. Velvet starting to regroup for Santana, holding far ahead. Forward, retreating back to the objective, making sure no one from Fable. Retreating around the point. Kitsune crashed out of Scuff with an extra burst of healing needed, but the Susu's gone. Avery canceled out of the ultimate and didn't end up hitting Velvet's sound barrier down just in the nick of time, preventing Fable from following up.
Yeah, but that's like the coffers drained on all sides. Fiery's coming up on a sound barrier, Mickman's coming up on a Dragon Blade. If you're Fable, you don't have a lot of time to build up those ultimates. You need to touch the point, drag this fight out to where you can get one or both of those, and then try and win it outright. And you have to dodge Santana's downpour that's going to be coming up here, because if that catches either of the supports, that fight's chalked, and you're already down a Minami.
Minimi tried to go into touch last second, but thankfully Avery had it covered. The 3v4 in favor of Fable for the time being. Avery narrowly hanging on to life, but he has the support to back them up. Look at all of the damage that they're able to output. With this outpour on the other side, though, Santana caught them through the wall. Nowhere for the Fable players to run. Queen's Gambit looking to get off to a rather strong recovery needed. The cold water splashed on their faces.
But that's pretty close back and forth, like 99 to 100 on our first sub-map there, and it all kind of comes down to that early pick onto Minami, and then it just kind of staggering out from there. Avery gets some big violent leaps and gets some huge kills off of those, but that's also not enough, especially when Fiery and Mickman eventually fall on the other side. You also have like Santana's downpour that catches Z Panther, and again, like, you lose your Kiriko in these fights, and you can't sustain, even if you build up to any of those ultimates. Like, that sound barrier is very, very temporary, and wouldn't really help you without a Kiriko to help heal you through it once all that damage becomes a lot more permanent. And if you can't inflict that damage back onto your enemy tenfold, it's like, it's just kind of chalked right there. Like, again, all just kind of coming down to picks on the entry there. It realistically could go either way, and that's really where we want to see both of these teams, like, this early in the day.
Mickman, though, I'm gonna go back over to that Echo. It didn't work out super well on Night Market. Granted, we only saw it from one engagement before they kind of assumed it loaded, so hoping a little better luck here on the closer in quarters of Control Center. Gonna take more of this high ground angle, forces kind of out of position a little bit, but this seems kind of slow to take the start. We know Fable tends to be very tempoed when it comes to their level of aggression. Force these resources that Suzu out of Queen's Gambit. Surely that's an indication to move on forwards, or at least make sure Queen's Gambit draws back.
I'm really liking the angles, though, that you're able to control with this Echo. It's not enough to secure the point, though. Queen's Gambit going to jump right back in, and Mickman no longer on that angle. Missing going to go ahead and take it, and looking for some right clicks, trying to find some purchase here. Is going to have to dash away. Fable will take the point first, but I mean, like, Queen's Gambit haven't been fully dislodged here. They have to try and deal with Mickman playing out there on that coast by that Mega. Otherwise, it's going to be hell every time they try to walk through.
They really haven't found an entry point until right now, and Missin hasn't been able to play the game necessarily. I like it for Scuff, though. Everyone's been taking damage, so you have the healing Suzu use on that retreat, and it's enough to save Avery's life. While Queen's Gambit, a little temporary capture. Fortunate Nami, she decided to stay in a lot longer than she should have.
That was the first blood of this map, by the way. Like, yeah. No one else had died. It had just been, like, both these two teams jockeying for position. You finally get Mickman dislodged from that coastline, and then you pop the Kitsune Rush. Fable try to kite it, but take too much damage on the way out. That is Santana saying, that's a juicy Sojourn without a slide there. I'll be having a big old bite of that. And that is Queen's Gambit now taking the lead, but Fable are going to have ults to be able to make this one stick if they can get in. Mickman already being checked on the coastline there. I don't know if you're going to be able to get out.
That was close. That was really close.
Yeah, they just for gore.
That's fine. That's fine. They're like, all right. You know, we've what is it? Can't remember where you put things, I guess. But all right, Fable, you'll take that. Mickman's still alive for now. As the
where did I put that pesky
longer, but no, Fiery the Ajax to start off the day. That is not what you want to see if you're a fan of Fable. But a second Ajax. What is happening, CB? Surely this is not how the Lucio game is going to go. Queen's Gambit. Oh, they just felt they were so close to pushing that out. Thankfully, Santana pulled out all the stuff, but my goodness, what a series of events.
We just have a gentleman's agreement to not use the sound barrier. You Ajax, so will I.
Yeah, but there's nothing that was said about Senna's overclock. She'll happily hit the shots if no one else wants to. Queen's Gambit moving up to final fight thanks to Senna.
Yeah, and you couple that overclock with a Kitsune Rush, and suddenly it once again is a killing ultimate, because you get all the damage from the primary fire in between the rail shots, and you can just pump them out so quickly that you're going to be able to get a 3K from Senna. What's new, right? How many times have we said that exact phrase, 3K from Senna? Sure, it won't be the last time this night. It's definitely not going to be the last time this series. You're going to be worried about Missin's Blade, though, going in if you're Fable, because you don't really have anything to counter that, and you don't really have time to cook anything up.
No, Fable, they just gotta chuck the whole kitchen sink at this fight and hope for the best outcome. And so far, it's not looking great. Missin's Blade sliced Mickman into pieces, and Fiery's fate almost seals right alongside it. Queen's Gambit on this objective, looking for a way to sustain further. Fable have no real ultimates or big tools to actually close this out, but someone most importantly needs to touch the point, keep it alive. Avery sacrificed their life for it, but there's no other bodies that can be thrown in that general direction. Queen's Gambit, we knew they'd start off strong on Lijiang Tower, 118 on Control Center. Give the map 1.
It's still a little bit of a slow start on Night Market, but once they actually have control of the point, they never conceded on either Night Market or Control Center. And I think that just kind of shows that, like, once they're able to play their game and they're in that groove and they're ready to go, they can be nigh unstoppable. The problem, though, is like every single map, they're going to have to be able to get themselves into that situation. And we do have little moments where Fable are making them work for it. And those are the moments where I think that if they can try and leverage that and keep this going and get some momentum going in their favor, that Fable do have an opportunity to get a map on the board and indeed make this one go the distance. They're going to be, it's going to be their map pick up next. So we'll have to see where it is they decide to go. But let's have a little bit of a recap here through these replays, because early on, Mickman was absolutely cooking on the Genji. I would dare even say dipping missing.
Mickman was the reason Fable got to 99-0. Like, I thought Fable were about to fully sweep that map. But as I said earlier, it's like we're back in the era of the Ice Bucket Challenge. Queen's Gambit has got a face full of ice water. Like, wake up, people. Mickman should not be allowed to do this much, and pulled out an incredible control point by cycling all of their ultimates correctly and getting these stagger picks off. And really, if you look back to this point, it was Senna who turned out. A Sojourn, a hero very difficult to make plays on. If there's one person who can make it happen, we know that it's a her.
Oh, absolutely. And like, I do also kind of want to circle back to Mickman as well, because Mickman has been like a mainstay of Calling All Heroes for a long time. Another one of those alumni of the Vancouver Titans blue roster from the previous year. We've seen them play at a high level, but never this high of a level. Like, they're really, really stepping it up to try and match the competition here. And if that trend continues, I kind of, don't know that I'm ready to count Fable out completely, even going up against the juggernaut like Senna, who can just continually go for these, like, crazy rail shot plays, especially if she's set up for it. Like, if you got a Kitsune rush with that OC, like, that's a raid boss, all right? That's a one shot just waiting to happen. I don't have the Estus Flask to deal with that.
No, and Senna will be able to hit these shots in, like, more desperate times. Like, we've even heard from their coach yesterday that if Senna's under pressure, she finds a way to show up in the best way possible. We got a little bit of a glimpse of that at the end of Lijiang Tower, but it's not necessarily something that you want to be going back onto, especially with how this meta plays. It might work against the team that you're playing right now, but if you look later down the line, should they get there, Senna will have a much harder time. That's why we look at these Genji players in Misson, in Mickman, to be the ones to make that larger difference, since they have a more consistent output.
I think you even see, like, Avery having the capacity to punish that, but, like, it just, ever since, like, the first control portion of Night Market, like, it just never really fell into place. Like, Senna was just never in a position where she was that punishable for Avery to make the jump on. Versus Minami on the other side, who was very diveable for Santana. Okay, this is interesting. All right.
Huh.
So pretty much, like, every map 2 has been, like, either Suravasa, or if you're one of these weird teams, you've gone to an escort map. We're going straight to push. Like, we're not beating around the bush at all here. We're just going straight to, like, the big one. All right? Are you guys ready to get your heart rates up? Because I am.
Yeah, I think both you and me, this is our favorite game mode to cast, because it pulls at just like,
absolutely,
some of the best aspects of team gameplay, while also letting the individuals shine through as well. Like, it's just like a dream to be able to analyze it. And getting it map 2 is definitely a bit weird. Like, this feels like it's a back half of a series sort of map, but I guess they want to do all of their big brain thinking ahead of time and have less to worry about later.
Before we went to the format where it's like you can just pick any map type that you want as long as we haven't played it before, I was like kind of softly like considering advocating for like push being a map 5, because it's like the best for those like overtime scenarios to decide a series. It's so good. Like, it facilitates literally the best that Overwatch 2 has to offer. I'll die on the hill that push is the best map mode, but I didn't like advocate for that too loudly, because I was also like, I want to see push. Like, I still want to see it in, like, the 3-0s and, like, the 4-1s. Like, I don't want to have to wait for a 5-mapper every time to be treated to this delight. Like, no such thing as too much of a good thing when it comes to push. Even Colosseo, which, hashtag put the glass back or whatever Spilo said. It's still a fun map. And even back before, like, those patches, it was a fun map to cast, a fun map to watch. I even liked playing it. Because, like, it all comes down to that one last team fight and how well equipped you are for it, that big crescendo. Maybe you're able to get, like, one big pick in that last critical moment that turns the whole thing in your team's favor. It's something that, like, no other mode facilitates in the same way.
Yeah, there's certain fights that are significantly more impactful than others, and it's up to teams to decide when those fights are, what resources you're investing to them, and how far you're thinking ahead. And if we're gonna stick along, it's like a big game of chess, which, I mean, Queen's Gambit, sure, that's kind of what you're named after, right? you're able to think ahead and make out these big plays ahead of time, so that when that moment actually comes, you're well equipped to handle them. But we do want to put an emphasis on the start of these games. We've seen a lot of teams get massive leads at the start of push, and it's really difficult for others to make a form of a comeback on that. So if you can keep this relatively even until you get to those final 2 minutes or so, CB, that's where things really start to be done.
What are we doing here? Are we worshiping the pylon?
Yes.
I just see like, all right, guys, we gotta conduct our maply ritual where we all gather around the fire and chant. All right, both teams gonna swap back over onto the hazard composition. No real change-ups here, and like, why would you? Because like after like Lijiang Tower, I think both these teams are feeling pretty confident in their hazard gameplay overall. You can even see Senna right out the gate going for that long sightline, whereas Minimi is playing off to a flank angle, trying to set up again with Mickman for some of this damage.
I've seen more and more teams start to fight over towards this fountain, just because there's more room for work. You have access to the health pack over here as well.
It's also calming because you have a water feature there.
It is. I mean, what's more calming than
It helps
water?
you keep level-headed so you can hit your shots.
And that's something that both of these teams need. It goes along the theme of Fable's box breathing exercises ahead of time. So
That's
there's
why
like
they go to take the fountain. Avery's like, everyone gather around the fountain. We're gonna box breathe for a little bit, and then Mickman's gonna pop off. Never mind, Missin takes
Too
down
much
our
breathing.
Lucio.
Too much breathing. Well, okay, both Lucios are dead. 4v4.
They
You can
both
work with
stopped
that,
breathing.
but Missin is kind of sick of that. Just like, no. I want to slice and dice. Get me in there. Goodbye, Mickman. And Queen's Gambit will start to work their way out of the Colosseo, which is probably the most important part of this map.
Yeah, so a little bit more box breathing for Fable going to be necessary early on here. Only a minute in, and Queen's Gambit already getting the bot through to the archway. You do have the high ground here. Velvet actually has to go all the way back to taxi Senna, so there's not a whole lot of frontline pressure just yet. Queen's Gambit going to be a little bit slow to try and push any further, so they're actually going to concede bot control back over to Fable, meaning that we're going to give up the high ground and fight right back up here in this this corridor yet again. A little bit of a high ground advantage actually still for Fable up on that corner. No one leveraging it currently, though.
The early lead in this Kitsune rush, though. Look how quickly Santana jumps forward. Knows the Suzu's out as well as the slide. This is where we talk about how vulnerable soldiers can be. But Santana oversteps their bounds. It was the jagged wall that was put at their back. No healing to come through. Fable taking advantage of that play, being up not only just with the tank.
It was a smart play from Santana, though, like you said, to jump in, noticing that the Suzu was done. But it was a smarter play from Avery to put a wall behind Santana, so even if they were able to confirm that kill, they can just go ahead and trade it outright. And a support for a tank is a fair trade in this meta, especially when it's Hazard, because without the Hazard, you just have no ability to control any space, especially when another Hazard is on the loose. So Fable able to get the control of the bot off of the back of that wall, and Z Panther's later Kitsune rush.
A little bit of deja vu fighting over by this fountain. For Senna, kind of remaining. Knows that Benami is in this front line. Get a little jump scare though. Mickman pulling the blade out from the Sojourn player, but she'll stay far away before your little fox got too curious. Oh, and it'll be Mickman going on down. The trade for Scuff, plentiful for Queen's Gambit. They don't have any healing left to go, and Z Panther hitting the shots between the eyeballs.
That's another one of those situations where, like, you use the blade, and it looks like Mickman really wants to go in to confirm a kill there, but all it does is bait out Scuff's Suzu. But Avery, again, makes a smart play, says, all right, no Suzu, that means it's time for the downpour. Roots Senna, and, like, you get that kill, and you're able to parlay that into 2-3 more picks. You're even able to nearly match the bot progress, but Missin's here to stop. Queen's Gambit narrowly holding on to the lead here, and they have a fair bit of ultimates to get through this corridor.
You really can't call it a lead with this much game left to go as well. Kind of this ultimate fight that you want to look more towards. Overclocks and sound barriers exchange, negating these massive amounts of damage put out by the hit scan. And just like that, we're back to square one. Missing this time, though, has a blade. Nothing to match it. Looks for the Kiriko. Swift steps out the Suzu. A little bit too late for Minami, but it's enough to keep the rest of the team at bay. Queen's Gambit following Missin's lead will get Fable off the board.
That's probably best case scenario for Fable because, you know, Mickman wasn't coming up on another blade anytime soon. So you trade out Missin's blade as well as the overclock and the sound barrier. You do still have two big money ultimates on the side of Queen's Gambit to worry about. And again, Fable weren't able to capture the lead. So now the bot is threatening to get underneath this bridge where that high ground advantage is going to be null.
Suzu forced early, but Fable wants to just wait. They want to wait out Scuff's Kitsune rush and re-engage with one of Z Panthers. You gotta do it quick though. That bot inching closer and closer to that checkpoint. That's something Fable don't want to give up. Jagged Wall is out. The contest in with less than a meter to go. You have to stay glued to this payload. Otherwise, it's gonna be a big problem, but it's already gone from bad to worse. The Kitsune Rush, not enough to keep Mickman alive under the pressure. Avery has to int in as hopes to keep the rest of the team from getting hit with this massive checkpoint. Downpour out. Santana only catching one in the Lucio. This healing, oh, so close to keeping Fiery on her feet. And it's Fable on the low ground. They're fighting two separate battles. One where Santana is pushing ahead, and the rest for Minami and Mikwin, hand in hand, taking out squishies.
Yeah, but like this fight is so slow and so staggered that a lot of time was lost for Fable there. Like that Kitsune Rush from Z Panther was around the corner because they were expecting the fight to happen there, but like the damage wasn't there to burst down Santana because of where that Kitsune Rush was. Like everyone stayed too far away from it. Eventually, you're gonna be able to force Santana to disengage and get the get the control off the back of a couple extra picks, but it's so scrappy and takes so long to play out. At Queen's Gambit, like, they're not going to be able to get a good advantageous push here. They have to give up a lot of bot space. Fable nearly back to that barricade if they can win this fight. And if they do, they should also be able to get it under the bridge and also potentially threaten a checkpoint.
Fable really need to get this. As now you're at a spot where you have to win 2 fights in a row to get to this point. Mickman, though, take it out before they can even finish the ultimate voice line. Not the greatest look from the Ninja who's popping out earlier on in the day. Queen's Gambit with the counterplay ready.
That's just a rail shot from Senna with a little bit of extra follow-up damage that comes through from Missin. That's so good. Like, she's not the one showing up in the kill feed, but that's Senna making that play happen. Like, that's just completely shutting down a blade. And because you shut that down, you held on to both your support ultimates. You can go super aggressive here. That's exactly what Queen's Gambit want to do.
Ooh, Senna looking for the shots, and Mickman once again falling victim to her rail shots, accurate as ever. Queen's Gambit should be able to secure the checkpoint off of this if they can deal with Avery fast enough. Not a problem if there's 4 players firing in their directions. This is where things start to get scary for Fable.
Yeah, and Santana has like access to the back line right now. They go so deep and just kind of pressure the last remnants of Fable back a little bit further. Not going to be able to confirm the kills. Fable should be able to regroup here, but like if you're Queen's Gambit, anything you get beyond this is gravy. Like you already got the checkpoint.
And you're forcing a ton of ultimates to come out. Sound Mirror from Velvet, too late to save Senna. For Fable, that could be their way back into this map, because it's looking a little grim as of now. Minami following up onto the Lucio, and the rest of the Queen's Gambit topple like dominoes.
You're able to hold on to the Kitsune Rush, which you will definitely need going into this next fight, because you don't really have much else, and you're going up against a Missing Blade and a downpour from Santana. That's a deadly combination. So Z Panther has a lot of weight on their shoulders right now, not only in terms of the ultimate, but also to make sure that the Suzu is held onto to counteract the downpour, because if you get caught by that, you can't kite the blade at all. Blade gonna come out. That should be forcing the Suzu out shortly.
Well, not yet. The patience from Z Panther to identify that there's no real threat. Missin never actually used her dash reset on the blade, opted to save her life instead and let the rest of the team collapse in on Minami. Queen's Gambit are up, and it's not necessarily because of the ultimate, but how the rest of the team played around it. The problem is you gotta clean up very quickly before this tank becomes more of an issue.
Yeah, Santana is very much so making themselves an issue right now. That's 3 for Santana. Maybe make it 4. Never mind. All right, you're a little bit too far out of range courtesy of that slide, though. Scuff gonna actually confirm the kill there onto Mickman. Mickman has died a lot this series, and I think that's or not just this series, just this map. Like, Mickman has been targeted by both Senna, the backline, by Missin a fair bit as well, and I think, maybe Mickman needs to play a little bit more safe. Like, needs to try and find a place where they're taking a little bit less spam damage, a little less poke, a little less susceptible to these finishing blows.
And we saw how much they popped off before in Lijiang Tower, and it's basically been non-existent. It's played a chance at redemption, but it goes for the Kiriko, forces all of the cooldowns, doesn't get a whole lot, nothing new, except for a trade in these Genji players. Senna has had Mickman's name this whole time. It's not this battle of Genjis that we're used to, CD. It's instead Minami and Senna who are making their names known. Santana, though, wants a little bit of action in on that. Downpour landed onto 3, and she is all over the kill feed.
That was nearly a lost fight for Queen's Gambit, by the way, but just like Santana and 2 homies able to stick around and get so much value out of that downpour, that's confidence right now, and that's not something that you can plan around if you're Fable. Like, you have to try and shake that somehow, and even still, like, downpour is not like that oppressive of an ult usually.
No. Like, even then, it's easily the worst part of Hazard's kit, but I don't know about that sound barrier from Fiery. It felt pretty panicked. They saw Queen's Gambit rolling on in, and the fact that it doesn't force Velvet to use hers as a counteraction of it, this is not looking good for Fable. Migman is dead again. It's going from bad to worse. The Genji has been non-existent for the team. Velvet has an unmatched sound barrier into this Kitsune rush of Z Panther that now is not allowed to get any value because it's just missing, running a mock over this team with no response. The only one who can strike back is Z Panther. A flank into the backline and gets 3 on the Kiriko. That is not supposed to happen.
Yeah, but well, it just happened. I mean, that is enough to stave off the pressure and keep Fable alive in the fight. Hero play from Z Panther. They've been so good this whole tournament. Migman, though, like, we have to try and talk about this again because, like, we harp on, like, how the Genjis are kind of like the finishers. When you see the Sojourns get the rail shot, get someone down to low HP, the Genjis have to finish those kills. If your finisher is dead, you simply can't finish. And now this map is just about finished. Fable have quite the uphill battle ahead of them. Only an overclock to their name to try and break through here. And they have to worry about Missin's incoming blade.
Minami's been doing great so far on this Sojourn. There's only so much you can do. If Missin spots you out with the blade, the overclock shuts down immediately as it is popped. Missin has been the finisher for Queen's Gambit, and it's almost looking like this map is going to be just as good as it's done. Queen's Gambit one step away from moving on in this bracket.
Even in that last fight, though, there is a glimmer for Fable where they do take down both Velvet and Santana. And even though, like, the Lucio is kind of like the lowest value pick you can get in this composition, the Hazard is the biggest. Had they been able to stabilize in the backline, that was like an opportunity for Fable to maybe try and buy their way back into it. But it's just too big, you know. Again, the one ultimate that they had was that overclock, and Missin shuts that down with a Dragon Blade. And, like, you know, we go into what would have been the next fight even after that. What a play from Z Panther.
Yeah.
Holy moly. Going into what would have been that next fight, though, Santana would have had a downpour, Velvet would have had a sound barrier, and if you're Fable, like, you just kind of, like, ran out the clock on all these things. You need to build up to some of these ultimates to be able to break through, get the checkpoint, get the butt scratch, get the extra cart progress, match what Queen's Gambit was able to do on the other side, and I don't know, I mean, that probably would have taken maybe yet another hero play from Z Panther, and it just wasn't happening.
The fact that your Kiriko, of all heroes, is making these hero plays is kind of ridiculous. And the Kiriko should not be the finisher. The Kiriko is the one that needs to be alive the longest to play the safest and should not be asked to do that amount of damage. And it's not to say we know Migman is capable of playing this Genji at an extremely high level. Like, heck, we saw it back on Lijiang Tower. But this map in particular, I think they were just trying to overcompensate for this team. They're like, I have to do this, I have to do that. And it just became so much that Migman was out there so long. The first to pick off pretty much every single fight that Fable ended up losing, and it put a lot more pressure on other members of Fable to make up for that 4v5.
One thing we definitely have to touch on right now is Queen's Gambit look really, really good. Like, Fable looks game, and even up against Fable playing, and I don't know if I want to say that this is their best, but Fable feels like they are, you know, at least trying their hardest to put on a really strong performance here. And they are putting on a pretty decent performance, but even still, Queen's Gambit are just that much better. And I think it's on just about every possible level. Like, we've got Senna hitting the rail shots she needs to be hitting. Missin has, you know, made up the deficit and has now gapped gapped Chloe. Chloe is Missin. They're the same person. Sometimes you just gap yourself, you know?
Yeah,
it has now made up the deficit, was gapping Migman throughout the entirety of Colosseo, and Santana has been getting so much value out of the downpour, which, again, we were talking about it, like, that's the weakest part of Hazard's kit. It's all the assassination potential that he has and all of the sustainability that he has, and using that to control space and threaten picks on your squishies. The fact that you can also consistently root 2 to 3 people every single time and win fights off the back of that ultimate, with or without a DPS ult to follow up on it, is absolutely crazy. And that's something that even even like Hitori isn't doing right now. Even Mari isn't consistently doing right now. That's something that if Santana keeps up is going to be a threat going deeper into this tournament. But in order to get deeper into this tournament, they have one more map they have to win over Fable. Fable get one more map pick. We'll see what they end up choosing. But, like, push is already off the table. Our options are Escort, Hybrid, or Flashpoint.
And none of those, I don't know if there's one that necessarily gives Fable an advantage. We know that what this composition is going to be. Perhaps you want to do something that's more close quarters and allows your Genji to get back in the mix, and I think Suravasa is the best option to do just that. This is where Fable closed out a map 5 win against All Yes yesterday, and today it's going to be the start of a long reverse sweep should they continue their championship bracket life.
Yeah, and like that map with all Yas was still pretty close, but like overall, Fable were composed enough to be able to deal with that composition throughout the entirety of that series. Like it never really looked like all Yas was gonna run away with that one, aside from Numbani. So maybe you just want to avoid Numbani if you're Fable, you know, sure.
Yeah.
So we'll just take Hybrid off the map pool by picking Suravasa, something that we're a lot more confident with, something that we won yesterday, and something where we feel a little bit more comfortable. But the problem that I'm seeing, though, is that we've now gone 2 maps deep, and even though it hasn't been totally one-sided, Fable are coming up a little bit short in the Hazard meta mirror, and this is another another map that's going to allow mostly for that composition. I don't see any like back pocket cheese strats coming out from either side here on Suravasa. Like, it's gonna be another Hazard mirror. You just have to simply play it better here.
The one thing that we did see Fable do most of yesterday was Minami was actually the one playing the Genji and Mikman was on the Tracer. Granted, that was more so because they were playing against the Wrecking Ball Tracer compositions, and that made more sense. But it almost looked better from a pacing standpoint. I felt like the players were much more aligned in what the objectives were, instead of going on more of these solo missions. It's not a doubt of the individual skill, but it's a matter of, can you make these pieces start to come together? Like, can Avery get this initial damage burst, or can we hit that rail shot, and then Mick can go and follow up? It's that series of events that hasn't exactly been aligning in a successful order for Fable. Whereas we look at Queen's Gambit, they're just firing it fight after fight after fight. Senna has been incredibly accurate in her performance today.
It hasn't worked out for Fable, at least since Night Market, though. Like, the initial parts of Night Market and even some parts of Control Center were, you know, admittedly pretty close, and, you know, maybe that's kind of what Fable are banking on. Like, they're thinking, like, okay, Suravasa is Night Market-esque in a way. If you really squint hard enough and turn your lights down, like, yeah, sure, it's Night Market. And we just play like we did on Night Market, but be just, like, 1% better. Then maybe that will make us 1% better than Queen's Gambit, or at least, you know, make it an even match, and we just duke it out, go 5 rounds, and see who's left standing at the end of it.
The sightlines aren't nearly as strong for long range at Scan, and maybe you're thinking this will also nerf Senna in a way too, because even if she wasn't in the kill feed a ton previously, the damage of her impact was certainly felt by more than one
I don't know about nerfing Senna on Suravasa, because she's had some crazy clips on this map. Like,
hey, I'm just saying it's easier to contest her on this map than it might be if you picked like a Dorado or a Route 66, for example. We've seen where both of those have gone for Queen's Gambit in the past. Fable,
oh god, go to Havana. Let Senna play Widow on Havana.
Ooh,
like,
that sounds like a fun time for Fable.
Me when I'm trying to lose. Let's go.
Let's go play against Senna Widowmaker.
Yeah, I don't know about that. Okay, so yeah, Suravasa definitely does end up being the best possible choice for Fable, because everything else probably would just put you at Senna's mercy, and that's not anywhere you want to be. But spoiler alert, she also pops off on this map as well, so damned if you do, damned if you don't, I guess.
Well, just smile, smile, crocodile for the day. Everyone be happy.
That's
Put
me.
your smiles in for your crocodiles. That's
me when you support Ka.
Yep, there you go. Very, very chomp chomp happy crocodile. We should make that the new Calling All Heroes mascot. What do you think?
You know, maybe it might be time to replace Farah. Yeah, we'll just make it a really happy crocodile that has nothing else to do with Overwatch branding at all.
It's the Suravasa crocodile. What do you mean?
The iconic Suravasa crocodile. You can't go anywhere and talk about Overwatch without someone saying, "Oh, like with the crocodile, right?" Like that game. It's the game with the crocodile. Also, are we that might be an alligator. I'm not too sure. You know the difference between a crocodile and an alligator?
I do not.
One you see later and the other you see after a while.
Oh my gosh. Oh, I love my job so much. Alright, CB. On that note, we'll have to see if Queen's Gambit will be bidding their farewell and see Fable a while later, but for now, we're looking at these mirror compositions. We're not going to get that Tracer swap as we kind of expected, and with Fable not getting to this point first, look at all the space that Senna has to work with. While it's easier to get to, because these sightlines are shorter, you still can't cross them without taking a bunch of chip damage.
Yeah, and now, also because Queen's Gambit have control of the point, they also have that little window through the point that they can try to, you know, leverage to control this angle even more, even harder. And it's going to be more difficult for Fable to ever find a good shot here. You're kind of banking on Minami to hit a good rail shot, which he's been good at thus far, but needs to try and find one if you want to crack this point open.
Kind of looking for that just one shot that will land. Maybe a kunai to the face. I mean, Z Panther put a good showcase on with that previously. Ooh, that was almost dangerous. A couple of these players. Enough time for Avery to get healed back up, though. Jumping back to the high ground. Scuff, though, pulled the trigger first on this Kitsune Rush and take out Z Panther before they can unleash their own massive play out of Queen's Gambit. That's arguably point winning.
Y'all see that piece play from Santana there, though? Used the jagged wall to stop the slide from Minimi, and then once the wall goes down, steals the mega health pack from her. That's devious hazard play coming out from Santana. And, like, I talked to Senna before this meta started, and she said, like, Santana is the GOAT on hazard. And up until this point, I don't know that we've really been seeing it, but Santana has been a standout this series.
Santana is making such an impact on this hazard as we say that she gets get annihilated, but doesn't matter. You got the point anyways. That one's all you. That one's you. I was just taking off and complimenting Santana where you left it, and you know, Queen's Gambit, they got what they came for. Santana, you can feed all you want if you get the results.
All right, well, the result is that Queen's Gambit do take the first point, and Gardens is going to be the next one, and it's literally right where Fable left Santana's bloodied body, so they're happy to just take a, you know, couple like 10-step walk on over to the point here. So they are totally fine. They're gonna have ults to spare. They should get first control here. They might have to spend to make that first control stick, but if they can trade some ults out from Queen's Gambit, I think you're okay with that.
Well, that downpour, while the other ones have looked great, that one from Santana is going a bit wide. Actually collapses on Midman, who is farther back on this objective. Every ultimate being popped out of Fable, or at least all of them except the ones that are dead. Avery's downpour not getting a whole lot of value, and with Senna shutting down Minami, the chances of Fable coming out on top here have diminished drastically. No major support on either side of this team, and with the powerhouse that Santana currently is, not a chance for our heroes.
That's another clutch play from Santana, by the way, to make the jump onto Z Panther, because, like, in that trade that happened between the Sojourns, Minimi actually got the better pick onto Scuffed, and that would have been a dead push if you couldn't have sustained without your Kiriko. But Santana evens the score, finds Z Panther out of position, cleans that one up, and Queen's Gambit are able to stabilize. Granted, they had to spend just about everything to make it work. It's going to put a lot of weight on Scuff Suzu to deal with this blade from Mickman.
And it hasn't been great in the past. These Suzu timings are always a bit outlandish. The
going?
CC certainly helped the shot, the rail shot from Minami, hitting just in the nick of time. Santana has not been allowing this team to move forward. The shots from Senna have been on point. Like, she just simply cannot be stopped.
The shots are so good, but at the beginning of that fight, Avery, like, sends Velvet sailing out to sea. That was kind of wild to see how far that Lucio could go, like, skipping rocks, but Fable have no ult to buy themselves back into this point. They're going to walk into a Kitsune Rush. If Santana gets a stagger here, there's not even a chance to touch, I think.
I don't even think there was a chance to touch in the first place. Fable are just going to let this one go. Queen's Gambit 2-0 now. They need one more points, and they're sending Fable home early.
And that's, like, almost worse than not touching, because Scuffed isn't forced to use the Kitsune Rush, so that kind of carries over to the next point. And by the time this fight plays out, Santana's also going to have a downpour. And whether it hits or not, it's still going to zone Fable out. Avery might be dead here. Fable are, like, getting stuffed in the spawn door right now.
Senna's just running right now between the Kitsune Rush, the space that Santana is creating for her. Like, Queen's Gambit are enabling their DPS to the max, and Santana is making sure that the job gets done while they're at it. This is going to be another first cap, and Fable have been nowhere.
And, like, the only kill that Fable were able to get out of that exchange was onto Velvet, which is, like, the lowest possible value again. And she's going to be back so fast. Look, there she is. It's our good, friendly neighborhood Velvet back in the fight. Queen's Gambit get the first cap. The only saving grace is that Scuff popped the Kitsune Rush in that last fight, and now you have one and they don't, but Queen's Gambit have just about everything else they could possibly want to deal with anything Fable could possibly throw at them. You're relying on, like, some big play here coming out of the side from Fable, but I'm not sure what. Maybe Avery finds Senna, but there's the overclock.
Senna has gotten at least one elimination every overclock. Avery knows it. Even committing the ult, it doesn't land onto the Sojourn, and even then, you have no damage block left. The tank gets shredded. Santana had their way with Fable's backline, and suddenly Queen's Gambit just looks stronger and stronger.
Yeah, there's a lot of players committed to try and punish Santana, so no one can follow up on Avery's ultimate there. They do kind of effectively shut down the overclock from Senna, but, like, it doesn't really matter because, like, you invest so heavily and you can't actually get a whole lot done with it. They do inevitably take down Santana, sure, but the casualties on the side of Fable are just too high that by the time you finally dealt with that threat, you've lost your own tank. You've lost your own agency in this fight, and now you've lost the ult advantage because Queen's Gambit have, you know, full support ults coming online and a Dragon Blade.
the last chance for Fable to add another chapter to their story. They're gonna let the point cap go away. No, Benami sliding back, overclock. Can't find the targets, the shots. They're landing sure, but only chunking onto the tank. Velvet refreshing the health bars of Queen's Gambit. The Suze is already forced. Vincent sending it into the backline. Dragon Blade against Mickman, whose health bar is stronger. Both of them playing safe. Know the importance of this fight, and it's Mickman who pulls out the sword of the hero and will strike down both DPS with a single swing. Abel, not out of it yet.
Mickman is going to pay for it with their life, and Queen's Gambit aren't completely routed from this point just yet. There's still a little bit of a contest going on, but all right, finally they're going to disengage, and Fable have gotten their feet beneath them, but look at that ult bank. Like, there's just nothing on either side. It's going to be a complete raw positional advantage looking for a pick here. Minimi has to try and land a big rail shot, I think. You can't let Senna get, like, entrenched in your backline off on an angle where you're going to have to force Avery away to make that jump. You can even see that's right where she wants to be and has Velvet with her, too.
With the Zuzu from Z Panther, that's already gone. Go button for Queen's Gambit. It's looking better and better the second you see it. Slank down from Senna. No one was ready for it. Z Panther, no cooldowns to spare. If he goes down before the Kitsune rushes out, Fable, chances, they're looking meager. Queen's Gambit straight on sending it to the point. Avery's down floor, doesn't even finish the casting animation. Queen's Gambit flipping the point back over one more time. Fable's story will not have a happy ending after all. The Queens end the hero's journey and will continue on for their crest in the Colosseo Heroes throne.
It was a very game Fable that showed up today, but Queen's Gambit did not come to play games. They came to win, and they came to get a paycheck, and at the end of the day, they just might get one if they keep playing like this. Like, I kind of feel like the rest of the competition is going to be as stiff as Fable, if not more so. Like, this is kind of the same power level I'm expecting Valentine to play at, and, you know, if Queen's Gambit keep this momentum up, like, if you're Valentine, your life is on the clock, right? Your tournament run might be coming to an end because Queen's Gambit is headed directly for you, scratch that, directly through you, and going straight to grand finals.
This is the Queen's Gambit who came to play. This is the Queen's Gambit who had a chance at the finals in Major 3 at that title. Fell just short, and it's getting closer and closer to coming into their grasp. A team who's never won a Colosseo Heroes event before are looking to rewrite history in itself, CB. And if they handle Fable as well as they did and can continue to do so with a team such as Valentine, Nightmare Eclipse might just be shaking in their boots watching this matchup today.
I know I'm shaking in my boots watching this matchup today, because, like, it feels like all of the things that I have seen, like, occasionally go wrong with Queen's Gambit in the past. I'm looking around, mod check, where are they? I don't see the problems anymore. Like, all I'm seeing is results. I'm seeing, like, this stellar hazard play coming out from Santana that was promised from the very beginning. I'm seeing Senna not going into, like, falling into that trap where you're trying to set yourself up for big plays and ending up feeding as a result, like some Sojourners do. She's actually just playing with the team and letting the plays just happen. And then you're having Missin, who is playing up to her potential on the Genji and getting the better of Mickman. Mickman forced to be the hero of Fable over and over again, and it's just not enough. You can't rely exclusively on hero plays. You do have to have the entire cast on your side playing up to their strengths. I also do need to shout out Z Panther, by the way, because even in defeat, Z Panther looked really, really strong on that back line. Fable, they like I said, they came to play today. It was a very game Fable, but Queen's Gambit, no games today.
No, Queen's Gambit, the quick and swift work of their first match of the day, but the road, CB, it's far from over for them. They're going to have to face off against Valentine in our lower bracket finals coming up in just a little bit today. We're going to go ahead and get an interview set up with our winners. Queen's Gambit will have one player coming our way, but don't go anywhere. So much more Overwatch still to come. has become 3 in our Calling All Heroes Championship Sunday. Another team sent back home. Fable's story has reached its final chapter. They'll be taking 4th place and $1,500 right along with it, because it's Queen's Gambit, a team who continues to push the limits of themselves, moving on to these lower finals, CB.
Yeah, and it may be the final chapter of this tournament for Fable, but it was a hero's death that they were given. Sure, it was a 3-0, but it at no point ever felt like Fable wasn't going down swinging. You know, we had some incredible plays coming out from Mick, Mincy, Panther, and Avery, but it just wasn't enough because Queen's Gambit, like I said, they did not come to play today. They are as all business as they could possibly be. Every single member of this roster is firing on all cylinders, playing their job to near perfection. And if that pattern keeps up, and you're looking at, you know, the rest of the bracket, these other teams, I think this is a team to be scared of.
I'm scared. I'm scared watching them. Valentine should be scared watching them, and perhaps even Nightmare Eclipse, should they move through at this long end to the day. But we started it off saying, CB, that this just isn't a sprint. This is a whole marathon. If Queen's Gambit are going to continue to push those limits and be the underdog story of the Calling All Heroes circuit, then today very well is going to be the day, and a long one at that. Lucky for us, we get to hear even more from them before we move on into our next game.
Yeah, as scary of a team as Queen's Gambit are, I am interested in exposure therapy, so I'm going to face my fears right now, and we're going to have an interview with the scariest member, potentially, of Queen's Gambit. Senna, hello, how are you doing?
I'm doing good.
All right, glad to hear it. Okay, so I gotta ask, first, you guys look like you're playing really, really confidently today, so what are the confidence levels across the board for your team feeling like heading into today?
I mean, when we lost to IAS, it was more of a unfortunate situation. Literally the planets, the stars, the universe aligned for IAS to win that game, which they did. Kanata is the GOAT, just want to let that known. But even with us losing that, like, we already knew we were just going to get 2nd place, or even 1st place. Probably 1st place. Come on, let's be real here. We're just going to win.
You gotta say 1st place to keep the confidence levels high, right? Like,
No, I mean, I'm just being, like, slightly realistic, you know? Like, Nightmare's been looking good, but the way we're playing, it's like, we're, like, above that, you know? Above that.
Hey, Senna, if you keep playing like you did earlier today, then I don't think that's too much of a stretch in a lot of people's minds, even if Nightmare Eclipse even is at the top. And I actually wanted to talk to you about your role specifically, because CB and I have been talking about how Sojourn, you don't really get to be the star of the show nearly as much in this meta. It's usually that Hazard or that Genji who stands out more. How have you been kind of fitting into your team, into that role as the Sojourn, and still making a massive impact where it typically isn't found?
Okay, to be honest, I've been struggling in scrims and even matches, like in EU and in OR scrims, like in Access scrims and these scrims, I've been struggling a lot because I just, like, the way I want to play just doesn't work in his meta. So it's like slightly difficult for me to just play how I want to, so I just kind of like, it took me like a long time to understand what I needed to do, which I've been getting it down the last, like, I would say 3 days. I've started to like feel the rhythm a bit more. But for sure, like, it was difficult. It's a weird meta for like hits in specific. It feels like sometimes you just can't play, but the other times you're really open. You just need to find, like, it's like very short bursts of being able to play the game, and you need to actually act upon those moments when you have the space to do so. And if you do that, you will get a value. Otherwise, you will int.
It definitely looks like you are making the most of your time here. You know, the time that you do actually have to make some of these big pop-off plays. I want to ask you a little bit, though, because, like, you're back at the top 3. You're saying you're coming for that #1 spot. How would you rate the power levels of Valentine and Nightmare Eclipse to you right now, as you guys are currently standing? You think you are the top dogs, or do you think, like, how does it all shake out?
I mean, just like last tournament, TBH is a 3-0 against Valentine. It's just going to be the exact same. And, I guess Nightmare, I mean, to be honest, I think it'll be a close game, but I think we're winning. Easily.
I do also have one more question for you, because we had Boomed on here yesterday, so I have to ask you this. How many booms would you give this series?
This series, I mean, to be honest, I get Fable definitely I would say 3.5 out of 5 booms, and for us, it will definitely be a 6. We did a good game. 6 out of 5 booms. We're off the charts.
The broom scale again.
Yeah, once again, broke the boom scale. All right, well, I mean, maybe save a couple booms, because you got at least, 1 to 2 more series to play today.
No,
so
it will be more than 6. It'll be more than 6.
How high can we go?
There's an unpotential limit for our team only.
Okay. Oh, for your team only. All right, all right. Well, let's keep
Our
that in
team
mind.
only.
You do have Boomed as a coach, so you know that is only
Yeah,
fair.
boomed is the boomed.
Boomed is the boomed. Well, thank you so much, Senna. I'm sure you guys are going to bring the boom to your next game today, and we're looking forward to seeing Queen's Gambit continue the run against Valentine in the lower bracket. Go ahead, go back to your team, and we'll get you back in the game in just a couple minutes.
Yes, thank you very much. See you guys later.
By the way, chat, I want you guys all to know that, again, like, Tiny Shiny didn't know who the Costco guys were when we did that whole bit yesterday. I sent her, like, 5 different TikToks and some YouTube videos at, like, midnight last night to educate her. So I was like, if I make any more Costco guys references, you're gonna be hip to it now, all right? I got you.
All right. No, I kid you not. I was laying in bed, like, getting ready to go to sleep, and I opened my phone. I'm like, what is this? And I'm educated. I'm in it now. Like, that was the last thing I had before I went to sleep. Like, I'm on this boom train. Like, I'm ready to see this go. And clearly Senna is as well.
Imagine the last thing you see before you go to sleep is AJ and Big Justice. Like, oh wow. That's what a way. You want to know what the last thing I see before I go to sleep is? It's Calling All Heroes merch, of course. It's those. What a segue.
Transition. Great segue.
So good. How many booms do we give the Radiant merch? All right, chat. You guys can go ahead and answer amongst yourselves. I'm giving this all 5 big booms, especially that Cat Mercy T-shirt. Doesn't come in a crop top, I believe, but you can crop anything if you have the imagination for it. So just start taking scissors to your clothes. Yeah, take some scissors to your clothes. You know, and yeah, I honestly take scissors to your whole wardrobe right now, cut them all up into shreds, and replace it all with Calling All Heroes merch. And you can scan the QR code to get started on your new winter wardrobe right away.
So pretty. I know, it's so chilly outside these days, especially. You gotta get nice and cozy with your Calling All Heroes merch. Represent with your good old Mercy Cats. So we better see all of y'all decked out, because, CB, this championship, we still have 2 more matches to go. The fight for our podium finishes are still happening. We're gonna go ahead, send it to another quick break, get our players set up for our lower finals. Valentine versus Queen's Gambit. You're not gonna want to miss it. a feeling of deja vu heading into our lower finals, CB, because this is strikingly similar to what our major 3 lower finals actually ended up looking like, or well, our lower bracket run. Valentine will meet Queen's Gambit in a fight for a shot at these grand finals, at the championships, where Nightmare Eclipse sit waiting.
Yeah, and we have 2 interesting stories here as we, look at the story of this entire tournament. We've got the entire lower bracket here showing as Valentine in the winners finals unfortunately found themselves knocked back down here by Nightmare Eclipse, and they are fighting for that rematch. And also, Valentine is our Major 1 champions, and throughout the entirety of this season haven't been able to reclaim that level of glory. They are fighting Queen's Gambit for the right to dethrone Nightmare Eclipse, whereas Queen's Gambit are also fighting for that same right to dethrone Nightmare Eclipse, the right that they feel they should have had in the last tournament. And maybe it is deja vu. Maybe we also have deja vu from last time these 2 teams played, 3-0 for Queen's Gambit. Or maybe Valentine pulls it together. We know how good this team can be when they're firing on all cylinders. My question is, are they?
That's the question of the day. Valentine aren't known to be the most consistent roster. They have extremely high highs that can push them to win championships, and we've seen that come to fruition in the past. We've also seen instances where they can just go down, not bringing any maps or points to the table. And I gotta say, CB, if Valentine are going to even think about taking Queen's Gambit down when they are in their own A-game, you are going to have to be the best of the best to get a rematch in these grand finals.
Yeah, and they are indeed on their A game. Like, we've seen, familiar faces. We just watch all these guys play. Boring. Get to the next roster. Well, let's talk about Queen's Gambit first real quick, because, every single member of this team is playing up to, what you expect in this meta from their roles. Scuffed is playing on the off angles, getting some of these big kunai headshots when they need to, is holding the Suzus for the right moments to shut down the blades, shut down the downpours. Santana's downpours have been on point, which is something that we can't say for other hazards in this field. And Senna and Missin as a DPS duo were in the past, and even in this tournament, they've looked a little bit rocky at times. Today, it's not the case. Today, they look like they are in the form that they need to be. And then we also have Velvet, who is, again, one of the best up-and-coming main support players in the entirety of Calling All Heroes. More people need to be paying attention to her. And here is a roster, Valentine, that we have paid close attention to for quite some time. And every time we do, they give us something to be impressed by, but also they sometimes fall short of their own standards. We have some of the best players in Calling All Heroes in this roster. Mari, I think, is consistently in contention for best tank in the whole damn league.
It's not even close. Mari can pick up any tank right off the bat and be some of the best. But the one point where she's fallen short is she just hasn't had the same amount of time on Hazard as some of these other tank players have. And it caused weaker performances in this earlier part of the bracket, like almost dropping to Shikakami earlier on in this playoff tournament. So we look at her today to now match up against Santana, who is really making a name for themselves as the best Hazard in Calling All Heroes. You got Zoe pulling out their Genji from today, which is easily the top in that category. We know how impactful that this is going to be towards the overall outcome. It's these Genji matchups, but also AJMR coming in back into this roster after having a little bit of travel the other day, having them consistently playing on this Kiriko, providing so much support and synergy to the rest of the team.
For me, the big matchup that I'm going to be paying close attention to is going to be Zoe versus Missin, because, Zoe has been one of the consistently one of the best Genji players in Calling All Heroes. I think your top 3 in terms of Genji right now is Bun, Peace, and Zoe. And unfortunately, Nightmare Eclipse has 2/3 of that triad right there, so that's kind of unfair, but sure, we'll allow it. Zoe's also up there when she's playing her best, and I think going up against Missin, who is another one of those up-and-coming Genji players that more people are starting to pay attention to as she's on the rise, it's gonna be a tough task for Missin to try and get the better of that exchange. But if she does, I think Queen's Gambit kind of win out on every other aspect of this team lineup.
Queen's Gambit, I think, have greater consistency throughout. But the thing that they don't have is that one role that we've seen be the difference maker, that do or die mark for multiple teams within this tournament. But for now, we're going to see where that goes, because it just seems so, CB, that we are not going to have Zoe in that starting lineup after hyping them up. It'll be H-Key instead.
Yeah, as if to completely undermine the point that I just made, but I think it still stands because historically, H-Key was also in that conversation for being one of the best Genjis, but we haven't seen her play as much throughout this season. but from what I've seen, it feels like she still got it. And I would have actually, you know, put her forward as one of the best had she played a little bit more frequently throughout this tournament. So I think maybe bringing her in to play that Genji will still get you, you know, pretty far. So the matchup is going to be essentially the same, but now it's going to be H-Key versus Missin. I'm not quite sure how much that changes the calculus of it all, but I still think if H-Key can get the better of Missin, then like maybe Queen's Gambit is going to start to sweat a little bit more. Otherwise, like Queen's Gambit, I think you're totally fine with this swap coming out, like, because you still kind of feel like you have the advantage at maybe like tank could go either way. Hit scan, I think you definitely tilt towards Senna, and I think in terms of like backline presence, right now I'm leaning towards Scuffed and Velvet after that last performance. You know, despite what we've seen from like Bernice and AJMR in that Aw Yes series before, I still kind of give the edge to Queen's Gambit.
And Queen's Gambit also coming into this warm, which is a massive advantage. You can get your warm-up scrims in beforehand, but it doesn't hit the same as being on the broadcast, that pressure of elimination under a tournament. So while it might be a little bit exhausting, they know what to expect. Queen's Gambit are heading into this with a mind ready for competition, whereas Valentine, they're coming into this a little bit colder. Had the opportunity to see what went well, the performance that Santana and Senna were able to put on in that previous series. How much is that going to matter if you can't stand up to it in yourselves? I think that you mentioned that those Genji matchups can be a telltale sign, but even in these hit scan, Ivory has a massive task set up considering the impact Senna had.
But Ivory, like what we've seen from Valentine, like Ivory hasn't been like, you know, too much of a deficit for this team. Like I think that like, you know, the hit scan play from Valentine has been pretty solid overall. Like it's not like complete 1-for-1. I still tilt it towards Senna, but I wouldn't count Ivory out like even a little bit. And like I think my big question right now is what is Bug Soup's crosshair going to look like? Is it going to be another eyesore, or is it going to be like something actually conducive to playing the game seriously?
I mean, hey, she's won games with that crosshair, but she didn't win the last
She's won
one.
hearts and minds with that crosshair too, and that's the real thing.
Or actually, our heart crosshairs. Maybe she's doing that. She'll really win everyone's heart if she uses the heart. It's very cute, but I prefer not to have the whole freaking Pyramid of Giza on my screen. So hopefully we can see what that.
I think that was Ivory.
Was that Ivory?
had like a. I think it was Ivory had like a ziggurat as like their the crosshair.
Oh,
it's
yes,
the most
I remember.
crazy thing I've ever seen. I was like, I think it was like Dustin was like, is that like a pyramid? And I'm like, you know, look at the boxed like the square, like that's a ziggurat. I know my Aztec architecture.
Words that we didn't think that we would need to know when preparing for an Overwatch cast, that's for sure. But it actually is kind of cool seeing the player's own artistic touch, like with the crosshairs. And the skins being enabled! Oh, there was one Mauka skin the other day that Kindred had that made me very happy.
I didn't even know that was a skin. Like, I didn't even know that was in the game until I saw her, like, rocking it. I was like, oh,
Right.
okay.
We get expression in these games. That makes me happy.
Well, it's gonna be about the skill expression, specifically from the DPS, as I can circle this right back into talking about the game. And okay, H-Key on the Pharah on Garden, or no wait, this is Night Market to kick things out with. On Garden, I also wouldn't you know, be surprised.
This is Gardens, yeah.
Wait.
Yeah.
Ivory on the Torb and Missin on the Torb. Are they both trolling, or are we getting a Torb 1v1? Okay, they're both trolling. Okay.
They're both trolling.
They were both trolling. Okay. When I see a
trolling
Torb, when I see a Torb in spawn, like it sends off my Spidey senses, but I'm like, no, that's not gonna stick. But then I see one on both sides, and I'm like, no, surely not, right?
Yeah, no, not. Like, this is interesting though, because Senna's gonna be on the Tracer to start, likely expecting the Pharah and finding that to be a safer option. I am more concerned about Missa just flying off the map. I don't know what that just was. I guess it even ups for Bernice hitting the deck early on. We're off to an interesting start for our lower finals, to say the least, and it's not one that Bug Soup seems to be enjoying very much based on her health bar.
Yeah, unfortunately for Queen's Gambit, like, you're not going to have Miss in there. You're still able to get the point, though, but I think it's going to be very temporary, especially if H-Key finds any purchase with this Pharah angle. Like, losing Missin is a lot worse than losing Bernice early on, but, you know, Bernice might actually fall again. Able to heal up, stabilize here. Valentine do have a way forward, though.
Oh yeah, especially without Santana, Ivory was able to help boost them down on the objective, and that's kind of everyone else running. I just noticed Velvet is on Brig as well. Queen's Gambit are really cooking with this comp.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure how I feel about the Brig though, because like you're not really like, you can use it to like kind of counter dive the hazard, but up against the Pharah on the enemy team, your shield and whip shot don't really do a whole lot. I mean, I've seen Velvet hit some whip shots on Pharahs to confirm kills, so she's a little bit nutty on this hero, and maybe you're banking on that, but you can't be an anti-aircraft shield maiden 100% of the time, right? Maybe you get away with that 30, but the other 70, you're kind of getting hard countered.
Kitsune Rush out here. Santana has not been allowed to play the game, and we saw how much impact Santana simply existing had previously. Valentine making them their priority #1 target is a big deal so far.
Yeah, and like Velvet had to play on that weird off angle because she's afraid of like the spam damage that could come through, especially from HK if she tries to cross that bridge with the rest of the team. So like, I think she might have been over there to try and help facilitate a dive with Senna, but that just doesn't pan out. And that's kind of why I'm still scratching my head at this Brig pick. Like, surely they know something that I don't, but I'm still not sold.
Maybe they were expecting to Tracer? Is that the reason? But with HK in, you know that's likely a Genji or a Pharah pick, so Queen's Gambit will make do with what they have. Barrage from HK at least touched down the opposing Pharah. Problem is you don't really have a tank, and without that, Valentine don't have any stable ground to stand on. Ivory certainly wants to provide some, instead finds themselves colliding with a cactus, and then that rain from above, every ultimate being popped, but none making a mark. The Suzus, the sound barriers, everything in the way until it's Senna in the kill feed once all this desk clears.
And the last remaining ultimate on the board right now is Missin's Rocket Barrage, which, you know, isn't the best unless you can get Valentine into a good angle to use it. Actually, Mari's coming up on that downpour, which could actually be a pretty big game changer, especially if you're able to catch Velvet off guard. If you're scuffed, like, that's probably the main thing that you're holding. Oh, okay, this crosshair's cute. You've won my heart back over. If you're scuffed though, that Suzu, like, the downpour is the main thing you need to hold your Suzu for, so Valentine are gonna be looking to bait that out.
Well, you gotta find the Kiriko first, which they certainly did, but Missin is playing bodyguard today. The trade for Bernice, you'll take that any day of the week. The Suzu, a little bit late to save Santana, but it's not necessarily like they needed it. Hazard is one tanky individual. Queen's Gambit, perfectly fine to keep those health bars elevated. Can't exactly say the same for Valentine's player, who's currently in a world of hurt.
Yeah, there's like no one to check Missin going in on that angle where the supports for Valentine were just posted up, so that's just free spam damage. And even though she holds on to the Rocket Barrage, you know, is able to just confirm that kill with a couple of directs. And another big kill onto HQ, swapped over onto the Genji. Valentine are running out of opportunities to keep this in contention. It's going to be a staggered push here into a Kitsune Rush.
And Bernice gave up her life for the cause, and it's not a great cause when the fireworks are going off indoors. Queen's Gambit making the mark early on Garden's confident start from this team.
So, I mean, the Pharah does also have, or sorry, the Brig does also have the ability to support the Pharah a little bit better with the health packs, so maybe that's kind of why they're playing into that, and it isn't not working. I still kind of doubt that this composition has legs. You know, they're probably going to stick to it as we move over to Night Market because it's going to play very similarly to Gardens, just a little bit less environmental potential unless you're playing that back part of the point there. Oh, actually, okay, we're swapping over to the Genji and the Lucio to match what Valentine's bringing to the table. So now we're finally going to get like the true Hazard mirror composition between these two teams. We're going to see what happens when we're back on an even playing field here.
This is more of a taste of what the rest of the series will look like. Kind of completely disregarding map #1. It was more of a niche that Queen's Gambit were working on. Boom did mention yesterday that they were cooking up some specific strategies to use later, and I'm assuming that was one of them that we just witnessed. This is where that HK Missin matchup really comes into play. Missin might have the stronger Pharah, but I'm not sure about the Genji.
Boom also specifically talked about hiding their Lucio Kiriko strats, so what that to me says that they're going to be playing some weird splits. So you have the Sojourn with the Kiriko and the Hazard right now, and the Lucio and presumably the Genji off on another split. You can actually see their silhouettes through the wall there. We'll see if that actually buys them any sort of purchase. Valentine going to get the first capture percentage on the point here, though, so at least initially the split not working out, but see if it comes to fruition for Queen's Gambit.
I mean, HK was dead. If you saw, that was an assist from the Lucio. So Velvet and Missin were going on those missions. Those splits that we were talking about paid off and taking care of that Genji, who we thought would be one of the biggest threats. And that's just where you can get Senna cooking.
Yeah, low HP target, rail headshot. Yeah, it's as easy as pie. So I do kind of want to pay... Hang on. I was going to say I want to pay close attention to Velvet and Missin, but it's actually Missin and Santana on a little bit of a flank here. I think they're getting caught out by Bug Soup right now, so they might not be able to stick around much longer, but Santana should be able to go for a jump in here right as soon as everyone comes to the choke.
With the Jacket Wall already forced out of Mari, too, it's not an ideal scenario. So we'll just kind of go ahead and retreat towards the point. Forcing the Kitsune rushes from either side. That's where Missing goes down. There wasn't enough time to set up that split. HK will go ahead and pluck her right out from the midst of the team. Queen's Gambit, though, haven't lost the capture. Valentine sort of backed off to get a lot of these major cooldowns back up. Problem is, you now don't have Senna. Big tank down into that damage. Queen's Gambit don't really have many options except to try to sustain. I don't want to see that sound barrier come out with how good XP's doing.
Yeah, HQ just kind of cleaning up there. That was a long, prolonged period there of like Santana with the jagged wall on one side and the physical wall on the other, just kind of getting bullied back. Valentine a little slow to get the flip there, so 55% for Queen's Gambit. Sound barriers on either side, but Valentine have a lot of ultimates coming up here. I think like if you're able to get the better sound barrier here, maybe even a better downpour, you're totally fine for Valentine.
No, we've seen where Valentine has been able to shine in the past, but this is what you're concerned about. If you just let HK do HK things like that, it's not going to end well for anybody on Queen's Gambit.
Yeah, HK coming out to play Genji is kind of like Mr. Miyagi coming out of retirement just to teach some like new up-and-comer chump like, all right, Missin, you think you're going to be the next hot Genji on the streets? I was once a legend on this hero. Let me show you how it's done, and you're going to pay for it with your own scuffs, all right? We're taking down your Kiriko. That's going to be more percentage for Valentine. And they do it ultless, so yeah, they can carry all this momentum on to the next fight.
There's more of those ultimates. Overclock, Downpour, and Kitsune Rush. All out, and only the sound barrier to make a return. What matters is Senna is hitting that rail shot. Dragon Blade no longer an option for Valentine. But considering they already used 4 ultimates and are still down a player, you're not looking up in this ultimate economy. Queen's Gambit have all of the resources in the world to be able to pull out, especially Senna's Overclock. She's taking things into her own hands, finding those small windows of opportunity where Sojourn can be impactful.
Yeah, and like, surely like Valentine are gonna have to concede this point eventually. They're gonna get it up to 81%. HG's dislodged there, and yeah, there's not another touch. Wait, no, there is another touch from HAMR. They just staggered that all the way to 86%. So like, okay, Queen's Gambit though, they have a Kitsune and a Blade for this next fight. So if you're Valentine, you have to try and just like get both of those ultimates out, and you have only time for maybe like 1.5 fights to really do it. Once we cross that 80%, in about 10 seconds, we're in one fight territory, and Valentine only have a Blade to try and make this one stick.
Oh, but it's HK's Blade. That's the one thing you gotta remember, CB. We've seen her work magic with this ultimate in the past, and she's gonna try to do it again. The Suzu already out. Senna sliced in 2. Missin trying to respond with something on her own, but it's HK who has found significantly more impact on this ninja so far. Valentine leaning into this player to keep this point contested, getting the flip back over. Her Queen's Gambit are at low percentage, but Elden actually popped the sound barrier. Only 3 players are remaining. It's enough to overwhelm Bug Soup and keep Scuff on her feet long enough. Not the point.
Yeah, Valentine are going to get the flip there, 90% to 99. Santana with the pick there onto Ivory, and AGMR is going to fall as well. This is looking really bad for Valentine. Queen's Gambit get the flip back over. Missin has been dealt with, but HG's got a lot more to do and not a lot of health to do it, and that's going to be Queen's Gambit taking Lijiang Tower. Off a scrappy fight from Valentine. The Genji play from HQ looks stellar, but it's not enough to tip the balance in favor of Valentine just yet.
No, one player outstanding in one matchup isn't enough to outdo the team play. We saw a little bit of those splits at the beginning of the map, but just kind of the strategy that was cooked up on Gardens, I don't think Valentine were necessarily prepared for. And then when it all came down to it, when we had that full mirror CB, it looked entirely in control of Queen's Gambit, even if they weren't the ones having the point the whole time. They just knew what they're doing, and Valentine were consistently on the back foot, waiting for HK to make hero play.
Yeah, and like, there are some moments where those hero plays are coming through, and like, I'm liking a lot of what I'm seeing, you know, baiting out the Suzus and waiting to really pop that Blade and go deep with it, and HK is able to find value. And the Blade that she did pop towards the tail end of Night Market there is able to claim Santana, and again, that's the highest value pick you can possibly get. That completely guts all of the ability for the enemy team to hold space. It's either that or the Kiriko, and the fact that HK can get either of those is incredible Blade play. Outplaying Missin on that hero, at least initially, but you can't really take away from just the overall team play that Queen's Gambit's bringing to the table. Like, the backline of Queen's Gambit is doing a lot of work right now.
And holy Senna, my goodness, like, even her talking, like, she just learned this new style of Sojourn within this week, and I don't see the small windows of opportunity that she's talking about, because it just seems like she's on all the time, every single fight, finding a way to get these final blows in a way that
if it's
hasn't been
windows
matched.
of opportunity, Homegirl lives in a glass house, all right?
Literally.
It's all windows everywhere.
And that's honestly the case for them. Like, we look at where Queen's Gambit was able to succeed, and we know that the individuals are very strong in most matchups, and we question whether HK would be able to or Zoe would be able to overpower that, and so far, CB, that's not the case.
Yeah, and I'm still kind of like scratching my head and asking, like, is this the Valentine that was our Major 1 champions? You know, where is that Valentine? Are they able to come back? Because I've seen glimmers of them, and even in this matchup, I'm still seeing glimmers of them, but it feels like it is that deja vu, at least based off of the first map. If that's anything to go off of, it does feel like Queen's Gambit is just that one extra step ahead, and we know how badly they want it. We've talked to Boomed, we've talked to Senna, and they both talked about how badly they want it and how confident they are. Although, I haven't seen them look the most confident when it comes to Blizzard Worlds, and this has been a pretty good map for Valentine throughout this tournament so far.
Yeah, this is a strong pick for Valentine. They picked this in map 5 of their Shikigami match. Earlier on in this bracket that was almost an upset. And this is the one where AJMR came in and full-on pumped the brakes on a very motivated Shikigami roster. I think this is a good point where you can kind of get Ivory set up. HK will have more space to cook, and controlling this high ground is going to be the name of the game. Santana is playing this more executioner style, where control points and flash point, I think those work a lot better in their favor. But when we look at Escort and Hybrid, Queen's Gambit does look the slightest bit weaker.
I do also kind of want to say, by the nature of the meta that we're in and also the way that I've seen Blizzard World play out, I think if either team stalls out midway through Streets phase and can't get over that spawn advantage at the end of point B, I think that's going to be like the death nail for that team. Because like the fights on this meta are always so scrappy. You've got like 4 or 5 different 1v1s happening in different hemispheres of the map. It's really hard to overcome that kind of like team deathmatchy style when you have like that spawn advantage on one side. It's so hard to overcome. If you can overcome that though, and parlay that into potentially a full cap, or even get most of the way through point C, I think you've got yourself a pretty solid win condition here. And I think that's something that Valentine understands. I think they know that with Mari's hazard play, you can kind of set up a lot of those 1v1s and keep that going and buy yourself as much time as possible to get into that point C.
It's just a matter of getting there, though. I think Valentine struggled more so in kind of taking those 1v1s. I look back a bit more on to Gardens specifically, where Mari was almost on an island at times by herself, trying to take these larger plays, where that really hasn't been the case for Santana. It almost seems that can be punished better on a map type like this, and if Queen's Gambit can identify that pattern more, Mari's not going to have the greatest time out there. AJMR being on the support certainly helps make sure that there's less of a risk in those type of plays, but it's not exactly the most consistent way to win these team fights off of just one person popping off. You've got to find a way to make sure that everyone can get involved in that team play, which is what Queen's Gambit has been doing.
I mean, it's kind of hard to gauge based on what we've seen so far, but like, how do you rate HK in terms, like, in comparison to Zoe for this Valentine roster? Because like, they looked pretty solid with Zoe, and Zoe was consistently one of the better Genjis that we've seen so far. HK historically has also been in that conversation, and we're really hyping up HK's Genji play a lot of the time. Like, how do you think those two compare? Like, is this a better look for Valentine, or is it like, you know, maybe the coordination from playing with Zoe thus far is lacking?
Maybe that's what it is, honestly. HK did play a decent amount in the previous series of this tournament, but we've also seen Zoe be on Valentine's roster more. HK is on that bench a lot of the times, and even if there's similar mechanical skill, or if not better, if they're more confident in HK's Genji or style of play, there might just be some gaps within that communication that makes that a little bit different for that part. It's not like HK is slacking in any fight. I don't think that is the case in the slightest. I just wonder how that's affecting the overall team dynamic and how they're performing that way.
Yeah, I'd never like try to suggest that like HK's slacking. Like,
no.
After watching Lijiang Tower, I don't think anybody could take away and be like, man, this player sucks. Like, no, she's goated. Like, she's popping the heck off. But it's like, you know, one of those things where like you're playing the majority of a tournament with one player and then you sub them out and bring in a different one, and it's like, okay, how much coordination actually is there? Because we're in a meta where the macro isn't the most important, so team coordination isn't always going to trump these 1v1 abilities, but you do still need to make sure that you're on the same wavelength with your team when you're taking these 1v1s. Like, you can't be going for like you know, completely unwinnable ones where you're already down 2 players and the fights are happening too close together. You have to try and be able to set up some of these pinches where you can really maximize your potential as like a DPS duo. I think that's something that we've also seen coming out from Queen's Gambit. Like, again, we saw that early split come out from Mistin and Velvet, and even though they didn't go back to that too often, it's still something that we've identified from this team that could potentially happen. Is that something that the communications on the side of Valentine are there? Can they leverage such a strategy?
Yeah, I think that's the other part too. Is a lot of the ways that we're seeing this comp played is you're often setting up from the same point. Like maybe you're seeing your DPS take a bit of a different angle, but that same split with these DPS players, these supports specifically, hasn't necessarily been caught, and it almost seemed that Valentine were slightly panicked by that. Like, not anything like crazy, like, oh my gosh, this is a problem. They were just overwhelmed by the amount of angles that they were getting pressured from. The fights weren't nearly as clean as they wanted to, even if HQ was picking up 2 to 3 final blows per fight. So I don't know how replicatable that is on a Blizzard world compared to like a Control, Flashpoint, push map, where you're more on even playing field, but we'll kind of have to see where Queen's Gambit continues to adopt that strategy, because it worked very well on the last one.
And like you said, it's an overwhelming strategy at times. So overwhelming, in fact, that it's completely overloaded someone's GPU and their computer has completely crashed. So yeah, we have a technical pause for one of the players right now. If you're wondering why casters just won't stop yapping, it's because someone's PC crashed. We're trying to buy them time, all right? We should be getting back into the game soon. I think we're booting back up into Overwatch 2, ready to lock in. We got a Monster Energy drink in one hand and a mouse in the other. It's gamer time.
Oh yeah, we did a little bit of CPR in that GPU, and it is flat out ready to grow. Hopefully, at least. Let's hope that
ready
it's
to grow.
Did I say grow? I might have said grow.
You might have slipped up and said it's ready to grow.
It's gonna be great.
You gotta water your GPU every single day.
You gotta give it some food,
some soil, and it'll grow. Someday it'll be a.
eat?
Someday it'll be a 4090 Ti.
Oh, hey, so this is why it's good. This is why it's good to be casting with a very technical person. You know the names for all of this stuff. I could tell you that I press this button and it turns my computer on. If that happened to me, I'd have no idea how to fix it.
Well, have you packed your PC with soil and given it enough water to feed the nutrients inside? Like,
I'll have to do that. I'll have to go dig through that foot of snow outside and then just shove some in there. I'm sure it's good to go.
You know, if you use permafrost actually instead of soil, it'll keep your PC cool too. Like, that's a fun life hack, by the way. You know, because PCs can tend to overheat and like overwhelm the fans. That might have been what's happening. I think someone needs to pack their PC with permafrost.
That would be good. I mean, Senna's already one step closer to using the main spawn.
Yeah, and Santana just floating. In good use
Santana's
of the
floating? What? Oh, that's the new Appa skin.
Santana, yip.
I've never seen that before.
You're gonna carry us to victory.
We should. We could get the Zenyatta Aang skin on Santana's back, and they can just ride to victory. Look at that.
I mean, that kind of feels like what might be happening here. We might just be hopping on Santana's back and getting carried there. Okay, teleport play coming up from Queen's Gambit. Never mind.
I thought that was a troll off the map for a second, and then the players turned around and realized it. But it seems like
it might have been, and they were just like, okay, get serious.
real.
Be so for real right now. You're not teleporting me off the map in a lower finals.
Well, we do have Zoe subbed back in for Valentine, and she hasn't been able to do anything because she's currently dead. That's a problem. Queen's Gambit also switched up their comp again. Velvet still on that brig, missing on the Tracer this time instead of Senna, focusing on the Sojourn for these long-range angles of play. I don't think Valentine were ready for that whatsoever.
Yeah, no, it's just like Santana going in and getting a high-value pick there, and then it all just kind of crumbles from there. Senna's getting the picks, and this should be the first point cap, which, a blazing pace for Queen's Gambit. But again, like, on Blizzard World, the end of Streets phase is where I want to see if they can get past swiftly, because if they're able to get past that with time, they're sitting pretty. Otherwise, I've seen a lot of carts stall out on second point Blizzard World. Usually, like, in every meta, that's a worry, but especially, I think, in this one.
It's not uncommon for Valentine to get 5+ minute holds on second point either. Like, this is something that they repeated just 2 days ago against Shikakami. What's to say they can't do it against Queen's Gambit? A lot of it is the space control that you need to be aware of. That jagged wall, beautiful out of Santana, making Bernice and Zoe choose between a cactus or the thorns from above. Valentine not looking too good. They're gonna lose all this high ground space.
And that's kind of like the folly of Blizzard World. Like, you can't be going into these enclosed spaces against an enemy hazard, especially as the defending team, because this is where it's going to start to stagger out all the way through about halfway to street phase. And
Whoa.
then with an overclock, going to keep the pressure on.
She got that up early. Like, it's almost like if she wanted to do it for the ego's sake, but yeah, they're not having much of that. Valentine did the Kitsune rush, forcing Senna to drop on down with a little help of Mari's Jagged Wall. We'll have to see what he can do with it now, because Queen's
Mari's
Gambit
Jagged Wall
actually got
almost
more...
like bounced Senna back to the high ground for a second
know,
there, by the way,
right?
too. You saw that, right?
We're playing a bit of basketball, except for Senna's the ball, and we're gonna bounce her back. I don't know. Valentine, though, will almost have a downpour here. This payload is way too close for the second checkpoint, considering how much time Valentine needed to slow.
Yeah, but like the card has like stopped, at least for now. Santana's gonna take down Ivory though. Beat from Bernice.
Oh, the beat with the downpour too. Santana keeps getting like 3 players within that ultimate. Nobody looked up to check the weather today, and it's a problem. You didn't bring your umbrellas. Santana has to try to run away. Bug Soup popping every single tool out of the point. Even Ivory's overclock just in the spawn to make sure this hold works.
I think if you're both teams though, you're kind of fine with that, because Valentine have actually stopped the card completely, won the fight, and dislodged Queen's Gambit. Santana stuck around and did enough damage to force more ults out of Valentine. So they're only really going to have Zoe's Blade and maybe AJMR's Kitsune Rush to couple that with by the time Queen's Gambit get another fight here, though. But this is where it gets really scary, and the card can stall out for a long, long time. We've already lost 2 minutes off of this time bank, and there might be more to come.
Hold on from Missin. A little bit ambitious. Bernice definitely ready for that one. They scare Valentine enough to make most players kind of drop down to that low ground. Finally now, though, out of Zoe, the first time she gets to make an impact on this Genji hero, subbing in for H-Key, and it's pretty dang good, getting one in the era of 2025 Genjis.
Yeah, and that's an economical fight there. You use just the Blade, you get those kills, and you stuff another push, where Queen's Gambit didn't really have anything to invest into that anyway, so, like, again, you're kind of fine, but you're just kind of throwing yourself, like, at a brick wall over and over again, hoping to dislodge one of the bricks so you can eventually break through, or hoping to build up to an ult economy. Like, you're gonna have a Kitsune Rush, sure, but it's gonna be mirrored on the other side, and you still have to overcome the spawn advantage somehow. And the only real way is to get Senna on the high ground, keep her safe, and have Missin in position to try and close one of these kills out.
And Missin will kind of be lurking around this low ground, both pressuring the cart and kind of waiting for someone to drop down right into their clutches. Instead, try to force their way through. Kitsune rushes laid on top of each other. Bit of a mix in that small corridor, which we know it's not good to fight in small rooms. Valentine have not learned their lesson. Queen's Gambit took the battle right where they wanted it to be. And this is where Senna starts cooking. Got off onto a flank onto the high ground, and that second point hold only about 3.5 minutes long for Valentine.
Yeah, Mari definitely got caught out there in the Kitsune Rush, and like you can even see, like, she went even deeper, and Queen's Gambit were just like, okay, we'll just take control of the point. And like, it kind of puts Mari in this situation where she can't really commit to the damage that she wants to do onto Queen's Gambit's backline, because they've all just gone away. Like, they've all went for the cart with Santana. So like, just kind of like broken ankle sort of situation there from the hazard play on either side. And Queen's Gambit have now broken that spawn hold in 3 minutes, gets through point C, and looking to put up a respectable time bank for the full cap.
A couple of chunking shots of staging the downpour, which is a difficult ultimate to hit, but unless your name is Santana, everyone bunkered in a small room. Valentine, when will we learn? Queen's Gambit will shove you in a locker again and again while they can get this cart moving.
Yeah, Santana, though, lost Senna. Bug Soup went in really deep, got
Venture!
that kill, so... Oh!
Sorry.
No! Yep, they're gone. Over onto the Widow. This is kind of an interesting pick here. Oh, Bug Soup.
Oh, yeah, Bug Soup's fine. Whip shot will make sure of that. Can't say the same for Missin. I believe that actually canceled the pulse bomb too. Those last couple Cheerios out of Bernice there. So Valentine are actually looking pretty stable on this point, but it's a glass cannon considering Senna's Widowmaker.
Yeah, and I don't know that I like the Widow play right now. I think maybe you go back and swap. Like, it's good while you have your team having that forward presence, so you can maybe try and find one pick and crack it wide open, but yeah. No, now that you've lost control of the cart, she's going to swap back over onto the Sojourn so you can keep that frontline pressure going. Santana's going in really deep, though.
It worked before, but I don't know about this time. Bug Soup sees that there's no tank. She tries to do the same for her team. We'll end up regrouping with Bernice's sound barrier hitting the ground. What's the portal? Out of Queen's Gambit. Velvet still not switching off of this Brigida. That might come back to hurt them a little bit later. But for now, it will work perfectly to shut Zoe completely out of the Dragon Blade with the help of Missin. And these are the plays Queen's Gambit wanted to see. Velvet existing simply so Zoe cannot.
That's such a great play from Santana, though, like, because you can actually get the Kiriko to just swift step through, you can get the Genji to wall climb up over with you, and then suddenly you flip the point completely, and now you're playing from the defender spawn, and, like, Valentine are just falling out of it right now.
Yeah, there's nothing you can do but trickle onto this point and hope that something ends up sticking, some sort of damage, some rail shot, but you can't do it if Santana is as good as they are on this hazard. I think that gap between the tanks, CB, is getting wider.
Yeah, and like, here's a crucial detail about this full cap too, by the way. 1 minute and 1 second. Valentine fall 2 seconds short. So now, no matter what happens, no matter what happens, Queen's Gambit will get an overtime push. Valentine are not guaranteed one unless they can keep it from getting into overtime. That's pretty big. Because again, like, we saw how quickly Queen's Gambit capped point A and how much time stalled out on point B, and then again a little bit more on point C. Like, if Valentine fall to that same fate, I don't see them putting up a competitive time bank. It might fall to an unwinnable situation for them.
You gotta start off in the right way, and you gotta do so by trying to capitalize, catch somebody off of surprise, and so far that hasn't happened. It's just been Queen's Gambit again and again coming up with these plays. Specifically Santana, you mentioned, like, wait, that's a really deep flank, but they knew that it would work because you're forcing the positioning of the supports into the rest of your team. Missin and Senna prepared to follow up on it.
Yeah, and like so Mari sees that and tries to go in deep for the back line, but can't actually do it. Like, the only one that I think was left behind was like Velvet, but she could just use a whip shot and like stay safe, and like Mari either has to double down to confirm that kill or fall back to the team. Again, this is the second time she gets caught in that situation, and it's just like Santana completely outplaying her like twice. You know, and if that keeps happening, okay.
No.
That's okay. That's a typing in chat moment. We have match chat hidden probably for a good reason, but Missin would definitely be typing like question mark, like something like that.
That is not the way you wanted to start your attack if you're Valentine. Certainly a wake-up call for Ivory immediately off the Widowmaker, and understandably. Back to our regular scheduled shenanigans. The only difference is Velvet is sticking on this brig, and I'm starting to like it a lot more when I see her playing it.
Yeah, like, and it seems to work out on these maps where you can actually keep your supports up on the high ground, because you can whip shot the hazard away and force them to try and use like 2 jumps or the vault also, and like buy yourself a little bit more time to peel away. Right now Santana's getting kind of caught out though, surrounded by sharks, and Valentine looking to strike, but it's actually Bernice that bites the dust first.
It's not a coordinated strike. Missin was on the high ground, so the attention was split from Valentine on whether to focus on Missin or Senna, where the tank was, so it only was Bug Soup who tried to get Queen's Gambit tank player, which is not enough damage.
Going deep to try and confirm that kill onto Ivory. Ivory's gonna get out, and Valentine will get another crack at this, but like, so far, it hasn't really stuck, at least for the first minute or so. Ivory's kind of just getting dogged on by Missin, like, left and right, and there's not enough to even punish like that mispositioning that comes out from Santana. Valentine have to try and force that to happen again, but this time have everybody in position to actually chomp down on that hazard. You know, I think it's the only way they're realistically going to ever gain control of the space.
I mean, you got the high ground, just a good start for Ivory, but look how much they're struggling to find the targets. Queen's Gambit are fighting in a completely different part of the map. It's basically a 4v5 for Valentine. The damage pressure onto Bug Soup is too much to handle if you can't get your Sojourn in the mix.
And if you're Valentine, like, the pace of this match right now is starting to get, like, really frustrating. It's like, you go in, Queen's Gambit pops an ult, gets a kill, and it's a high-value kill that you can't continue on the fight without, so everyone just has to back right out. It just kind of feels like you're playing the hokey pokey with your whole team, putting them in and pulling them back out over and over again, and eventually, you know, you're gonna run out of time, all right? We're halfway through this first inning.
Oh, 2 HP! Oh, good Suzu out of Senna. Scary territory. Queen's Gambit, I mean, they don't really have to worry about AJ Mars Kitsune Rush whatsoever. It was plagued in place so far back, and they have plenty of time to strike back on their own. Listen, up to the HP with the Dragon Blade, enough for them to back off, but finally Ivory gets to make a bit of an impact, chunking shots into Santana, to force them to regroup behind Velvet's rallying shield. Valentine biding their time, waiting for these key cooldowns, knowing that this fight is the closest they've got to winning so far, and it's Ivory busting that door open, shot after shot.
Yeah, there we go. There's that final blow onto Santana. That's going to be a tick and potentially 2 ticks. I think this might be the entirety of point A. Queen's Gambit definitely don't want to invest in this. They're going to be able to mirror Mari's Downpour and Scuff's coming up on a Kitsune Rush, and those are 2 big fight-winning ultimates that are really going to put a lot of pressure onto Bernice's Sound Barrier and AJMR Suzu. So, like, I mean, if you're Valentine, it might be pretty difficult here to try and keep this pressure on. Maybe you try and find a pick and crack it open, but you need access to this high ground if you want to get the cart moving. That is, once again, like, there isn't still that tax that you're going to pay at the end of this Streets phase trying to break through that spawn hold. So the more progress you get now, the better.
Especially with Santana just sitting up on that turret saying, hey, my spawn, my hold. That you just can't dislodge that. They know the ult investment is needed, so we're gonna get that Beat Saber action going. Zoe getting damaging shots onto Scuff to deflect, enough to slow down the rest of it, but this 1v1, it's a nail biter for sure. Oh my gosh, someone, the ultimate mid off that Missin will end up winning, but you don't have much of a team to return back to thanks to Bug Soup.
You gotta feel really bad for Zoe there. She wanted the mega health back, but somebody had already slurped it up earlier on. And it's like, oh, where is it? I need it so badly right now, and Missin able to get that last right click, but it's totally fine. All right, Zoe will be back into the fold relatively quickly. It's more cart progress, but again, this spawn hold from Queen's Gambit is going to be deadly. Never mind.
Oh, Ivory's been doing an excellent job on this last point, making sure that Senna is getting shut down, or more importantly, ensuring that they're actually present in the fights overall. Valentine are going to get right up to this checkpoint before Queen's Gambit can get that full card, but this is the real hump you're going to have to cross.
Yeah, and like, Queen's Gambit are doubling down on this hold now. They've swapped over to the Juno, and they're trying to just play for the Orbital Ray, and if they can get one here and win a fight off the back of it, they're totally fine.
Well, Senna's already got one on the board. Missin looking to make it a bit more. Torpedoes from Scuffed on the final assist. Valentine shut down Queen's Gambit in that perfect defensive position.
Yeah, and that's just the blade invested from Missin, and Scuffed is 90% that Orbital Ray. That Orbital Ray is a guaranteed one fight if you're against Valentine, because they have nothing to counteract that. They have no way to initiate any kind of anti-healing to try and burst through it. They don't have any ults to try and like damage their way through it. The best they can hope for is a downpour, but even still, the healing is going to be just too much. So, like, this minute 23 time bank, drop that down to like 30 seconds automatically, because this next fight is not going to go Valentine's way.
No, and Valentine, I don't know if they can tell if Scuffed has an Orbital Ray or not, because they built that up incredibly fast. This overclock, a bit more of a concern though, losing AJMR. That fight's chalk. You need to get out of there as fast as possible. You cannot afford to stagger.
Well, that's exactly what Zoe is going to do, unfortunately. Tried to go for the back cap there. All right, so we lost 50 seconds. We're down to a minute. It's going to be around 30 seconds before Valentine get another crack at this. And unfortunately, they weren't able to draw that Orbital Ray out of Scuffed. It was only the overclock and then Santana going deep to confirm the kill onto AJMR that won them that fight. So Queen's Gambit are like, they feel so confident right now. They got this map in the bag. Valentine are banking everything on Mari's Downpour.
It's just not a reliable ult though. Like, any one of these can just shut it down. Queen's Gambit are not are just looking clean to win this one. Out the stun onto Zoe. She couldn't run away even if she wanted to. Shield blocking the downpour, negating the one chance Valentine had at making a winnable fight. Scuffed is down though. Orbital Ray won't make an appearance for Queen's Gambit, yet there's no reinforcements. There's no backup from Valentine. No bodies to throw this payload.
Yeah, like, losing Murray there means that, like, there's no way that you can contest the payload, and Scuffed is already back. You've got the attacker spawns. There has to be a touch, and I don't see anyone able to. Yeah, no, we have Zoe going in deep to try and get the touch, but it just doesn't happen. You know, and again, like, if you can't get that touch, Scuff was going to come back from the spawn and pop that Orbital Ray regardless, and an Orbital Ray in an overtime scenario is even more of a grim reality to have to face than trying to do it with, like, 2 minutes left, or 1 minute left, or 30 seconds left. At least with those scenarios, you maybe have time to reset or initiate a stagger touch. But in overtime, you're just throwing yourself into the meat grinder.
No, there was no other option but to force these stagger plays. That swap from Scuffed was genius. CB, even if the Orbital Ray didn't come out at any point, the threat of it was there, and it made Valentine push harder than they really needed to early on, knowing they had to take a fight to lose first to draw out those major resources. But it didn't happen. You ended up losing your Kiriko, of all players, to Santana, and if that happens, the push is just dead. It's done, and we're seeing very similar lights where Valentine are relying on these DPS to just pop off in incredible ways and to make this push happen. Yet Ivory and Zoe, they had their shining moments, sure, they're far and few between.
Yeah, and again, like, once Scuff makes that swap over to the Juno, like, you either lose to the clock or you just... break through the spawn hold. Like, those are your only two options, and they were never able to break through the spawn hold. Like you said, if you can't draw that ultimate out, it's a ticking time bomb, and it's up to Scuffed when it actually goes off, you know? And you have to be able to weather the blast and have the time to be able to go through and take another fight. It just never happened. Valentine, unfortunately, ended up losing to the clock, and now it's ticking to potentially their midnight hour, as they're only going to get one more map pick in this series. They have to start the reverse sweep now. And we talked about how good of a map pick Blizzard World was for them. That didn't work out so well for them. So what's plan B? Is it push? Is it clash? Is it escort? Because those are really the only options left on the table. And I kind of don't know that I like any of the map in like the escort pool for them. So maybe you try and go for push.
I think that's the best option. It just seems the Queen's Gambit are way too good at Flashpoint to take that against them willingly. So I feel like you got to start with something like a push, Esperanza, perhaps, maybe Colosseo, if you want to be a bit silly, but I think Esperanza is Valentine's best bet going ahead into this game, just because you'll have more ability to play around the map environment, which didn't exactly happen before. I just need to see this team play more cohesively around Bug Soup. I see too many moments again where she's kind of out on an island, or it doesn't know where Santana is because they're just murdering the backline by themselves. Absolutely just getting away with criminal offenses, and there's no response to it right now. Something like a Flashpoint where we've seen Queen's Gambit love to play this head-to-head. It just doesn't feel like the best choice for Valentine in a reverse sweep.
Well, like you say, like, they have to try and play around Mari, but, like, that kind of feels like bait, because a lot of these times, like, part of the reason that Mari's getting called out and feels like she's on an island is because she's trying to fulfill Hazard's duty, where you catch someone out of position and go for the assassination, but Queen's Gambit are playing this weird mind game where every time that she goes for that, it's bait. You know, it again puts her in this situation where it's either you double down to try and confirm that kill, or we're gonna take your backline. It really is a Queen's Gambit. Like, I don't actually know enough about chess to know if that's what the actual move is, but it feels like they're playing like you know, a high IQ chess play against Valentine right now. And you know, like, if you're Valentine, like, what do? I think the adjustment needs to actually, unfortunately, be to play more passive. But against a team that's capable of setting the tempo, like, that kind of feels like you're just, you know, laying your own deathbed.
It's felt like this whole series that Queen's Gambit have been in the driver's seat and Valentine have been dragged behind the bus, just trying to find a way out of it, to put it frankly. And that's the thing. It's almost a similar situation with what we were bringing up yesterday, where you got to decide whether you're going to peel for your team, you're going to bunker down, or you're going to go in all in and trade back. You can't have this indecisiveness of going in between those two routes, and as you said, neither of them are going to be great options, because it doesn't seem that the mechanical skill or the coordination is necessarily there for Valentine to make that choice to go in, so playing passive might be the better route. Colosseo could potentially amplify that and make it easier for them to take fights on their own terms.
Yeah, I think, you know, maybe you prefer Colosseo over Esperanza because you have, like, less of the flank routes that Esperanza has, so you don't really have to worry about that too much, and there's less potential for Mari to get caught out in the way that she was on Blizzard World. Maybe that's something that Valentine have identified as well, or maybe they just feel a little bit more confident in this one. Hopefully their confidence is riding high, because this is the last map pick they're going to get. Like, it's either start the reverse sweep now and everything else is going to be Queen's Gambit's choice, or, you know, you fall down 3-0. And if you fall down 3-0, we got to start talking about Queen's Gambit again, because they will have 3-0'd both the third and fourth place teams, and will find themselves definitively in second place, going up against potentially the best that we have in Nightmare Eclipse, and that would be an absolute cracker of a match.
Oh, it would just be that Major 3 Grand Finals run back, and Senna even said they knew it was close. She expected that to be a close match, and even today, she's expecting to get to those Grand Finals.
I don't know if it's gonna happen, but imagine if Queen's Gambit just sweep the entire day.
I mean, that would be one of the most insane underdog surely in Overwatch Esports. Like, there's just no chance that a team from that low in the bracket can come back with that bad, right?
Yeah, and I think also by the transversative property, that would make Yas the best team in Calling All Heroes, because they beat them. So, if you're, you know, Kodata in the chat or Sabatabi, you're probably like saying like, all right, Queen's Gambit's got to just like nuke the entire rest of the field so that we look good.
No, really. Like, oh yeah, it's just the biggest Queen's Gambit fans right now. It's kind of marking them down, but Ugh, this is such
I think Yas also made a lot of fans, by the way, over the
they
course of this
did.
tournament. Everyone has been talking about how much of a GOAT Konatai is. Like, even Senna was like, yeah, Konatai's the GOAT. Like, that's the LeBron of that team right there.
No, seriously, I do wish that we were in more of a dive meta. Like, imagine if we actually were in a Wrecking Ball meta. Like, like, is that just a championship for them?
I mean, I feel like it kind of has to be. Like, there's like some other players that can play the Wrecking Ball that we haven't seen a whole lot. Like, I know I've seen, like, I don't know if I know that I've seen it. I might be gaslighting myself, but I feel like I've seen Hitori on it.
That sounds cursed.
I've probably seen Mari on it, and I just don't remember because she's played, like, everything. I remember an interview I did with Kindred once where she said it was literally the one tank she can't play. So maybe Exo Azathoth would be completely cooked in a Wrecking Ball meta. You know, I think if we do get, like, an actual Wrecking Ball meta, but then, okay. But then it becomes this weird thing, too, where it's like, you don't have that, like, curveball factor anymore, right? Like, because people will be scrimming it. They'll be practicing against it. There will be people who know how to counter it and people who know how to play it at, like, the macro level a little bit better. So you can't be, like, you know, this cheeky little, like, offbeat underdog anymore. Like, suddenly you're playing the same game as everyone else. You just have to play it better. I still give Yas an advantage in this hypothetical scenario we just invented, but not, like, as much as I would have in this meta, actually.
No, not quite as much. As much as we would love to live out our fantasies of a Wrecking Ball versus Wrecking Ball meta, there's actually a lot of strange parallels between that and how Hazard has been played lately. Not necessarily on this map particularly, though. I'm looking at Queen's Gambit right now. Like, this team just seems to be playing at another level of confidence. Any time, like, it's the last map of the series, we've seen Senna just go wild. Like, she's unleashed the beast somehow. Not on Genji, but hey, if it was to happen, I wouldn't say no.
That statue, by the way, that was just like slurping up the water. That's me drinking up the drama of this series. I love it. Give me more of that. Give me more of that juice. Queen's Gambit will not be walking out with Doomfist Junkrat. I can nearly promise you that. Valentine, though, sticking with the mirror. So, like, the adjustment for Valentine at this juncture does just have to be, we can't let Mari keep getting baited, and we have to try and play around her a little bit better, like you said, without us also getting baited as well, and Zoe needs to be the finisher for this team.
Yeah, we've seen players struggle just to get in there and follow up with the tank, and Zoe is one of the best players in calling all heroes, and just in general. She's amazing at what she does, but you need to be on the same page with where your tank is going, where the Sojourn shots are landing, and right now, the Suzu is forced. There's no slide for Senna. Perfect execution from Valentine, executing on that error. The thing is, you're trading it out. You have the players of Santana in the backline, and this is just how Valentine needs to learn how to operate down someone, firing shots towards the back, and that's where Ivory can bring out the Baroon.
Yeah, perfect execution is right. That was a public execution off of a huge misplay from Queen's Gambit. The two most important cooldowns are Sojourn Slide and Kiriko's Suzu. Both of those came out too early from Queen's Gambit, and that is the most free assassination of all time for Mari. It's not going to get Valentine as much bot progress as they'd like, because some of the kills were kind of staggered out, so Queen's Gambit is back into the fray, but if that pattern keeps up, like, maybe you try and force those cooldowns out a little bit more for Valentine and get yourself some headway that way.
Slower poach, not really moving anywhere, even though it was close to a full reset. We see a lot of these multiple fights just take place in this early part of the Coliseum until it's almost multiple team wipes in a row, or we get those first ultimates, which are creeping closer. Some of our Shune rushes, sound barriers, a lot of those supports. In this neutral fight so far, I'm seeing a lot of low health bars on Valentine. Suzu's out. It didn't hit Bug Soup, and it's Senna on that killing blow. Santana rearranged now whoever they want their way with in the backline.
Ooh, what backline? I don't see a backline anymore. Senna's already killed them all. Yeah, and speaking of backlines, like, they don't really have access to help Mari at all, because, like, everyone from Queen's Gambit just surround exactly where Mari wants to play and just bully her back to the point where she's forced to jump out and concede all of that space, and even still gets hit with a parting shot on the way out. It's gonna be a lot of bot progress for Queen's Gambit. They should be able to get this to where they're threatening to get under this bridge, which is the most important part here for Colosseo. Like, Valentine needs to make a play right now.
Hey, Suzu, Sojourn Slide, form cooldowns. I'll just win bye-bye. Queen's Gambit, they gotta book it now. They're giving up all of that high ground space that they initially had and just gonna opt to fight back. And we've seen these first couple of battles. That is a early Kitsune rush out of Queen's Gambit, but AJMR is going to match it. It's not the end of the world. Now, here's where things get interesting. Downpour from one side doesn't land, but it's a storm from above. If you look at Santana, Bernice rooted in place. Missing trying to play bodyguard, but you can't do that if your Lucio's already dead. Said Zoe, the first time we're seeing that blade come back out. Valentine needed to get through, but it cost all 5 of their ultimates.
Yeah, I mean, like, at least you're able to get some bot progress here. I doubt you're going to be able to match what Queen's Gambit's bringing to the table, but if you can at least get it past the archway to where you have the opportunity to take that high ground dive fight and force Queen's Gambit off to the low ground, then you're sitting pretty. But, like, that was expensive for Valentine, and you need some time to build it back up to a good economy here. I expect your Queen's Gambit, maybe you just pop the overclock and force Valentine to kick rocks.
Blade from Missin walks straight into a cactus. You're not supposed to hug that. It does look purple and inviting, but no, not for you at all. 3v3 though for both teams, and Bernice and AJMR being alive is great. Problem is there's a tank for Queen's Gambit, and you don't have one on the other side, so this fight will just be rather stagger kills on Valentine.
Yeah, but like the fact that it's so staggered means that like Queen's Gambit shouldn't be able to push the bot all the way back up to the barricade before Valentine can get back in and contest it. In fact, yeah, Mari's right there. Yeah, Velva's just gonna turn right around once she sees that spiky purple porcupine coming back into the fold. And I mean, it still looks good for Queen's Gambit because they're able to hold on to the overclock, and Valentine still don't really have anything to counter it. They're banking on AGMR being able to build up this Kitsune rush, which they're getting closer to, but like Scuff isn't that far behind and might actually be able to get the better one. So you need this Kitsune rush to come out, you need to dodge the overclock, and you need to capitalize off of said Kitsune rush. That's your checklist.
That's an aggressive dash forwards. Trying to take out these Genjis in the back, where Senna just fighting her own demons. Out in the front, that's Bugstoop again. No follow-up, no way to get the finisher because the Genjis were preoccupied with each other. Queen's Gambit are totally fine with that trade of focus.
And Zoe falling as well means that now the bot will get back to the barricade. Queen's Gambit will get more bot progress and will push it underneath there. They're actually going to take even more presence here. That's a big rail shot that comes in from Senna. It's going to force out AJMR's Kitsune rush, and Valentine needs to dislodge Queen's Gambit right now.
They're going to have to find a way, but the Jagged Ball already out. Valentine are just now building up most of their ults again after they dumped them all in that previous fight. The Queen's Gambit are in a bit of a healthier place until you lose
I don't know about Senna. That's not a healthy place. That's the ground where she is now.
Yeah, that's not ideal. Certainly not great for Valentine, but they're going to try to make the most of it. Beat and blade for Zoe. She's powered up, but can't quite find the slashes to land on the target. A little bit wide on that regard, and you lose Bernice too. Queen's Gambit need to get something going, or their supports are annihilated because Ivory and Zoe have them in their sights quite literally. Nice shot to finish off Santana. Valentine may be able to even up this lead.
You kind of got to feel bad for Bernice. It's the second time she's popped the sound berry and been immediately hit with a downpour from Santana and then solo focus. But hey, both times it's happened, Valentine have been able to win the fight. Although I think I would have liked to see Ivory hold on to that overclock. And she'll have some time in the timeout box to go think about that one.
Yeah, that's not where you want to be. Missing just put her in the timeout chair and said, think about this before you come back to the next fight. Valentine did get under this archway, which is a good point, especially if Bugstoop hits that downpour as big as it was. It was 3 players locked up in the ultimate. Massive play from her, who's been getting shut down in this hazard one-on-one. Valentine is just going to get the checkpoint here and now.
Yeah, and that a late kill onto Santana too, so it means the checkpoint, and it should also mean some change as well for Valentine. They're gonna get the butt scratch, get a little bit more. I mean, and the fact that they have the checkpoint and the lead is like all you could really ask for off the back of this push, right? They could even double down with AJMR's Kitsune rush if they can live to tell about it.
Whoa, a little bit of risky business there out of Missing. I was just trying to yoink the robot instead, which Valentine are smart, just playing in this underpass instead of fighting out in the open where they're at a deficit on the high ground. So this is great. Emerge with AJMR's Kitsune rush, identify that Suzu is now out of Scuff. Problem is, Santana got there first, or rather, got to AJMR and crunched them into a pulp. Valentine missing the 2 most integral pieces of their roster, so all they can do is force this time bank instead.
Yeah, it would have been nice to get a little bit more value off of that that Kitsune rush, but that late kill onto Zoe onto the cart there is going to... Alright, the one onto Ivory, not so good, but the one onto Zoe, because she dies on the bot, does mean that you actually get a little bit more time to regroup before you break the forward spawn for Queen's Gambit, which they will be doing right now as they cross the threshold. But Valentine are already back into position to fight this next one outright. And there's a lot of ults on both sides about to come up, but Valentine have a little bit more work to do.
Ooh, couple of shots from Senna,
Got the
but the robot! No, you got the bot. Good job. You got one. Great. So if you kind of want the robot working for you, so that's not ideal. Zoe still avenged the robot and just got a rail shot to the dome. And I don't know about that sound barrier from Velvet. You're already down when the Kitsune rush was out. Massive investment from Queen's Gambit. We're just trying to run away. The attempt to bait out with this downpour. That's nice. Yeah, but where's the full-on damage follow-up? You're missing your finisher in this scenario. You don't have that person to kind of chase down those kills, and Santana now just realizing it.
So this is starting to look really, really good for Valentine because they still have the lead. They have control of the bot again. They broke that push from Queen's Gambit, and Queen's Gambit invested pretty heavily. Like, miss it dies late there, despite getting a fair bit done. That'll slow Valentine's push there, but like, if you're Valentine, you're still sitting pretty, right? Like, you've got the Kitsune Rush coming up, you've got the Overclock and the Downpour, all of which Queen's Gambit have invested relatively recently, and the Sound Barrier from Velvet as well. So, like, Missin's Blade is realistically the only threat, and you have plenty of tools to deal with that. All you gotta do is try and bleed out the time bank a little bit and make it harder for Queen's Gambit to make up this deficit later on. And with only a minute and a half left, that is like child's play for Valentine.
Yeah, these tables continue to tip into their favor, and this investment of ultimates and the follow-up of Ivory's blades, oh, it's just beautiful to watch from this Sojourn player who struggled in the first part of this series make an impact now. Valentine will reinitiate forward spawns, and the task of Queen's comeback just got a lot higher.
Yeah, I'm hesitant to call that an overinvestment, though, because it was only 2 ults, but I do want to caution Valentine against trying to use any more. They only have the Downpour, they've lost Ivory, so they're not going to be able to get a whole lot of extra bot progress without using that Downpour. I kind of suggest holding on to this and leveraging your lead.
Bernice, first pick onto Velvet. Valentine are making the pain train go even further. Santana's still alive, though. Not for much longer. No support, really, to back them up. This is just going to be a later stagger, CB.
No.
It's gone from bad to worse.
And now, okay, now we will actually get a little bit of bot progress. Only a couple more meters, but, I mean, that's more than you could have asked for Valentine, because the name of the game was just play on the bot, bleed out the time bank, make Queen's Gambit invest to try and dislodge you. And Queen's Gambit, like, they didn't invest, sure, but they also failed to dislodge Valentine. Now they're going to have to invest just to get out of their spawn, and then what are they going to have to carry over into the next 2, potentially 3 fights that they need to win?
The task is high. If they can finish off Bernice, maybe there's a chance, but no, it's Bernice instead who helps in the elimination of both of the other team's supports. Valentine, they don't have the healing, but the important thing for them is Valentine already identified that this fight likely will not be won, conserving every resource for one final wipe.
Yeah, but, like, it's just Santana left alive, and, like, okay, so now we do also have Senna up on the high ground, but any damage that Ivory does to these two is going to be permanent until Scuff gets back up into the fold, and that means that, like, Queen's Gambit can't push forward, especially considering Santana has to be the one pushing the bot. So this is the next fight Queen's Gambit have to win. They're down Senna early, though.
The overclock isn't an option, and forward spawns are still active. Even if Valentine lose players at this point, they'll be back significantly faster. Miracles need to happen, but it's not going to be one. Velvet Ajax is at the worst time possible. Bugstoop will send Queen's Gambit running. You are not ready to take on the grand finals yet. Valentine still have more to say.
They still got some fight in them, and I said, like, how crazy would it be if Queen's Gambit sweep the entire day? And Valentine say, yeah, that is pretty crazy. That's why it ain't gonna happen. We're taking the map off right now. And, like, okay, you're still behind the 8 ball because Queen's Gambit are still on match point, and they do get all of the map picks from here on out. So, you know, the reverse sweep is still going to be an uphill battle, but we've at least started the climb in very convincing fashion for Valentine. Like, they played push to perfection, punishing a couple of misplays that come out from Queen's Gambit and get just a couple of those key picks in random, like, oddball fights outside of the core team fights that really slow down the progress for Queen's Gambit, because they always have to try and, like, reassess, like, okay, we're down Senna or we're down Missin, like, where's my Genji? She's missing. I had to squeeze that one in. I was gonna be like, do you think they ever say that when they just, you know, don't have her around? But, like, you know, they have to try and assess, like, we don't have one of our DPS players. Can we take this fight, yes or no? There's that moment of hesitation. then they go in, then maybe they get punished for it because, you know, Valentine just leveraged the ult advantage. And when they don't have the ult advantage, Valentine are playing really smart around what they do or don't have. It looks so good from them, night and day from what we've seen in the past. Can they keep this up?
That's the question, CB. Is Valentine, they got one step of the way there, but how much fight do they have left in them? This is actually the first map that was kind of played out where the Brig wasn't a factor too, and I genuinely question if that increased Mari's impact on the game since she wasn't getting whip shot every other time she tried to jump in. And granted, that's not really an option on push or flashpoint, so perhaps that can lean further into the next decision of this map pick for Queen's Gambit.
And, you know, we're gonna go ahead and head to a quick little break so the players can have some time to think about this. Not that there's all that much to think about, because no matter what, it's gonna be Escort, but maybe we finally get, like, the fabled, like, weird Havana pick, you know? Maybe we finally get, like, the one that, like, completely guts the hazard comp. Actually, that might not be the worst thing in the world if you're Valentine. Let's all mull that over, and we'll let them do the same. We're gonna cut to a quick break. Don't go anywhere, chat. This series is heating up.
Looked to be a queen sweep run through the lower bracket so far has come to an end. Valentine have claimed at least one map from Queen's Gambit so far, sending us even further into this series. And CB, we learned a lot from that push map. Not just that Valentine too can compete in this hazard comp, but they're very capable of punishing Queen's Gambit's errors.
I also like that, by the way. Queen sweep. Was that just a pun, or was that a Good Mythical Morning reference? I have to ask.
That was a pun that actually was
Okay.
a mispronunciation that turned out really well. I meant to say clean, but I forgot the L, and it turned into queen. So we take those when we get them.
That's what I call failing upwards, when you just like completely stutter your speech and accidentally say something better than what you were. Yeah. I was like, oh damn, she cooking. All right. No, but it was actually just like a little bit of a misinput there. Well, yeah, like, Valentine do still have some fight in them, and they are capable of playing up to their opponents, and they're going to be taking us to Dorado, and I think this was your prediction?
Yep, it was.
It's like,
woo!
Because, like, okay, I was thinking maybe we see, like, the mythical Havana, you put Mari on Sigma, but then I think, like, again, you're kind of afraid of, like, the Senna hit scan. Like, I still think Senna, more often than not, does kind of beat out Ivory in the hit scan duel, and in these long-range maps, you kind of, you need to bank on your long-range hit scan being the better player. And on Dorado, like, that's still a factor, but you can kind of, like, leverage the hazard capabilities. And Mari is no slouch. Like, she got caught out a couple times on the first 2 maps and was forced into some less than favorable positions. But, if you just avoid that situation like they did on Colosseo, maybe you're just fine.
And see, I just keep getting flashbacks to that Dorado map that Queen's Gambit played yesterday against Exo Azathoth, or Senna was on that Widow, and she just kind of took over the lobby. I don't know if she can get away with that into Valentine, per se, but, I mean, that's still a pretty big consideration when you're picking this map, I'd have to imagine. Especially over at Route 66, I feel like that's the most vanilla you could get when it comes to this hazard type of composition. You're expecting to play the exact same thing. Dorado puts more impact onto those Sojourn players, and I think that has been the farthest differential factor between these two teams, has been that gap between Senna and
Yeah, and like the problem with like that Exo Azathoth game is like that's kind of weird data, because like you said, they can't really punish that, because if you get Senna up on the high ground, it would have fallen up to Jeremy to try and dislodge her, or Kindred, and Kindred wanted to stay on the Mauga as much as she possibly could, and Jeremy wanted to stay on the Pharah as much as they possibly could. And, like, the angles that Jeremy wanted to play at, Senna already had dialed in, like, 10 minutes before Jeremy was ever there. So it's like, how are you going to deal with this potential Widowmaker? Which is something that we could still see here, but I think I trust Zoe and Mari to be able to deal with such a threat a little bit more than the Kindred-Jeremy duo.
Yeah, I think this DPS line will prevent it from happening, and also Mari having more presence on Nane Mauga, and something that can get to the high grounds a lot easier. And she could play Mauga. I wouldn't put it past her, but do not recommend that in the slightest. We're likely going to see that same iteration. What I'm more interested in for Queen's Gambit is what is the support line gonna do. I feel like they've done so good with Velvet being on that Brig so far, with that Kiriko, and Ana could be an option as well, although I don't think that's likely to really stick. Just having that Brig as extra support for these DPS when they're going on adventures has been really helpful.
So, there is, like, I think the composition of the backline that Queen's Gambit is flashing right now, it's attack respawn, so it might not stick, but if it does, I think it holds water, because, again, Hazard is a crazy nano target. So, like, if you just let Velvet do the bulk of the healing and farm that up, then you can pretty much just get the high ground for free. Just put that onto Santana, and they will clear it for you, no doubt. A quick headshot from Senna could also clear it pretty easily. Velvet's actually not going to stay on the Ana, which I think is also good, because I was just about to say it's also very diveable for Mari, so you don't want to stay on that one. There we go. Second time, Senna. We got that.
Oh, ooh, very close to scuffs AJ Mar's head. I thought I was going to go back to spawn for a second, but actually will end up sticking it, which I'm not too entirely shocked. Is you don't necessarily even need to get the kills on the Widowmaker. If you're just existing and making sure Valentine can't hold certain space, the threat of Senna simply looking at you is a problem. That's why you need to commit players onto that. In this case, it was Zoe, the backup for Nice, barely in time to make sure the Genji gets a little bit of rejuvenation in the head.
But like you said, it is literally just the threat of Senna that is able to clear that high ground outright. I mean, Mari's going to go in and go for the dive there, and now suddenly Valentine feel a lot more safe. They're going to take out Scuffed as well. I mean, she's going to pay for it, and that's really rough if you're Valentine, but I think you've gotten enough casualties to where you can make it worth it.
Well, you're going to have to. The attack spawns are a lot closer, so Queen's Gambit will get more reward for the scenario. Zoe should not be allowed to get away with that.
I was going to say, without Mari there, like, Senna has a lot more agency to try and take an aggressive angle, but Zoe is shutting that down also, so Senna can't stay on the Widow anymore. She's going to go ahead and mirror the Sojourn now. So, like, you don't have that one-shot threat anymore, and Queen's Gambit are going to feel a lot more, or sorry, Valentine are going to feel a lot more safe on all of these high ground angles.
It's a minute and a half down, though, so this is looking really good for Valentine so far. Especially with how far behind Queen's Gambit are in this ultimate bank. Haven't really been able to move as much as it was more so waiting for Senna to get something done. HMR, soon a rush to come out. Different from Queen's Gambit, except Missing got caught by that last little slash of the Violent Leap. Valentine trying to push in even further. Queen's Gambit see this as an opportunity to punish, but cooldowns from movement abilities are already back up. There's no problem running away.
Yeah, like, that Kitsune Rush kind of goes massive. There's a kill there onto Zoe, so it might actually be turnable for Queen's Gambit. They're going to follow that up as well.
Oh, massive!
The downpour, though.
A massive downpour. It gets scuffed in Senna, but you just don't have the support. If you're Mari, that stagger's really going to hurt. I don't think you get another touch on this payload, honestly.
You might, but it's not going to be ideal because, like, you've got Santana there. Yeah, going to block off one point of entry there. Zoe can go ahead and go for the dash in to try and keep this one alive, but you've already lost Bernice.
The fact that Mari died late there, I don't really think it was a good idea.
She's
You're
back.
already going to that staggered pick. It's a 385 maximum for Bug Soup. Valentine, if they end up kind of getting wiped here, they're going to forfeit that first little bit of high ground control. So I can understand why it's important for Bug Soup to stay on this as long as you can. You just need to prevent long staggers such as this one.
JMR really low, nearly getting staggered, but is back to safety. But yeah, like, they need to get Mari back ASAP so you're not conceding this high ground over to Senna. Because even though she's not on the Widowmaker, on a Sojourn, like, she's going to be just as lethal. And I think, like, if you're Valentine, you're looking at the ult economy and thinking, we can maybe secure this high ground if we invest. But you'd like to just have it for free. And I think Queen's Gambit have conceded it, but they are going to scrap for it.
Well, they're definitely going to make this one painful. Beat Saber combo. Zoe, look for the break, but the whip shot from Velvet. How is she so good at hitting those? Okay, look at Sword Kid's face if you have those shield up. Queen's Gambit definitely in more pain than they thought they'd be after that Beat Saber didn't really get that full bits of damage. Bug Soup gets out alive too, so Valentine are in a very stable spot.
Bernice really low, though. Takes a little bit of chunk damage on the way out, though, but yeah, they just heal Mari back up to full HP, but they have to concede so much space to do it, and they're going to get the Kitsune Rush out. That's going to give them the high ground, and, like, you're fine with that, but that's a pretty heavy investment. They still have the overclock for Ivory, which is why they want to leverage this so badly. But, like, you know, giving up the Kitsune Rush just to make sure you maintain that advantage is a hefty cost.
Yeah, but it was blocked off a little bit by Stuffed. Oh, so close. Bug Soup almost had the big brain play. The reaction's a little late. That does block the healing from Santana, though, which is the second biggest impact you can have with that Jagged Wall so far. Valentine are in a great spot. Queen's Gambit just have no way to move forward. Without the Dragon, I think they're committing play to this when you don't have it. I don't know where this is necessarily going. Santana did have the fast regroup on the spawn. I'm sorry. I ever doubted you. I will never say anything about it with Queen's Gambit again.
Yeah, like, I mean, it doesn't look the most clean, but, like, the blade does actually get as much value as it needs to, and Santana's able to clean up the last little bit of HP, also staggers out HMR. So we've kind of broken all opportunities for Valentine to hold the high ground, and now we have to go for the scrap fight on the point. One which the ult economy, Queen's Gambit is more than equipped for.
Yeah, this is completely fine. Queen's Gambit to take this fight. Suzu onto Senna, bolts right up, takes the shot out, but didn't account for Ivory, waiting on the opposite high ground. Senna to poke her head out. Climb, rally from Velvet, helping stabilize Santana. Is 600 plus HP available, so they're definitely not going anywhere anytime soon. Pesky Bernice shall be dealt with, and this will be rolling into third point. Over 2.5 minutes to go.
Scuffed was down and Velvet was like 1 HP in the rally, and Bernice saw blood in her eyes and was like, I need to confirm this kill. Had she actually taken down Velvet, I think that is holdable for Valentine, but there wasn't enough other members of Valentine up to be able to cover down when she inevitably falls. So, I mean, you're going to have to concede point B. Queen's Gambit are going to be coming up on this Kitsune Rush to match AJMR. So if you're Valentine, like, you're kind of banking on just leveraging the spawn advantage on the high ground here. Zoe's so deep.
Whoa, I was not expecting that dash in whatsoever. You don't even get Santana for that, too. Like, that is a massive misplay out of Valentine. They forfeit the entire high ground, and they're still staggering out. Santana just punished 2 more.
Yeah, like, you need to try and dig your heels in the sand right now and stop conceding any more of this cart progress. So 2 minutes on the clock to get the rest of the way through Dorado. Like, that's definitely manageable for Queen's Gambit. Valentine have both support ult, so they should be able to win this next fight. But the question is, like, are they going to be able to negate Scuffs? And also, what are they going to do about missing Dragon Blade?
Red carpet was laid out in the main, but Valentine waited. respond, at least until those jagged walls are out, and they can get value from it. Big eyes onto Bernice here. The sound barrier really can make or break Valentine in a longer sustained fight unless someone can make a hero play. So far, Ivory is more so on that train, holding the sound barrier after all, and you're going to need it considering the time bank.
Yeah, and luckily Valentine weren't forced to invest the sound barrier. Ooh, they might actually catch Missing out here. a little bit of Genji tennis being played down there in the catacombs, but that's all right. You know, we confirmed the kill. So now we're down to under a minute for Queen's Gambit. There's a Dragon Blade and a Downpour coming up. But Bernice has the sound barrier, and Zoe can match the Dragon Blade. One that Queen's Gambit are only going to have a Suzu to deal with. So I kind of favor Valentine in this next fight, but it's all going to depend on how well this downpour from Santana gets laid out. Who gets caught in it, if anyone, and what space does it buy Queen's Gambit?
Jump in, but that beat is extremely proactive. Queen's Gambit, they just saw their tank's life flash before their eyes. In fact, it's flashed even further into the dark since they're no longer an option. You kind of just gotta wait for Santana to get back now.
The sound barrier going that early, though, is actually really smart. It does kind of put you in a situation where you have to confirm a kill to make it worth it before the blade comes out. And unfortunately for Queen's Gambit, Valentine found that kill, and it was the highest value one they could have got. There's a trade for the Sojourns. Senna's not going to get anything off of that. 10 seconds and counting, and Valentine might have done enough to hold.
It's only Downpour versus Downpour, and it's a pretty subpar ultimate. Santana had a fair share of strong performances out in the past, but it doesn't matter if you don't touch the payload. That is not how we need our point to be ending our first C9 of the day.
I think it was up to Velvet to try and go for the contest there. I don't even know if I'd call that a C9 because Bug Soup went in super deep and confirmed that kill onto Velvet, and I think like the rest of the formation for Queen's Gambit was trying to set up to capitalize off of Santana's downpour there, but it doesn't actually catch anybody, and everybody who could have potentially capitalized off of it was, you know, trying to deal with the Bug Soup problem. So it is a good hold from Valentine, but it's still a lot of cart progress. It's a win condition for both teams, and only on this attack are we going to actually see if Valentine have the chops to make this stick, because like, you know, it's not exactly one for one what we saw on Blizzard World, but there are some echoes of it where Valentine do have to essentially get a full completion that eluded them on the last payload map we played.
It's quite close to what we've seen previously, but I mean, honestly, Valentine are looking a lot more stable when they're not staggering. Like, the fights that they lose they don't lose them well, if you know what I mean. Like, they're leaving a lot of players behind, and then some of them try to re-engage early, and it just end up in this perpetual snowball going downhill. Not great. But when they do have that full 5 setup, CB, the defensive holds are amazing. You just need to give yourselves more opportunities to fight as a full 5 stack, because they very well can keep up with Queen's Gambit.
I'm curious if Ivory can keep up with Senna in the Widow trade. We'll see if Ivory's able to get a good pick here. Already knows that Santana's there. Can see the spikes peeking up over the top of the roof there. He's looking for a head, but I don't think is going to find it. Here we go for the grapple shot here. They're playing like actually really, really slow there. Okay, a couple headshots onto Santana. That's kind of low value there. There's the grapple shot. All right. Yep, a little bit shy. Okay, it's time to swap. I'm going to go ahead and mirror the Sojourn there.
Hey, it took the gamble. Might as well.
Yeah.
But you didn't get your shot. That's okay. You kind of go on to the next part. It's more.
I like that scream from Hazard just breaking the silence there.
I know, we were like slowing us down. You know, this would be a slow fight. Right in the middle of it.
I love Connor's voice so much. It fits Hazard so well.
Oh my goodness. Oh, I love the slow burn of these types of fights, because we can just talk about silly things. Hey, what's slightly less silly though, I think Velvet kind of existing on this high ground and just bonking Mari on the nose, which tries to go up or deny her from the supports like that, barely grabbing that health pack. He's a lot more scary for Valentine when they're taking forward space, or missing, just flat out overextending there.
Yeah, there was a lot of sustain to try and stop that push from Mistin from bearing any fruit. And once Bug Soup gets back with the formation, that's done and dusted. Bernice is gonna fall though, and so does Zoe. So Queen's Gambit are getting some good trades.
Yeah, pretty decent so far, and I think just Santana is consistently more of a threat towards those backliners than Bug Soup has proven to be so far. So Valentine, they'll get past that choke archway that's a little bit more difficult. Still plenty of room for Queen's Gambit to regroup.
Scuffed nearly has the Kitsune Rush already.
Yeah.
I think if you're Queen's Gambit, you just pop that as soon as it comes online and just use that advantage. Build up to more ults here. Here we go. It's going to come out immediately.
more often than not, the team who goes first is the one who ends up winning the fight. And the wall to Mari's back, she's certainly feeling a little scared at this point. AJMR using this as a way to not only heal the tank, but re-engage the whole team into a battle. Fortunately, Bernice engaged way too much into Velvet combat. Queen's Gambit now up in the support battle, and especially if they're gonna get to take care of Zoe, Valentine should hold on to the resources for a future fight.
So Bernice was actually that deep to try and go in with Zoe to try and play that like 3-2 split with the Genji, but unfortunately Zoe wasn't getting enough damage done and I think was forced to dash out. And for the Lucio to disengage, it's a little bit harder than it is for the Genji because you don't have access to things like the deflect or the dash. Like you just have to try and wall right out. And unfortunately, she gets caught out there. And also, unfortunately, Queen's Gambit only expended the Kitsune Rush, so there is a lot more of a brick wall that Valentine are going to have to beat their heads up against.
Oh, but the downpours get a good amount of value. It's Mari who got locked up in the small corridor. No chance for Bernice or AJMR to get any sight lines. And Zoe already had the blade on the cheese. She has to go for it. While the opportunity arises, and she somehow managed to pull 3 out of the magic hat thanks to the help of Bernice and AJMR. Valentine are still going to wrap around behind and fight this.
Yeah, like you still have Scuff contesting the cart right now, but like you said, Zoe and Bernice are going to go in and try and, you know, make that split happen. They can maybe route Senna out here as well. Scuff with a swift step and the Suzu as well. For Zoe, it's time to go in. Bernice is going to capitalize off that with a blade or with a sound barrier, and Bug Soup is there with them.
Oh, missing both the blade. It's just the tank and missing on the payload there. Very smart from Valentine, from especially Zoe and Bug Soup to take that extra space. Neither supports the players on cart, then regroup to finish off the point.
Yeah, and Bernice as well. Like, that's such a good play across the board for all of Valentine, because now they're also going to be able to take this high ground. They can match Scuff's Kitsune Rush with AJMR's. If they can win this battle for the high ground, they can get the cart all the way through point B, and that's where it's going to get really scary for Queen's Gambit, because that's where Valentine will be starting to approach that win condition that can take us to a map 5.
Oh, that cactus almost did Ivory in there. Again, 2 most important cooldowns, Slide and Suzu. Really an issue, so Queen's Gambit full control of this staircase. AJMR doesn't quite like that, though, giving Bug Soup a fast track back up towards this high ground. Their sight set on stops as all the cooldowns burned in the most vulnerable point of Queen's Gambit, the Achilles heel that we've been pulling out all weekend. No longer there, so the rest of the team isn't looking too healthy. It's a high-risk, high-reward situation. Whether you kill a backliner now or the rest of your team is going to get staggered, and for now, the stagger option seems much more likely thanks to Zoe.
I mean, well, they're staggering on point, and Mission and Senna have gotten a fair bit of kills here, though. Senna's really deep in the other spawn, though, so, like, she's gonna fall, but taking down Bernice there is, like, a little bit of a saving grace for Queen's Gambit, because you can keep Scuffed up on this high ground, and as long as they don't get routed out there with, like, a jump from Bug Soup, you know, you can actually retake this high ground. And now Senna's gonna have the overclock, so once she gets up there, it's gonna be an uphill battle for Valentine. Zoe's Blade's gonna have to do a lot of heavy lifting here.
And it's so hard to get value out of the Dragon Blade, especially when there's no support. And is he already chunked to half HP? Senna's rail shot, and just opts to play the safe route, knowing they're already down. Bernice can't afford many other losses. Yet on the final swing, still grabs Scuffed somewhere, somehow. Queen's Gambit thought that they were totally fine to regroup after they saw how far away Zoe ran, but they're not out of the water yet.
That's like kind of near disastrous though, because like even in that fight that should have heavily favored Queen's Gambit, Valentine still have a way to snap back. They're gonna pop the sound barrier. Bernice and Bug Soup go so deep, and Santana just has to leave.
Wow, I don't think Queen's Gambit were expecting the sound barrier to get committed at all. You saw how forward that they were holding, use all their movement cooldowns to get there. By the time that overhealth hit, there was nowhere for them to actually run. Ivory, high ground, has the overclock, 20 HP, dangerously close to the jagged wall, and it's just a bunch of players standing around, like saying, haha, I'm the bigger fish, don't mess with me. Knowing these ultimates get anywhere, Senna hoping to change that narrative, and yeah, the targets aren't exactly aligning in her favor. Valentine continuing to just dump everything into what has been a near 2-minute fight. Only now, with the eliminations coming back in waves, Scuff still commits. Like, how much longer can they continue on this long trek? It's only like 18 seconds remaining. This is final fight. Valentine have staggered themselves out for so long. Now the opportunity of taking a full 5 is gone.
Yeah, but they're gonna have the downpour here if this fight goes on much longer. They just need to keep Murray alive. They've taken down Scuff. It's the way forward. They just gotta keep Bug Soup in the fight. Bernice finds another one.
She's the hero of this team. Into the backline, took care of both supports and Senna on top for the pile of bodies. She is counting Bernice, the saving grace for Valentine. They're gonna keep their hopes alive for point 3.
And now they can keep that downpour going, and the stagger spawns from Queen's Gambit. They're gonna have to concede so much space. Valentine can parlay this into a full cap. They cycle their ults right. They just gotta get some value out of this downpour and then dodge Santana's. And if you can build it to a sound barrier and a blade from Zoe, you are sitting pretty. That is the win condition for Valentine, and they only have a minute to try and stick the landing, but they have taken off. They are soaring high.
They're about to be coming a lot closer to the earth thanks to that downpour. Santana narrowly staying alive, taking the risk of their own downpour. And it's thanks to the hard work of Scuffed and now Velvet's rally that they're still on their feet. Less than a minute remaining. Valentine losing out on Ivory. Ideally, you just take a full reset and save up everything for one final battle.
Yeah, you're gonna have the Beat Saber, you're gonna have the Kitsune Rush, and you've managed to bait out that rally from Velvet, so there's nothing that can stop it. Queen's Gambit know this. You can see how far Missin's playing up right now. She knows she needs to try and get a kill. Even Santana's up there as well, and like, she's gonna take, or Santana's gonna take some damage. They're gonna have to all pull back, but like, if Missin dies here, if Valentine are even able to get on the cart and they pop these ults, like, only the Kitsune from Queen's Gambit to match it.
They have to be in the spawn room. Queen's Gambit are playing so far up, but it's enough to punish out Velvet. They don't have AJMR. They don't get that Kitsune Rush. Valentine, it's all falling apart. You have one way to keep this payload contested, and it's only onto Bernice, and it's onto Ivory. Yet Santana cuts them in half. Valentine, their love language has been victory so far, CB, but there's no love in war. Queen's Gambit will continue their fight for the top and move to the grand finals.
It's such a good play from Queen's Gambit to try and take that fight so aggressively in the spawn, and it just kind of comes across as a choke from Valentine because they had all the ults, they had all the tools, and it was only the Kitsune Rush from Scuff, but that was enough pressure to force out Bernice's sound barrier. Zoe never got the opportunity to use the Dragon Blade because she got caught in a corner with the Disruptor Field that came out from Senna, and there's so much damage that comes out from Santana at the front line that it doesn't even matter that Valentine had every ult and every advantage they could possibly ask for. They're nowhere near the cart. They can touch. It's desperation trying to scratch and claw their way into it, and desperation is not what wins championships. It's strong defenses like the one we saw from Queen's Gambit.
Queen's Gambit took the gamble with some of their compositions today, CB, but that Gambit is paying off in dividends for them. Valentine, who made 3 finals matches throughout our Calling All Heroes events across the year, only winning one of them, and they're going to have to be happy with just that title. Going out in 3rd place, one of the stronger teams that we've seen compete throughout the year, that Queen's Gambit, they have the recency bias. They've been on this hot streak starting from Major 3 and even a little bit further back than that. Santana leading the charge with this incredible hazard play. Velvet playing the out-of-pocket pick on the Brig. Everything is going their way.
And it wasn't a 3-0 like Senna said it would be, because this Valentine definitely showed up today. Like, this is one of the best iterations of this team that I've seen in a long time since Major 1. But it's now the 2nd time that Queen's Gambit have taken down a former champion convincingly, and they've got one more on their hit list, and it might be the biggest one of them all. Someone that, you know, no one else, save for Valentine early on, has been effectively able to dislodge from that throne that they want to claim for themselves.
And it'll be the 2nd run back that they get, and actually less than a month since these teams last faced each other in a finals environment. Nightmare Eclipse, of course, winning out in Major 3. Now they're met with a very similar, in fact, you could say stronger opponent this time around, CB. They're warmed up, and I just hope that they're not burned out yet, because they still have a grueling best-of-7 match to play.
Yeah, it's going to be, like you said, quite grueling. I strongly suggest everyone try and take a moment to relax, and what better way to relax than taking a seat in our sponsor today, Blacklight Chairs, who are going to be, once again, like we said, providing 5 chairs to the winning team, but they're also going to be providing 5 chairs to you, dear viewer. Not you specifically, but potentially you could get one if you enter one of the giveaways. We've got 2 being given away in the Calling All Heroes Discord to verified members. Be sure to join the Discord and react to the message to enter to that one. And we got 3 of them being given away on X/Twitter. If you go to RadiantGG on Twitter and you repost and reply and maybe tag a friend as well, you too can be entered to win one of these chairs, and you can sit amongst the same throne that one of our champion teams will be sitting on, although you won't have had to work as hard to earn it. All right, you know, it's a lot. Just doing like a retweet and tagging a friend, like, that's a lot easier than having to play through a best-of-7 series against one of these teams.
Yeah, and then 2 best-of-5s before that, because
Oh,
This is such a long day. Like Queen's Gambit, I think they knew that they were in. It's the marathon that you're going, and you're now seeing that final stretch of it. Just one more game, one more match, and that title would be theirs. And CB, that would be, I think, the first time in Calling All Heroes that we would have a champion that is unique from anyone who's won in the minor and major events previously. So this is a really big deal to see this team make it to these finals.
It very well could be a changing of the guard. We could have new champions today. It is a realistic opportunity. It's going to be a long day for Queen's Gambit, and they're 2/3 of the way through. But maybe, just maybe, it's their day. There's only one way that we can find out, though, chat. We got to throw you to a quick break, give these gamers some time to set up, and they're going to need every bit of it because we have a best-of-7 series on the other side of this break. It's going to be our grand finals. Don't go anywhere, chat. We will be right back.
An entire year of Calling All Heroes competition has led up to this exact moment. We entered our 4-day championship weekend with 14 teams vying for a spot on the throne to be named the head of our new monarchy. But CB, we find ourselves here. Two remain. Nightmare Eclipse and Queen's Gambit will be hunting for the final crown of the 24-25 Calling All Heroes circuit.
And it is quite lonely at the top, unfortunately. We are down to 2, like you said, and there is only room for 1. And we got to talk a little bit about not just the story of the bracket and how we got here, but how we got here to this weekend, to this tournament. Because the story of last year was that it was all Nightmare Eclipse, or sorry, you know, Timeless Ethereal. The roster that would inevitably become Nightmare Eclipse, just utter domination, cutting a bloody swath through the entire tournament cycle. But this year, it's been different. It hasn't been quite so much a question of who can possibly stop this team, but who will. And if you've seen the way Nightmare Eclipse has been playing throughout this weekend, they have the answer to that, and that is nobody is going to, not today. If you're Queen's Gambit, though, they think it's them. They want so badly for it to be them. They came so close in Major 3. They believe they have it in them to overcome that hurdle and crown themselves champions, but only time will tell, and it's time right now to tell.
Queen's Gambit, this is, what else can we say about this team, CB? We've been following them all day long. They've already finished 7 grueling maps of competitive Overwatch of the highest focus, and they better be ready for even more, because a bare minimum of 4 winning maps will be needed for them to cement themselves amongst the best of the best in Calling All Heroes. I mean, we've seen Senna run lobbies all day long with her hit scan. Santana, easily one of the best hazards that we've seen so far. Like, what else does this team still have left in store for us?
Yeah, I mean, it has already been a long day for them, but it just might be their day. If the time is right, if the mood is right, if the shots land, and if the game plan goes according to plan, like you said, they could cement themselves as the top team in Calling All Heroes, as the champions, as the best of the best, the cream of the crop. But you know, as Ric Flair once said, to be the man, you gotta beat the man. And if you look at the other team, you know, this is the man, or, you know, as their pronouns are, so other things, you know, you got Nenwai, the beast. The ground shakes when they walk. Luckily, we've got Hitori, the beast tamer, to keep Nenwai on a leash to make sure they don't go too crazy, all right? Hitori, though, has been going pretty crazy on the hazard. She's been making some incredible plays that no one else has even dared attempt. You know, a lot of, like, rooftop surfing and lurking and just waiting to pounce for that opportune moment. And you've had Bun or Peace in that DPS slot, or Wisps, able to be there to try and capitalize on that big damage. And the team has such trust in one another that they're always ready to cover down. It's frankly crazy to watch. And, you know, this team, I think, like, even as well as Queen's Gambit has been playing, you have to give the edge to Nightmare Eclipse, because it feels like on an individual basis at every possible role, they have the best you can possibly buy in Ka.
It does not get better than this, quite literally, CB. And you have your established veterans in Bun, Wisps, and Z, but Hitori and Nenwai are newcomers to the Calling All Heroes scene this circuit, and have just put out outstanding performances anywhere that you look. Having this roster, like, it almost feels unfair to have all of these players on the same team. They're the reigning victors from Major 3. They've won basically every other event prior to this. What is left to stop them? Only a Queen's Gambit who's been on the prowl all day long.
Yeah, all day long is definitely the key, and they have to keep that pace up if they want to be able to crown themselves champions. And, you know, you talk about, like, NY and Hitori being like kind of relative newcomers to Calling All Heroes. I mean, Hitori from the second she joined Calling All Heroes made an impact and quickly cemented herself as one of, if not the top tank amongst a stacked tank pool. Like in Calling All Heroes, historically, from the get-go, we have had so many strong tank players, and Hitori right out the gate said, I'm going to be on top of that already very stacked mountain, and has not been dislodged from said mountain since she got here. And Nenwai has had an incredible come up as well, showing some weird, oddball aggression that pays off dividends and isn't getting caught out in the same way that some of these other aggressive main supports are. And it helps set the tempo for this team. So you have established veterans, like you said, you have hungry up-and-comers, like you said, but you also have this like hive mind where everybody's able to execute on one game plan, something the likes of which we have very rarely seen in Calling All Heroes. And speaking of things we've rarely seen in Calling All Heroes, it's Samoa. We haven't seen, a map that's not Lijiang Tower to kick things off in quite some time, but hey, it's the last series of the tournament cycle, last series of the year. Might as well go out with something a little bit fresh.
This is the only team, Nightmare Eclipse, the only team to pick Samoa so far. Understandably, I wouldn't say it's a niche map, but it's a newer map that not a lot of teams have taken a massive liking to. And that is a really big advantage in competitive play. If you're consistently scrimming this one map, you're confident on it, and you don't think that your opponent has played it as much, that already puts Nightmare Eclipse 3 steps ahead of whoever you're going to be facing off against. So it also actually negates a lot of the Pharah strategy that Missin has been stuck on with this brig that we saw back on Lijiang Tower. Nightmare Eclipse, you no longer have to worry about that.
Yeah, if you're Nightmare Eclipse, like really all you have to do is just play your game and play it well, because when we've seen the Hazard Mirror come out, like play that's come out from like Wisps and Peace as a DPS duo has been kind of it's been stellar. I don't even want to say kind of phenomenal. Like it's literally been top tier. Like Peace by a country mile looks to be like the best Genji in Calling All Heroes. And even if you take them out and put Bun in their place, she's just as good, right? Like so like you're doubling down on this insane flex DPS play in a meta where the flex DPS is the finisher, the closer of all of these fights, the one who can take you that extra little bit of the way. And Missin on the Pharah does have the potential to catch, Nightmare Eclipse off guard. But if you're forcing her into a Genji mirror, I have to give the edge to Nightmare Eclipse. There's no way I can give it to anyone else.
I think that is the matchup we need, one of the 2 matchups that we need to watch throughout this game. I think the second needs to be the tank. Santana and Hitori have not faced off on Hazard yet within this bracket, and this is going to be that telltale sign with Santana. Can they continue to have that much of a commanding presence when Hitori has proven to be obviously one of the strongest within Calling All Heroes, even if she does not particularly enjoy the new tank that has been added? She's very strong on taking the space and maintaining it. Santana will no longer just have free range on whatever backliner that they choose to, because Hitori has the very same capabilities.
Yeah, when we first switched over to this Hazard meta, I heard rumors that like Santana was the GOAT on Hazard. Up until today, I hadn't been seeing it, but I've seen the light today. But I've also seen Hitori's Hazard play, so again, yeah, I agree. I think that is going to be another head-to-head that we need to keep a close eye on. And also the fact that like Hitori is playing Hazard in a way that no one else in Calling All Heroes has thought to play him. Like again, that rooftop surfing, that threat where she can kind of just be lurking from anywhere and just pounce on top of you, Santana has already killed Z. I think we're in a little bit of a pre-game skirmish here, because this does not look anything like the team comps. There we go. All right. All right. Yeah. Okay. All right. For a second, I was like, all right, so Scuffed is on Junker Queen, and not really sure what to make of that.
Hey, that would be fun. I'd like to see some Scuffed Junker Queen, but I mean, hey, they've been. That's the other thing. These backlines, like the warfare that's gonna go on between them, is gonna be one of the legends based on the impact. Like Scuffed has been amazing at eluding danger in general, where Aziz has built this reputation as a very aggressive and impactful Kiriko player that also has the same survivability. Like anywhere that you look between both of these rosters, it's just superstar after superstar, and this first map will just be a taste of what is yet to come.
And I do also want to talk about Z as well, because like, throughout our entire pre-show, she's someone who we didn't really talk about a whole lot. As good as Peace has been, and as good as Hitori has been, for my money in the series that we've seen from Nightmare Eclipse, Z has actually been the MVP, because she's had unparalleled frag potential from the backline. And even if you have like the best Genji in the world, if it's getting even close to, you know, competitive between the Genjis, you need something to kind of set the things apart. These two compositions, by the way, very well set apart. Queen's Gambit bringing the Mauga to the fold.
Yeah, the only thing that is similar is the Genji between these two rosters. I think Velvet and Scuffed are much more comfortable on this Brig Juno, which is helpful. And Santana plays a mean, oh my gosh, Mauga, by the looks of it. So there's not too much of a concern. The issue is, are you getting surrounded? Nightmare Eclipse have pulled similar tactics that we saw Queen's Gambit do, splitting their Genjis and their Lucios. Knowing Queen's impact so far has been with this specific hero. Like, look at them go. Even though they're down half of their team, Wisp and Peace are still getting the eliminations.
Those shurikens to Senna's dome there, it was kind of disgusting. And like, all right, let me break that whole play down. A big hack comes out onto Wisps. Queen's Gambit try and collapse on top of that, but the Suzu comes out and they snap back and kill Missin, who tried to go aggressively for that. By the way, staggering up Missin again. Then they managed to kill Hitori somehow, so the fight looks like it's going Queen's Gambit's way. Then Peace just kills 2 with shurikens, and Wisp ends up cleaning up the rest, and it flips right back in Nightmare Eclipse's favor. That's a DPS diff.
Peace is just so good at this Genji, and it's going to be so hard for Missin to keep up with this. And for any Genji player, let alone one that's still kind of working on being one of those mainstay names when you come to think of this ninja hero. And right now, it's more Queen's Gambit trying to cancel them out. Senna put a hack onto Peace earlier. Now that will be placed more so onto Tori for Santana's rush in. No target has been in a position for Santana to fully crunch on yet, but the point presence is enough for Queen's Gambit to get that flip over. Both Genjis are now out of the equation, much less of a threat in that regard. Shooting rush for Z's is better for Nightmare Eclipse, not if you don't really have the damage in Wisp or Peace to back it up.
Yeah, probably gonna go ahead and pop the rally here. Once they kind of deal with Hitori, which it looks like she will be dispatched. Sound barrier from Nenwai. I don't agree with that one at all. No, that is an unforced error. And yeah, they're just gonna have to back out. Throw that ultimate down, the garbage disposal. Senna's coming up on an EMP, and Missin has a blade. Like, Queen's Gambit's ult economy is looking so good. They can parlay this into one-fight territory easily before Nenwai even sniffs another sound barrier.
Nenwai had the most important ultimate in the game for Nightmare Eclipse, and now that that's completely gone and done with, the ult to be at their mercy. Wisp and Peace want to go first with their own ults, and the EMP, though, it's good. You take those trades any day of the week. The Dragon Blade getting nowhere fast. Everyone kited away from Wisp, and here's Missin, free to do whatever she pleases with her own.
Yeah, and like, even though that blade comes out a little bit late and maybe even feels a little bit superfluous, you still have the cage fight and the orbital ray. That's a tactical nuke in your back pocket and a guaranteed fight win. And you look on the other side, Nightmare Eclipse, like, they use both DPS ultimates too. They don't really have a way to break this. The downpour from Hitori has to be absolutely massive.
But for how mid of an ultimate that it is, you should not have to rely on it.
It just won't be. Like, it can't be massive enough.
It's not possible, especially if Stuff's still holding onto this orbital ray that they haven't been forced to use yet. Tori is pulling some crazy gymnastics to get into the back line where she is, but like, that's not good. Peace just got hit with a torpedo from downtown. It's definitely one of those moments you're like, did that actually hit me? The downpour is mid as to be expected, and I mean, Queen's Gambit, this is final fight territory.
Yeah, and Santana's still holding on to the cage fight. Never mind, not gonna hold on to it for much longer. That's enough to melt Wisps, and I mean, yeah, they're not gonna be around for the next fight. You just gotta go back and clear out your backline. Hitori kills Senna though, that could be big.
Velvet had to rally just to stay alive. Then, like, ended up giving chase to that. Was met with a nasty stun surprise. Tori doesn't stand much of a chance with the limited healing. Aziz is able to provide throughout that Kitsune rush. Gambit dividing their time, knowing that they are in this overtime scenario, but with how far up Missin has managed to push, it's difficult for any comeback to be mounted. Hitori cannot face tank Santana on a Malga whatsoever. And Queen's Gambit looks to be starting off this round strong.
I mean, you still have to dispatch an NY. Okay, yeah, the touch doesn't come through, and yeah, like, only 61% to the sound barrier, by the way. That's so much lost off of just that one misplay from Nenwai. Like, if you hold on to that ultimate, you can just kind of back off, disengage, cut your losses, come back. And when you snap back with that ultimate, maybe you still lose the fight, but you're going to force more resources out of Queen's Gambit. But because the ult economy was so skewed in Queen's Gambit's favor, they only have to invest 1, maybe 2 ults per each fight. And for every time they invest that, they get another one back. And they just cycle that all the way to 99. And then you see this scrappy desperation fight where the only thing Nightmare Eclipse have to hang their hat on is Z's Kitsune Rush, which she has to use entirely just to keep Hitori alive, to keep the contestant in play. But once Hitori falls, that's a dead push, that's a dead point, that's Queen's Gambit taking an early lead.
Get it with the Mauga comp, and I think this is more of a real testament. This is the comps that will be played for the majority of the rest of the series, unless we go to some really weird map and Queen's Gambit get a little bit silly. But this is the hazard. That's matchup we wanted to see between Hitori. But for now, it's Peace who's more of a menace, wrapping around to this flank. It's Lucio at their side, but actually ends up overextending. I believe Nenwai got booped further back thanks to Senna, just landing disgusting shots like that.
Unsung hero of that fight, by the way, is Velvet, who gets the boop onto Peace. Like, Peace had perfect access onto the backline and could have confirmed that kill onto Senna, but a boop from Velvet just shoves them back and they can't go in with the dash. Senna comes out with an explosive rail shot there. Meanwhile, Missin was doing a lot of work on the backline. 3 kills, even if you lose your tank, you can still win the fight off the back of that Nightmare Eclipse. I mean, like, they're still trying to find a way in, and if you're Peace, this is where you're gonna start and be like, okay, I have to try and make a play. Maybe I, as a Genji, have to try and overextend to make something happen.
I did feel like the Peace is feeling that pressure to perform. Like, they want that MVP target, and talked about it with basically the entire interview that they had the other day, but you can't necessarily get that if your cooldowns aren't firing the way they want. Scuffs had to burn that Suzu. It didn't even hit the target, and Nightmare Eclipse are nowhere to be seen because Santana, guess what? Right on top of Wisp.
Yeah, Hitori goes super, super deep there, and then you see Scuff pop the Kitsune Rush, and no one from Nightmare Eclipse can try and make up the deficit because everyone from Queen's Gambit would have gotten the extra damage, and there wasn't a tank around to try and, you know, tank the damage. So all the Queen's Gambit have to do is, like, turn their attention to Hitori on the low ground, confirm that kill, and win the fight again. 55% and counting, and Nightmare Eclipse have a lot of ults, but it's gonna be easily matched by Queen's Gambit. You know, maybe Velvet goes aggressive with the sound barrier, but I think you honestly just hold it.
It's better just to wait till you can get more value out of that ultimate. Winning one fight here won't be that big of a deal since it likely won't win you the objective. That beat much better placed, more so in a response to the Kitsune Rush, and it's not viable for Nenwai or anyone else to commit from now. The Lucio barely hanging on for life on Nightmare Eclipse, and if any more staggers happen, CB, this map might be over.
Yeah, and Hitori's about to get staggered out as well. There's the kill, and the sound barrier from Nenwai
No,
again.
Nenwai!
No! Oh, that is so disastrous. Nightmare Eclipse, like, they might not even be able to live to talk about it. Nenwai's gonna wrap all the way around and might be able to get a last-second touch here, but, like, you are really banking on these DPS ults to find pay dirt now. You have no other option.
I mean, the touch is guaranteed, but look how low Peace is already. There's no opportunity for that Dragon Blade to be impactful. The sound barrier isn't there to restabilize. Nightmare Eclipse now using every single ultimate they have, and it's not looking healthy for them. And neither is Santana. The tank being removed and the Scuffed healing from the Kitsune Rush came in just a tad too late. Nightmare Eclipse played their cards considering the terrible hand that they had, called Queen's Gambit bluff, and pulled it together.
Yeah, it's the overclock from Peace that does the damage, and the fact that they're able to confirm the kill onto Santana mid-fight there means that, yeah, like you said, Queen's Gambit don't have enough staying power in that fight. That said, though, I mean, that beef on the sound barrier for the second time from Nenwai might still come back to haunt Queen's Gambit if they can build up to, like, a Dragon Blade really quick, or even if Santana can get, like, a good, like, cutoff here, get someone low HP, like, you're gonna wish you still had a sound barrier to invest.
Now, Senna, that's a Suzu on out. Hitori jumps in, sees the opportunity, and Peace, the finisher. This is where we needed to see the Genjis follow up on the play, and it's the first real time that Peace and Hitori showcase the synergy.
Santana gonna go ahead and take a dive there into the drink. Thank you very much, Hitori. A stagger kill onto Scuff, maybe? Okay, no, they're able to get out with the swift step, and yeah, I mean, Nightmare Eclipse, they need to be careful here. They can't overextend. They have the Kitsune Rush advantage, so they should be able to parlay this into some more percentage. They're also ahead in ult charge across the board, seemingly, save for that sound barrier from Velvet. Like, that's really the only thing that Queen's Gambit have right now, so suddenly it actually kind of feels like Nightmare Eclipse have the momentum in their favor.
They do. I don't think that Queen's Gambit necessarily win this unless Nightmare Eclipse have another massive fumble from what we've seen in the past. Hannah trying to buy some more space for her team on the back high ground here. Can't really get too much of it. Sees the Kitsune Rush out. No problem leaping away. Looking for any sort of sight lines. Keep their head out. Loves taking these duels with Senna. And with the sound barriers, this time both will be landing successfully. Who will actually get the value out of it? Queen's Gambit decide not to go forward with the beat, just use it to stabilize and re-engage out of the Kitsune Rush. You're gonna have to do it fast to there's no Senna, and I see a Wisp overclock in the back line. Missing is dealt with. Nightmare Eclipse have played their hand much better this time around, not banking off some heroic plays will take us all the way to a round 3.
And Missin's gonna go ahead and pop the Dragon Blade, and I don't even know if she's gonna get a touch. Yeah, no, the coconuts fall, and it's in favor of Nightmare Eclipse, and there was a moment where, like, it did kind of feel like Queen's Gambit had the advantage because they had the late Kitsune rush, but Nightmare Eclipse had the space to be able to kite it, and they still had the Suzu online, so when the dive comes out to try and shut down Wisp's overclock, they're able to live through it. They just drop that Suzu, Wisp slides backwards, is able to live, put out the damage, Santana gets punished for going that deep, and Queen's Gambit's fight is dead. And now as we go into City Center, downtown, for Samoa, like, it's starting to look pretty tit for tat here. Like, Queen's Gambit are gonna swap over to the Juno. Okay, so this is where things are gonna get a little bit spicy because we've seen the good and the bad come out from this composition. If Scuff can play for those orbital rays and build them up quickly, that's a win condition for Queen's Gambit. Otherwise, for Nightmare Eclipse, that's very punishable. Missin also going over to the Pharah.
Alright. This is a more comfortable pick for Missin. That's certainly true. I just don't know about this backline. You can't really all in the same way Nightmare Eclipse does. More so weathering the storm, waiting till Nightmare Eclipse use all of their major cooldowns, and then coming back with a massive surge of your own. It's kind of the goal. Or just getting in massive amounts of chip damage, which Missin is already doing successfully. Vittori struggling to stay alive. Z's having to overextend in an attempt to keep her up. But you're also fighting in a small room. The Pharah doesn't have much staying power there, putting us in a 3v3 situation that really shouldn't be that way. When you already are down the here we go. Queen's Gambit could have played it slow. They almost jumped the gun on that a little bit. Nightmare Eclipse are looking much better until they just lost Hittori.
But, okay, yeah, you still have NY and Peace, the last one standing there. So, like, Z goes for a really unfortunate swift step and catches a rocket to the back, like, without even realizing it, ends up falling, and then you do also kind of lose Hittori in that exchange, but, I mean, like, the backline for Queen's Gambit, like, Senna and Velvet were very vulnerable, and then Scuffed, especially without that Brig on the field, is extra vulnerable, so, like, the entire backline crumbles on the side of Queen's Gambit, whereas Nenwai lived through all of that and nearly has a sound barrier to boot for it.
Oh, Hittori is not feeling it, but wait, it's not Hittori, it's the ambulance, it's Queen's Gambit, catches both Senna and Velvet, those vulnerable players slacking there, but this, oh my gosh, it's a beautiful downpour. I mean, there's follow-up, it's not exactly present, like, there's one player left alive per fight, and right now it's just Missin. What is this?
Yeah, like, Nenwai gonna go back and take this duel. I don't know if you want to take this duel right now. Wait, never mind. No, it's not a duel. Pieces, or sorry, Wisp is there, and Wisp is gone. So Nenwai's out now. Nenwai doesn't want to stick around. Now Peace is there, but that's gonna be very temporary. Soundberry forced to be invested. I think Queen's Gambit can give ground, but with Santana back, like, they can still kind of play on this point and maintain control.
Yeah, that's a barrage from Missin off the... If you can get one player off of that, ideally Z's or Hittori, that would be awesome. Good direct shot onto Peace. Seems like they were able to dash out of danger, though. And Queen Gambit maintaining their point control that whole time is pretty big for them. That's also a fat rocket to the face. Goodbye, Peace. Nightmare Eclipse. You don't have your finisher anymore. Probably should reset.
Yeah, you don't have your finisher, you're not even gonna start. All right, Santana's gonna bully the rest of Nightmare Eclipse back here, take all that space, and now Queen's Gambit actually have full control over the entire point. Even though they're only at 50%, they should be able to double their money with just this orbital ray whenever Scuff decides to pop it. They just need to kite this damage coming out from Wisp.
Yeah, rather lackluster ultimate these days, unless you're Senna and just stand in the middle of multiple lines of fire. Wisp still had a rough shot going. Nightmare Eclipse, you can absolutely take a flight into an orbital ray if that's how it's going to be used. 3 ultimates down the drain.
That's a kunai from Z that catches Senna mid-overclock in the orbital ray to confirm that kill. That one kunai may have just won Nightmare Eclipse this whole map, because that is your big money ultimate, the orbital ray down the drain, and you do have time to build up to another one, but it's still not guaranteed that you'll ever be in a good place to use it, especially if you can try and stagger out some of these extra kills. Missin is in really, really deep, gonna try and chase that down. He's popped Blade.
He's popped the blade, and there's no real answer to it. I think they're just getting diffed by the environment themselves. Oh, that is so unfortunate for Peace. And you get the job done. You force the players back. Problem is you don't have a tank to really stick on this point longer. The second Hittori goes down, Nightmare's Eclipse's chances of holding out.
Yeah, there we go. Z's now dealt and dispatched. Wisp's gonna fall as well. That's the rally from Velvet, a shield bash, and then, like you said, just kiting around the environment to completely negate the advantage of Peace's blade. So now they don't have that. They're gonna have a sound barrier from Nenwai, but now if you're Nightmare Eclipse, you only have one fight, and maybe even if you win it, you're on the clock, because inevitably that orbital ray will be back online, and you have to worry about this downpour now.
Santana has hit some nasty downpours, considering the actual quality of that ultimate. They're gonna wait till mid-fight to pull it, and all those cooldowns can't be used to get out of the way. Peace in the backline. Santana saw that as an opportunity to jump. Ended up falling back. Gambit now at overtime, forcing Nightmare Eclipse's positioning. Nightmare Eclipse are playing slow. They want to get that sound barrier online from Nenwai before they actually do anything crazy. I don't know if Santana realizes that the ultimate isn't back up yet. End up popping it now. Nenwai dodges out of the way, and with missing out of the equation so far, Nenwai has no problem inting in, knocking Velvet down to pieces. Queens, Gambit, as close as they were to closing it out, they're going to have to take another swing at it.
Yeah, so Santana was waiting for Nightmare Eclipse to make a mistake before they pop the downpour. It does go off, but that mistake means that NY can now pop the sound barrier, and with that, Nightmare Eclipse are able to win it out. They're going to have a Kitsune Rush for this next fight, but it's going to be that Orbital Ray combo with the Overclock on the side of Queen's Gambit that they want to build up to, but Scuff didn't get enough work done to have it online, but is getting close. We need to try and build up to that before this Kitsune Rush comes into the fold, but Z does not want to wait.
No, time is not on Queen's Gambit's side, but thankfully Scuffed. And the amount of damage that Santana is taking, they built up the Orbital Ray. It's popped out the second that it is used, and Hitori is already down. The damage overwhelming them. Only Wisp from the back line firing these overclock shots, and it's just too good. It's the God ultimate. We know Orbital Ray to be the map pick that Nightmare Eclipse were so confident in. Doesn't seem to be going their way so far. The stall is impressive. Z's is buying a little bit more time for a return, and with Hitori now being on the wrecking ball, there's a real shot.
I mean, yeah, but like, yeah,
unless you do that.
She falls off the point there, and Nenwai's not in position to get the touch, and it ends up going Queen's Gambit's way. That is quite the opening salvo. That is a shot across the bow of Nightmare Eclipse. You pop that Orbital Ray, and even though they are able to confirm the kill onto Scuff, that takes out so much of the healing through that Orbital Ray that it becomes a significantly less lethal ultimate. But crucially, the damage that was there was enough to take down Hitori, and we talk over and over again about how if you can kill the enemy hazard, you have full control over the entire map. Your Sojourn can play anywhere. Your Genji can play anywhere. Your other support line, they can play literally wherever they want. They don't have to worry about being one-shot by that hazard anymore. So the whole map opens up, and as it opens up for Queen's Gambit, it closes and suffocates for Nightmare Eclipse, and nothing they could have done from that point on would have ever bought them back short of a miracle overclock from Wisps.
You know what the crazy thing about this map was, CB? Is that there's just no way that this will be a sweep of a series. Based on what we saw, it was the mistakes that defined who ended up coming out on top. And when you often have this instead of these huge plays that like we've been seeing from Senna, for example, in the past, then that's kind of where things can start to flip on its head. It's more so who can have the arrows, and that time I think Nightmare Eclipse kind of are kicking Nenwai a little bit for a couple of those beats that were rather lackluster in those moments. It got so off tempo, and with the way Control Point goes so as fast as it does, there aren't opportunities to recover. That last fight really could have gone anybody's direction, but because of Scuffed having that ultimate online, the plan was laid out in advance. Again, we're playing some form of 5D chess, thinking 4 fights ahead instead of just the present one.
And I gotta say, like, I kind of feel like Hitori's slacking a little bit. Like, it's her job to be the Beast Tamer, and like, Nenwai's going off. They are not tamed, all right? They are, these sound barriers, no. A true Beast Tamer would not be letting that happen. You gotta pull back on the reins and not let that kind of play go unpunished, you know? And Queen's Gambit, to their credit, are able to capitalize off of it both times. They still end up losing Beach inevitably, but it nearly falls through Nightmare Eclipse's hands just off the back of that one beefed ultimate. And like, you can't be operating on that razor's edge against a team like Queen's Gambit right now, where they are feeling themselves, they are warmed up, they drop a map to Valentine, they don't care. They bounce back and they just cut a bloody swath. They are cooking, and they still have plenty of steam in the engine. It's gonna be Nightmare Eclipse's map pick for map 2, but like, I don't want to say like how can they stop Queen's Gambit, because I know that they absolutely can, but they have to try and shut this momentum down, and that was quite the opening shot.
Yeah, I do wonder if it's also like Queen's Gambit, you've done 8 maps of competitive Overwatch today at a very high pressure level.
What's another 7?
Exactly, what's another 7? But also, it's Nightmare Eclipse first. You kind of got to get back into this rhythm of things. Perhaps you like anxiety getting to you ahead of time as well. Like, there's a lot of factors that you need to consider outside of the game that could have hindered it. Like, either way, this is an extremely close set of maps, and it's really hard to decide, like, where can Nightmare Eclipse find that advantage? Where do they think that they can take Queen's Gambit down the best? Because I don't think the maps necessarily are going to be that much of a decider. It's more so on how these teams are playing with themselves, right? How they're setting up these fights, how they're getting their DPS in positions to succeed, and more importantly, can Hattori step up to meet the bar Santana has set?
And it might be the first time, like, in this tournament where we have a situation where both teams they want to take the Hazard Mirror because they feel that they can win on the Hazard Mirror. Like, they don't care. They're not going to try and pull out any sort of, like, extra cheese composition aside from the back pocket Juno pick from Scuffed. Like, it's been pretty much, standard affairs across the board, just played to the highest degree, played like at the top level that these teams have to offer. And I don't think either of these teams want to deviate from that, especially not Nightmare Eclipse, because like what we've seen from them has just been this Hazard played to its peak. Hattori playing Hazard in ways no one else can match. Wisps hitting the shots on the Sojourn that very few others in this tournament can hit. Peace playing a Genji that literally no one else can play. But speaking of that, by the way, I gotta also give props to Missin, because Missin was on point with the Genji and even had some incredible plays. Like, there's this one point on Beach where like Z goes to pop the Kitsune Rush, but she can't actually get any value off of it because she has to deal with Missin, who chose that as the opportune moment to strike with the blade, forces out the Suzu, and because the Suzu's gone, is then able to confirm a kill onto Peace, and that just shuts down the whole fight. Now we're going to take things over to Esperanza. That's going to be Nightmare Eclipse's map pick, and I really like this one.
Yeah, this is great because I think it amplifies the Peace factor even more. Missin did a good job of kind of keeping up, but we only got half a map, or really half a round, of getting that full-on Genji warfare going while you weren't having like the Juno Brig or the Mauga or whatever else was going on around them. You don't really have a choice but to play that full-on dive mirror on this map, and it's really going to set Nightmare Eclipse up well to amplify some of those individual differences that we've noticed from them in the past.
I do say we do also have to keep up the bird watching a little bit, because this is, of the two push maps, the ones where Pharah is the most likely to come out. And I don't think that's necessarily what, Nightmare Eclipse are planning to bring to the table, although I know both Peace and Bun have pretty solid Pharah play. I think that might kind of be more of like them trying to lay a trap and hope that Missin tries to take that one, because we've seen her reach for that particular loaded gun a lot more frequently this tournament than Nightmare Eclipse has. So, maybe you try and just like, you're like, all right, we dare you to pick the Pharah, and we're just going to pick you out of the sky, right? Like, that's one way they could be going about it, or it could also just be, we feel confident on this map. Right? It's going to be a Hazard Mirror, and we feel like we can dip you on that.
There's not much wiggle room, and the Pharah just sounds like a death sentence on this point. I highly doubt we'll see Missin roll out on that hero. It could be a later swap, just depending on how this first part of the map goes. Nightmare Eclipse have kind of rolled out and rolled through opponents at the start of these maps, and from what we've seen in Push in the past, mind you, this was the one map type that we did see Queen's Gambit dropped earlier today on Colosseo, and you gotta have that strong start. Those mistakes are going to be amplified even further through this map type than it is in Control.
Yeah, but I mean, like, we really can't talk about mistakes without everyone's mind deviating back to Nenwai and those really egregious sound barriers. Like, once I understand, like, I think as support players, like, we've all been there, where we have that ultimate that can save the fight if we pop it at the right moment, but someone just dies in that, like, half a second between you pushing Q and the ultimate actually going off, that little bit of cast time. That sucks. And to have that happen back to back really, really stings. And that's the kind of mistake that, like you said, Nightmare Eclipse is probably going to be beating Nenwai over the head about for a good fair bit of time. And, like, honestly, I would too. Like, I would probably not let them live that down.
It was not great. I don't think it's very characteristic for Nenwai, and considering the competitive experience they've had before, it might not happen again, and it may not happen again for a while, because we have our first tech pause of the day.
It's a mandatory main support beatdown session pause. Everybody has now turned their attention to their respective main support, and and they're going to punish them for all of their sins. It's going to be a public stoning for Nenwai, and you know, that's all I got for that. It's another tech pause. What can we do?
Oh my god. I feel the need to say that for legal reasons, she is joking. We will not be throwing stones at our main support players. We love and respect them because the role that they play is either Lucio or Brigjail, depending on the day. And actually, you got a little bit of flexibility if you're Velvet, but not that much.
Yeah, no, I mean, well, okay. There are some main support players that I have seen flexing over. Like, they do have Regime on Queen's Gambit, who I've seen.
That's true.
I don't know if it's just like fulfilling, but we have actually seen like, or not we, I've seen Regime playing like a pretty solid Kiriko, but yeah, I don't think you want to deviate from the scuffed Velvet backline. Velvet has been like incredible on the Brigitte. Like her Lucio is also very solid, but I think her Brigitte play has been standout. Even when we're in situations where you and I are talking about how like you're up against a Pharah comp, why are you playing Brig? She's hitting whip shots to shut down Pharah. She's able to live through situations she otherwise shouldn't be able to. She's able to keep her other support player alive, and she's using these rallies at like the perfect moments. It's one of those things, right, where like modern day Brigitte, you don't see a whole lot of like standout Brig play. It kind of goes unsung, but from Velvet, it's been stellar.
Velvet somehow finds a way to stand out on a hero that is either kind of shoved in the back room and just told, hey, just exists and you're doing your job. Like, she'll find a way to make an impact on that, which is extremely impressive, all things considered, let alone in a meta that isn't exactly friendly towards your hero and no one else is able to do what you do. I think it's even more of a testament to Velvet's overall skill as a main support. Like, think about the growth that she had from when we first saw her in Calling All Heroes, too.
Yeah, like, she's one of those players that, like, was, again, similar to Missin as well, was, like, on some of these, like, kind of lower mid-of-the-pack rosters. But I was always hearing, like, through the grapevines that, like, you know, pay attention to Velvet. Like, she might be the next big main support coming up in Calling All Heroes. Like, she's gonna be on the rise. Invest in Velvet stonks now. And I was like, all right, ground floor, I'll get in on this. And it's paid out dividends. Like, I'm rolling in it now.
Well, for sure. Well, speaking of rolling, we're rolling right into our map number 2.
And it's Esperanza.
Woohoo! It's so fun. This map is actually... I actually do like this map a lot for push. Mainly because it doesn't feel as one-sided as some of the other maps, but I think now that teams know how to properly play around that high ground near the checkpoint, that can feel like an uphill battle and a half sometimes.
What if we were 2 lobsters on a plate? What then?
I call the Red Lobster.
That's copyrighted. You can't call the Red Lobster. I actually might not be there. I think they might be out of business. I don't know. Someone let me know if Red Lobster is still in business, because I feel like they've been gone for a while now. I don't know. I might just be gaslighting myself. There's a lot of, like, dying businesses right here. Let's get back to business, all right? Let's focus back on the game. Sorry, I let lobsters distract me, as often does happen. Queen's Gambit. Queen's Gambit is going to be coming out once again with Scuffed on the Juno, and this again, like, is one of those things where it's like, I'm still not fully sold on it. I can't argue with the results, but it's still very exploitable, and with Peace on the Genji, I don't know that you're going to be able to get full value out of this. Velvet has to be, like, full-on protect the president duty 24/7.
Well, we know she's good at it. That's for certain. Are you better than Peace and Nenwai full sending it at you? That's gonna be what we'll be watching for now. You do take a much slower start. Velvet and Scuffed make sure that Queen's Gambit will do better on a type of style. You're waiting for the opponents to jump into you before Santana engages, since you have better sustain in long-term fights, where as Nenwai and Z's, you're kind of all in. You don't have a ton of burst healing that you can just divide out at any given point.
Wisp has a good angle there. Missin goes in for a dash. Actually, he's going to be able to confirm the kill, but Scuffed has fallen, so this still favors Nightmare Eclipse.
That's kind of the main person that you want to get down. Similar to the Kiriko, the Juno will be that most vulnerable and kind of tipping point. The thing is, Santana just has so much health with Velvet existing. That's kind of the difference with Lucio. Velvet can keep pumping out that consistent health and ensure that Santana has greater impact in these fights. And at the end, CB, that's going to be what does it for Queen's Gambit.
You want to talk about impact in a fight? I mean, taking down the enemy Kiriko is about the biggest impact you can have as a tank player.
Yeah.
Itori made quite the impact as well, though. She's got 70% built up to that downpour, actually outpacing Santana in that affair, but all the healing that Velvet did got her up 80% to a rally. I mean, Queen's Gambit across the board did a lot of work in that fight, and that was just to get control of the bot.
and now you have to try to fight for more of this high ground area, which is not really ideal for Nightmare Eclipse. Queen's Gambit do actually end up backing off a tad. The Suzu is forced out of Z's as well, so the cooldown trade heavily in favor of Queen's Gambit. Can't quite say the same for those ultimates. Velvet and Scuff now just reaching their own support tools. Tori attempting to dodge and weave out of the way of a stun. It's just raining fire from above. No one knows where to look with all the flashing lights, but you can't find any enemies. Who's there to shoot? Who's there to smack around? That's the question Velvet is asking. Well, sound barrier health can certainly be one of them, but we'll have to see based on what Pieces Blade accomplished. This really had it set out for Scuffed, and when they're given the room to do so, and Velvet's on the other side of the map, it works, yeah, but look who's still alive. It's Santana, turning these fights completely on their head.
So, like, feels like several disjointed fights, all one after another, because it's like one team pops ults and then the other kites and then they try and snap back. But because it's Queen's Gambit that actually kick off that whole chain reaction, they get to set the tempo throughout the entirety of it. So it doesn't even matter how big Pieces Blade ends up being, as long as Santana is still alive and still cutting people down.
Oh.
Hey, speak of the devil, Santana's still alive and literally cutting Peace down, so you know, a little microcosm of my entire point being illustrated right there. As long as Santana's still alive, Queen's Gambit still have agency in the fight, and now they've got the checkpoint as well. That's such a huge early advantage for Nightmare Eclipse to concede over. And then you gotta worry about Missin's Blade coming in on the back end of that too. Like, this is starting to look kind of rough for Nightmare Eclipse.
It's not looking too hot. Peace decided to give up their life at probably the worst time possible. Not sure what Mission's cooking with that. This has got to be the slowest Dragon Blade usage I've ever seen, but it's more so of a cooldown bait. That's all Dragon Blade is these days. You're not likely going to get a kill unless you're just built differently, or your name is Hitori and you don't like Senna very much. So Nightmare Eclipse are doing with what they can, punishing Santana for these aggressive plays, and hopefully can get some turnaround.
Yeah, name of the game now for Queen's Gambit is just to die on the bot, make sure you slow down any semblance of bot progress. But they do get forward spawns, and like, you know, Nightmare Eclipse have to stay on the bot, make sure that they can break these forward spawns, maybe try and split some member of Queen's Gambit, keep a close eye on those there. Nope, no split spawns. Okay, so that means Nightmare Eclipse have to take this high ground right now. Queen's Gambit, though, are going to be equipped to try and take it back from them, and with this overclock, might be able to dislodge a couple members of Nightmare Eclipse, or potentially even force out ultimates.
Just kind of completely wrapping around the back. Peace had no idea what hit them until they find themselves in that kill screen. Nightmare Eclipse, without their Genji here, without their finisher, and finding themselves far away from the bot, scrambling a bit to figure out what to do. Not a tank though. Queen's Gambit really don't lose Santana early like that often, so seeing a punish come through, Nightmare Eclipse surely should be much more confident in closing this out. Twist using the ult just as an insurance that it wins, but at the end of the day, not too bad of a trade.
But like the positioning play from Queen's Gambit in that fight, even though they inevitably will lose this fight, like it's still kind of genius from them, because like you have Senna go on that angle, take the kill onto Peace, and you give up Santana, and like Senna identifies that everyone's going to try and collapse onto Santana, so she just takes the bot back and effectively negates the possibility of Nightmare Eclipse getting this checkpoint off the back of that one fight. They may still get it, but they're going to have to invest more if that's what they want.
Yeah, well, thankfully you have more towards the sand barrier, but Nenwag, you cannot beef this one. It needs to be perfect. Looking at both Velvet and Scuff's little shiny
Orbital Ray also.
When you gotta get there first, the touch narrowly coming in. Nenwag just popped the ult as a response to one Velvet. I don't even know how she got up there. It was trying to fight her own battles in that range. Nightmare Eclipse are alive to fight this current day. Santana, though, beautiful downpour. How does she keep finding these types of ultimates? Downpour is not supposed to be a good ultimate, yet they managed to grab 3 players every time.
Yeah, it was like such good play across the board from Queen's Gambit, right? Like, you see that downpour come out, and Velvet every single time has the big mode shield, can just tilt it up to the sky, use it as an umbrella to dodge it. Whereas, like, Nightmare Eclipse, they don't have that capability. They have the Suzu and the speed, like, to try and kite it, but if Santana identifies that either of those cooldowns are off the board, those supports are very vulnerable, and every single time it's finding pay dirt, right? Like, it's either effectively completely zoning out Nightmare Eclipse, or it's catching those supports, and that's the worst case scenario.
I mean, the one nice thing for Nightmare Eclipse is that Velvet used Rally in the last fight, and he should have a better blade, assuming they don't keep getting bonked on the nose. Velvet is so accurate with his whip shots. It's impressive to see every time a dive character even remotely it comes within her range there.
That's one of those small things that like good Brigs like that consistently hit their whip shots will have their rally more often, because the Inspire uptime will be so much more like insurmountable, right? It's like he's already 40% to another one.
And all the more reason for the impact of this Break player in particular. A little bit harder to do so. You don't really want to fight in an enemy Kitsune rush. Queen's Gambit actually repositioned pretty early on in that fight. I don't think Z's knew where the team went when that ult was popped.
That's gonna be the blade that comes out from Missin, and looking to try and take down Peace. Like, they're holding on to a blade there. Might be able to convert the kill onto Wisp. Z's gonna fall as well.
But Peace still decides to pull the blade. I'm not too happy with that one. Losing 3 members, it's a bit ambitious to try to climb a mountain that tall, even if you are just built different like that.
Yeah, well, Santana is built different. Santana 2 with the jagged wall, taking down both Nenwai and Hitori, and that's like the Kitsune Rush and the blade from Nightmare Eclipse both expended to try and gain control, but like you said, like, Z pops that Kitsune Rush and then, like, ghosts. Queen's Gambit just disappear and then reappear with Missin's blade, pushes so much positioning that suddenly Z is in, like, a vulnerable position. Santana just leaps on that, chews her up for lunch, and spits her right back out. Now Queen's Gambit have control over this high ground, and Nightmare Eclipse, like, they have to try and build up to an ultimate to force to dislodge them. If you're Queen's Gambit, though, you're totally fine with this, right? Like, you have control, and you have the lead, and you have the clock on your side.
Overclock out, Senna. I think for this back line, Suzu hits all 3. Too much fear, but based on where this build is positioned, Queen's Gambit still have these forward spawns. They plan to keep it that way. The beat again! Nenwai just a hair late to save Hitori. This tank has just been getting so unlucky with these small, minuscule timings that Nightmare Eclipse have had to work with. Rips gets a couple of trades, but I think the damage here has already been done, CB.
Yeah, like, while that's all happening, like, it's a hero play from Wisp to hit those shots to try and, like, alleviate the pressure, but while that was all happening, like, Queen's Gambit just took the bot and got a couple extra meters for their money. That's further that the bot has to walk back. That's a guaranteed forward spawn again for Queen's Gambit, and Nightmare Eclipse are gonna have to continue to double down on these investments in order to get any kind of bot progress here. You can even see Peace scouting out right now, dropping right into the middle of Queen's Gambit.
Oh, it forces Velvet's rally, and it's shut off as soon as the voice line is heard. Queen's Gambit weren't ready for Nightmare Eclipse to take this full fight. Excellent moves out of Hitori, catching them all by surprise.
Oh, and nobody from Queen's Gambit contested the bot, so that's actually a checkpoint given over to Nightmare Eclipse. I don't know if it's going to be enough for them to take the lead, because Queen's Gambit should be able to get another fight here, but it's a fight where they're going to have to go up against a Kitsune Rush, a Downpour, and a Blade, so Nightmare Eclipse, like, they've got the momentum now.
This is the most important fight of the map here. Nightmare Eclipse, not only do you have 3 ultimates, but facing none of Queen's Gambit, that little lead check line is right in front of you. Just a matter of how you can use those
Nightmare
tools.
Eclipse needs to go first with this. He's gonna go ahead and pop the blade and might claim Velvet. There we go.
All right, yeah, Velvet's already gone. Missin doesn't get much to say either in this. Just short the blade of their own. Nightmare Eclipse should be able to grab the lead and then dish the payload, but Santana got a little bit more done than you thought. Perhaps a bit of an early play. I get Senna.
I mean, yeah, you're gonna get Senna, and there's only 8 seconds left. If Scuff dies, like, this might be kind of chalked. Someone's gonna have to go in for a touch, and it's gonna be really late. You have Missin going in, and she has the blade.
And she'll have the blade, but no support to back her up. Tori has made sure of that. Nightmare Eclipse, despite being down for the majority of this map, came roaring back at the final seconds. Tori straight onto Senna's face, saying, nah, no overclocks in my lobby. Nightmare Eclipse tying our championship up.
I was really close, actually. Like, I was kind of worried about over-investments based off of that Downpour that comes out from Hitori. But they convert that into kills and then more stagger kills after that, and they're able to get the win that way, which is, you know, genius. You know, I got outsmarted by that one because I was about to be like, Hitori, no, you are trolling, baby girl. But no, she makes it stick. Like, that's the play that Nightmare Eclipse needed. Had they not done that and Missin actually gets an optimal blade with support to back her up, there's a chance that Nightmare Eclipse, like, they're facing an entire run back from Queen's Gambit because the ult economy would have then been in Queen's Gambit's favor for the rest of that push, but Nightmare Eclipse shut it down.
Nightmare Eclipse found their way around Queen's Gambit, and you know what's we're really starting to figure out is these ultimates are the ones that are deciding it, but not even when exactly they're used, but when you have them up next and kind of that pacing of it, and mainly in the support department. I don't feel like we've seen too much impact out of overclocks and Dragon Blades, to say the least. Scuffed and Velvet, especially if they are going to play this Juno Brig composition, you have to be perfect with your timings and matching Nenwai and Z's, or more importantly, when Peace and Wisp do have their own DPS ultimates. Are you prepared to cover for that? And there are a couple instances at this tail end, especially that they got completely caught out, especially Velvet's rally getting shut down as fast as it did.
I do also feel, though, that, like, Wisps has been getting a fair bit of value out of these overclocks, though. So, like, I think there is at least a fair bit of purchase coming out from these DPS ultimates. We're also seeing both Missin and Peace have really strong Dragon Blades, but they're kind of in the middle of fights in ways that they don't really decide the flow of the fight. But Queen's Gambit get the opportunity to determine the next place where we will fight, and it's going to be right back to Dorado, where they finished off Valentine.
Interesting. So, if we're seeing this kind of reapproach, that does tell us that they want to try to keep Velvet on this brig then, kind of going forwards. And I don't know if you play the Juno here, necessarily, but what Dorado does is there's definitely more of an emphasis on the high ground and the hit scan players. Like, I think we could make like a whole book series of the tales of Wisps versus Senna. Like, they find themselves against each other at pretty much every turn in a championship series, and for the vast majority of it, Wisp has been the one to kind of stand out above Senna. And so far, CB, you could kind of make the argument that we're following that same path. I think Dorado will hopefully give Senna more of that confidence to reemerge and use the smaller Sojourn timings that they've gotten against Nightmare Eclipse.
Forget Sojourn timings. I want to see Wisp versus Senna in a Widow head-to-head.
That would be
on
sick.
This map.
I would love that, but I'm not getting my hopes up.
I think both of them are going to open up on it because they do like to go for those like offensive grapple shots to try and clear high ground with it. I think both Widows or both hitscan players go for that Widow play, but I don't know if it's necessarily going to stick. We'll have to see. Whichever team's on the defense first, if they come out with a Widow, that might set the tone for the entire fight. But that's what I want to see, right? I want to see that head-to-head because I've seen superstar performances on both the Sojourn and the Widow for both hitscan players. I mean, we had that like video package where it's like Wisps getting that like game-winning fight. Those game-winning shots on the Widow on New Queen Street for Valentine back in Major 1. Like, that's something I want to see. Give me that, please.
Dude, you have no idea what I would pay to watch that happen again. Oh, we're just in a world that Hazard kind of just ground stomps Widowmaker, unfortunately, and with how Hitori has been playing Skate 360 on these walls or something, I don't think that would be the smartest decision from either one of these players. Still fun to theorize, nonetheless. I think Velvet will have more of an impact here, especially keeping Hitori off of the team, thinking about the high ground that she'll be able to take, and ensuring that both of these supports can live longer.
Something I'm curious about, though, is, you know, Boom did also talk about, like, hiding some of these strats for the backline. They did specifically say the Lucio Kiriko, but we've also seen a fair bit of Velvet's Brig come to fruition. I'm curious if either team is going to reach for the Ana, because I have seen a lot of teams try that in scrims to very limited success, but it's another one of those situations where it's a payload map, you can leverage high grounds, get some big nades that way, and that could potentially maybe even shut down the judo play. Like, maybe you see Scuff go for that, and maybe Nenwai or Z's are like, all right, well, I'll just throw a big nade into your array, and it's like throwing a nade into a Transcendence, right? Like, you think you are God, but you are not, all right? You are quite mortal.
Yeah, it's definitely an option for counterplay, and it's quite literally in Z's name. But no, I don't think anyone's getting that particularly adventurous. But you see Senna Widow on the defense. I see Wisp Widow on the offense. Is our dream about to become a reality?
It might, and it might become a nightmare for one of these two teams. Oh, he's gonna double down on that. So we get Senna versus two snipers.
Okay. Or the Pharaoh. Oh, Peace, you need to make up your mind. Pick somebody. Hanzo, I don't know about that one. Oh, okay. This is fun. I think Peace is enjoying themselves right now.
I'm playing with Ms. Liz's heart right now. Going back and forth between the Shimada brothers. Good, evil. Good, evil. Hanzo, Genji. The Genji's probably what's going to stick, but you can still use the Hanzo to get that early information. Actually, mirroring the Tracer. Okay, so Peace versus Missin is going to be another weird head-to-head that we're going to have to try and keep track of, but this is the one we want to see. Senna and Wisp. Senna with the first grapple. Where does Wisp decide to place theirs?
Not yet, because you're stuck under a cactus! The placement from Santana! Wisp literally could not move and forced the Suzu out of Z's, but that timing couldn't have been better.
The panic in Wisp's eyes. Like, we can't even see player cams or anything right now, but I can already, like, visualize just, like, how panicked their face must have been there. Grapple shot gonna come out, though. Maybe still a little bit shaken because not able to strike Pager. Senna, okay, just a couple pixels off there. Good sidestep there from Wisp.
Oh, but losing Missin. I mean, Missin's main job here is to sit with Santana. Not only did block off Peace, but also stole out this a little bit more. That's the shot we wanted to see. Wisp winning out the first. Good 1v1, and just gonna take it to the back line because why not? You hit one shot. What's to say you won't hit 5 more?
Well, there's
they have
a
no
couple
idea.
body shots onto Scuff. Santana's gonna fall as well, and you can even see what a comical shot that was. Just watching 3 members of Nightmare Eclipse run across the screen like a Scooby-Doo cutaway. And I mean, that's gonna take them pretty much right up to this gate. Might be enough for them to cap the point. I think Queen's Gambit do have the opportunity to go for a touch to stagger it out, but they've lost so much positioning, and Wisp is nestled in very deep. Yeah, Queen's Gambit not even gonna go for it. I think maybe someone sniffed out the back there and knew that that was a trap. If you try and go for that contest, they can just take a couple heads off of your back line, and they'll be having Senna's once again.
You know Senna's mad after those couple of shots. Senna knows that it very well has the aim, but Wisp is full-on out-braining with this positioning. Who's contest that? You can't commit Santana to go all the way after Wisp, so you send your Kiriko instead.
I mean, you might have to send Santana onto this enemy Widowmaker, because, like, there's not really much else you can do. It's kind of the Hazard's duty to, like, take these DPS that are squishy and, like, find out where they are and route them out of their little hidey holes.
Hasn't been as much of a concern. Wisp though hits the one body shot, and Senna almost pulled the movement to get through until Peace greeted her as she fell off the high ground. Nightmare Eclipse are on a roll.
But, like, that's, like, you know, a lot of pressure onto Senna. Like, you know, Wisp nearly finds that killing blow onto her, but it ends up being Peace that confirms it because there's so much pressure onto her that Wisp is just not under. Ever since that first rock went out from Santana that nearly got the kill, like, there hasn't been another moment where Wisp has had to, like, even blink.
Oh, Senna just gave up on the Widowmaker 1v1. You did go 0-3 in that, so I can't necessarily blame it. Just hoping that you help the rest of the team survive the onslaught of Hitori, knowing that you'll have the greater damage instead of damage potential. Velvet though, woo! Risky territory, beating in that scenario, and I think it only hit Nenwai and Hitori too, so Nightmare Eclipse not getting massive value out of that ultimate. Hitori just needs to live long enough to see the end of the day, but as soon as you lose out on that tank, say it with me people, fight over.
And it's not even that, it's the fact that they double stack support ultimates, like Nenwai and Z both popped ultimate at the same time. And you said yourself, it wasn't even a great beat from Nenwai. Nenwai, by the way, still nestled in deep with Beast and still being a threat. All right, Santana's had enough of the Beast, all right? It's time to put you down. All right, Pulse Bomb comes out from Peace. What are we doing here? All right, Nightmare Eclipse, we need to take a reset here. I think we maybe put Peace back over onto the Genji, or no, they're gonna stay over on the Tracer. That's, I mean, you still have a good amount of time if you're Nightmare Eclipse, but that's a lot expended into what ended up being a losing fight. And Queen's Gambit, like, they're not really in the realm of any big impact ultimates either, but they now have positioning and time on their side, whereas Nightmare Eclipse, not so much.
No, not exactly. I think it's good that Peace stays on the Tracer. Just one to mess Missin. Kind of help Hitori pressure this payload forwards. Ten doesn't really want to give up this backline. Z's and Suzu's on, that'd be helpful. If you don't exactly expect your Tracer to die to a hazard on point, not just some ouch movement of Hitori would be my guess. With Scuffed going down, you're much more concerned for the state of Queen's Gambit's team fets, and really the current state of it is it doesn't exist. Hitori made sure of that. Nightmare Eclipse moving into third point, 3.5 minutes.
Yeah, Hitori winning that duel up against Missin is kind of the key there, because it does kind of force Santana to have to double back to support the fight, because you were expecting that that hazard to fall. You were expecting the damage to, like, force Hitori to have to try and peel back to the supports that Santana had in the palm of their hands that entire time. Let's be real. But, I mean, you can't contest the point with your Tracer dead. You have to fall back. You can't confirm the kills. Nightmare Eclipse get the cart rolling with 3 minutes in the time bank. And, again, Queen's Gambit have ult and positional advantage, but that's only going to be good for, like, maybe 1 or 2 fights. Nightmare Eclipse have a real opportunity to slow this down and turn it on its head once again. And one shot from Wisp, by the way, could be enough to do it.
That's kind of the thing of having a Widowmaker, is you can have the best fight planning in the world with the ultimates, but Wisp just hits that one shot, there's not a chance to get it done. The sound barrier just went a lot better from Nenwai, but those are the shots ringing true. Wisp knows when they have to hit him, almost got another one, doesn't even need it, the damage is hit. Santana had to go ahead and in to try to make up for it. Nightmare Eclipse are playing around a Widowmaker on a point that really Wish shouldn't be succeeding on.
That's 3 ults out of Queen's Gambit. No, 4 actually, because I think they used the downpour as well. It actually rooted NY to the ground and helped them land the sound barrier faster. So Nightmare Eclipse are totally fine. Like, they can get all this ground here. They just have Wisp using the sights from spawn. They can use that advantage, but they don't really have an accurate bead on Wisp's position right now, so they're playing scared.
That's a wonderful jagged wall. Denies Senna to retreat towards the high ground. Tori, though, couldn't really leap back out since she committed in to stopping the Sojourn, and that'll be enough to reinstate Queen's Gambit's status as defense.
There's no ults on the field anymore, so Queen's Gambit really only have the spawn and positional advantage to try and hang their hat on, and I think, you know, they can't really go for another aggressive play like they did against Valentine because the clock would just not work out in their favor if they tried that. They have to try and play for picks, bleed out this time bank, and take us down to like an OT scenario where that kind of power play is available. Right now, though, like, with the cart that close, Nightmare Eclipse, they just have to bide their time until they have something they can really sink their teeth into.
Wisp going back over to the Sojourn too. Hot Market is in damage output, and Santana is a little less scary now, or at least he should be, given the burst potential of that particular hero. They'll just kind of bolt over into the back line. Missing should not be doing that to Peace. I won't be shocked if we see them go over to match that Genji.
Yeah, it's a huge pick from Missing there, and I think Peace does probably want to mirror that at this point in time. Yeah, they're gonna do exactly that. Santana gets caught out, though.
No.
That is huge. Peace will be there to help with them forward momentum, but Hattori damn sure will, and you might also be able to couple this with some support ultimate. So if you're Queen's Gambit, you have to stop the stagger right now.
The Nightmare Eclipse, they don't want it to happen. They're going straight in. Sound barrier towards their back. Satori, well, the ultimate doesn't necessarily strike. Wisp will find the shot onto Senna. Throughout all of the chaos. Peace back at home where they like to be on that Genji. That's the recipe for success. Nightmare Eclipse we're looking for. Walking the payload home, 29 seconds to spare.
Yeah, that's, I mean, a fair bit of time bled off of what was a 3-minute plus time bank, but you still gave them the cap with nearly 30 seconds. And in payload, like, especially Dorado, like, that's going to be an eternity. And the fact that you gave up the cap at all is going to come back to bite you if you don't have a perfect attack. Like, and it all comes down to Santana getting caught out in that little lower corridor with only the mini health pack to try and keep them alive. That's just not good enough. You lose LOS of your supports. You can't keep that hazard alive. Once that hazard falls, you don't have enough room to get a full regroup. You have to back up almost all the way, but if you give too much ground, the cart will get the full cap. So you're kind of stuck, right? Like, you have to fight into Nightmare Eclipse. But they just pop the Kitsune Rush, and they pop the sound barrier to keep the pedal to the metal and force your hand. And if you're Queen's Gambit, like, you never get an opportunity to build up to Velvet's rally. You never get an opportunity for Santana to pop the downpour because you're always down a man because you're playing at a disadvantage just off the back of that one stagger. It's the same kind of mistake that you cannot allow to happen at this stage of the game.
No, that's been what's defining the series is, sure, there's a couple, like, crazy, oh, Wisp just hit 3 headshots, that's pretty cool, but it's like, who's staying out too long? Like, why is Santana fighting in a room with 4 players and no sightline of the support? Like, things like that really come back to bite you, and it doesn't affect you for just that one fight. It continues to snowball, and it can affect your entire round. We're gonna get back to this Widowmaker 1v1, which I am very excited to see the future of. Senna grapple up, no Wisp's head to be seen, as we're treated way far back, not taking those risks.
Wisp was playing, like, at an angle that, like, Senna identified, but she's showing respect to Wisp, knowing that, like, they both have the beat on each other, so she ends up just kind of, like, hitting that shot into the door because you're too afraid to, like, peek all the way out to commit to it because you're just standing still, and that's the easiest shot in the world for someone like Wisp to hit. If you're Senna, you do kind of need to, like, strike pay dirt here, try and find something. Hattori knows exactly where you are. She's gonna jump right on top of Senna, and that grapple shot's not enough to get out of dodge.
I mean, Wisp did get a nice grapple shot of their own, just not having Z's there. Like, this is a problem with the longevity of Nightmare Eclipse. Wisp under a ton of pressure. I believe it was Santana who ended up jumping to the back line. I don't know how they stayed alive as long as they did, because Santana is in there like swimwear, and they're not leaving anytime soon until there's carnage in their pack. Nightmare Eclipse, this has got to be somewhat of a full reset. Like, they're kind of starting to stagger themselves through this point.
Yeah, it's like a late pick there onto Scuff means Santana's gonna have to get the, you know, the cookies there from Velvet and the mini health pack. That's enough to get them back to full HP, but Nightmare Eclipse is back in full fighting force. Yeah, with a Symmetra as well.
Can't say that. Oh, wait, it was just the TP to get the team back faster. That's so smart out of Wisp. I love that play. Nightmare Eclipse, they just denied Queen's Gambit the fight altogether.
Yeah, they have to peel back to where they can actually regroup with Scuffed, and now that Wisp is back on the Widow, they're gonna have sights over the entirety of the point.
Oh, but that's a massive... Oh, it would have been a massive downpour. My bad. Sorry, I did see Hattori was shooting at the Hazard's back, and now everybody else on Queen's Gambit along with it. So, yeah, this is kind of what happens when you don't have...
Yeah, it would have been a massive downpour, but the problem was, just like I was saying, is that Wisps has that angle, and Senna has to respect it, and the rest of Queen's Gambit can't march forward until Senna's able to find that shot. Santana kind of jumped the gun on that, so no one could have followed up on anyone that got routed, so they just end up getting punished because of the angles Wisps can control. And Senna hasn't been able to route them away from them, so she's gonna swap over onto the Sojourn and just focus on the frontline pressure and maybe bank on a rail shot to shut Wisp down. But conceding the Widow duel right now at this stage with only about a minute and a half in the time bank may not behoove Queen's Gambit unless they can really get this next fight going with Scuff's Kitsune Rush.
You gotta move fast. So the impact we see from Widowmakers isn't the kills. It's the fact that Wisp exists and you cannot exist in their space, just the threat of being one-shot. The Kitsune Rush a little bit late from Scuff, so Peace can happily pull the blade when the sound barrier is at their back, and plenty of team all up in that small corridor.
Yeah, but like you bait out a lot of ults from Nightmare Eclipse. That's both support ults as well. So even though you're gonna lose that fight outright, you only have to worry about the downpour now, and you're gonna have a blade and a rally in this next fight. You have a minute to try and build up to them. As long as you avoid any sort of staggers, you should be able to get this first point cap. But we've lost so much time that Streets phase is going to be hell for Queen's Gambit to try and get through if they can't like snowball it into high ground control.
Yes, Misora doesn't even want to give them the chance. Extremely early downpour there. No Suzu on board for Queen's Gambit, though. Missing sneaky back cap opportunity. I mean, Wisp knows that they're there. Not going to be a C9. Just shoots the toes out of the payload. A nice little angle.
But Nenwai has to peel back, too, as well. So, like, Nightmare Eclipse give up so much space for that.
They give up the space, but it's not like they're far from retaking it. More sort of concerned about missing. Why did they get Wisp? And Wisp knew they would be the prime target. Kind of just left. The blade amounts to nothing. More so on to Santana, who can drag Queen's Gambit out of the trenches if it is so needed. And that's exactly what this downpour will accomplish. They continue to deliver on this ultimate some way, somehow. Santana will get it done.
Yeah, like it's a zoning blade for Missin, right? Like just completely zones Peace off, and like the rest of the team can't peel back to help them out. So they're just kind of forced to play into Santana's hand. And even though they lose Scuffed, the fact that Velvet's still alive and Santana nails another massive downpour is enough for Queen's Gambit to get the edge. They're also going to try and take a forward position so they don't just give up this high ground for free. They know that they can't just let Wisp exist up here. You can even see, like, Wisp wants to try and take an angle. Just find one pick to dislodge them so you can play where you want to, but nope. You're going to have to concede and play the slightly worse high ground for now.
I mean, it's not bad. Velvet did get caught out on that little attempted push towards the high ground. It's really hard to push that without that Kitsune rush there. So I think Queen's Gambit waited a little bit too long before Scuff decided to pull the trigger.
Oh, Hattori. Hattori is so low. She's going to be able to get out alive, but that was like near disaster for Queen's Gambit. They should be able to, you know, fall back and retake this high ground. And it's going to get really oppressive for Queen's Gambit because, like, you know, again, it's a situation where you have to expend ultimates, not to get control of the cart, but to get control of the high ground and even get the cart moving.
And Velvet's not being allowed to play the game anymore. Look how much pressure was put onto both the Brig and the Sojourn there. Peace and Nenwai working in tandem to get stuff done. Hattori very healthy and thriving in this backline. Nowhere for anybody on Queen's Gambit to get a full regroup go. They haven't even gotten a chance to use those ultimates, CB.
Yeah, but like they get enough picks to where like Nightmare Eclipse can't keep this pressure up, but it's so scrappy that like they don't really have to concede too much ground. And here we go. It's time for a little bit of rooftop surfing. Yeah, you got the shades on too. Is it bright on Planet Cool? Oh, walls are off actually.
Whoa. She's like, all right, that's fine. I can move. Getting that cooldown out early is great. That's actually the whip shot there, trying to deny it. It only really catches Senna. Hattori can't finish off the kill. Velvet was trying to keep them alive, does the job well enough. Queen's Gambit now looking again towards Santana, and the downpour. It couldn't have stormed harder. Santana, wonderful work in making sure this round continues.
And that's like a full team kill there too. I mean, Hattori spawns a little bit too early, so it's not gonna sound the whole klaxon there. But like only 21 seconds and we had to use so many ultimates. We still have both DPS ultimates for the side of Queen's Gambit, but you need to find Paydrit with those. You can't risk getting picked here. Wisp looking for a head right now. Needs to try and shut Senna down.
Nenwai Nenwai poked their head out, but not for Senna. It was for Santana instead. Wisp still being on this Widowmaker has been very silent so far. I mean, Santana denying the space early is good, but Nightmare Eclipse will have plenty of time to recontest.
Yeah, but Missin's got the blade now, and like Nightmare Eclipse all have to walk through one narrow corridor. That is a dream situation for Missin, and only a Suzu can stop it.
And the blade is out as eyes set on Nenwai. Gets the dash, the mega health pack there to keep the Lucio on their toes. Nightmare Eclipse now looking to regroup. There's no one to contest Witch. It's just a free shooting gallery. And if Katori keeps playing how she has, the dreams of Queen's Gambit are getting narrower and narrower. Nightmare Eclipse looking to close out Dorado on a strong note. Now up 2-1.
I think like Missin kind of took the bait there. Like she really wanted to get Nenwai with that blade just to shut down the threat of a potential sound barrier, but Nenwai had the moves. Like Lucio is kind of hard to hit, especially with that mega health pack there. By the time Nenwai gets it, Missin has to give up and try and double back, but no one shows their heads. That ults down the drain, and then like, you know, you go for that kill there onto Wisp, but like no one else was forced to use any resource to dodge the blade because you focus so much attention onto Nenwai. So like in the resource game, Nightmare Eclipse is still very well equipped to deal with anything at that point that Queen's Gambit could have thrown at them. I really think if you're Missin, you wanted to try and focus on the players coming out of the spawn. You know, maybe try and get the free kill onto Wisp so that Senna doesn't have to worry about anything. She can kind of like just control all the space on her own. Right now, like, I mean, in the hit scan head-to-head, it's the same story we've seen in Calling All Heroes. It's Wisps getting the better of Senna overall, and not a whole lot being done about it.
And you know that irks Senna. Like, for so long, she's fought to get that trophy, to get kind of on top of the crowd, and she's done it before, but when you look at this performance today, Wisps has been far and above the stronger hit scan, just in terms of the impact it's had and how Peace is playing around some of these rail shots. Tori going in and doing the chip damage, having more of those final blows available for the Widowmaker. And the fact that Wisp really wasn't forced to switch off the Widow much on this map, where Senna had to give up on it pretty early on too. It kind of speaks true where these two hit scan players, their story has gone.
And I also do kind of want to highlight Santana, because we're seeing a lot of Santana highlights going on in this replay here. Like, Santana and Tori are both playing to, like, the peak of hazard play that I have seen from just about anyone. It's crazy the value that these two players are getting out of this hero. But for Santana, it's like, there's peaks and there's troughs, right? Like, Tori, it's relatively consistent. Like, there's a couple times where she's getting caught out and she's feeding. With Santana, it's like, either you're getting the biggest downpour of all time, or you're inting to try and make it happen and getting punished for it. And it's those instances where they were trying to make that happen and getting punished for it that I think really bit Queen's Gambit in the butt, like towards the tail end of that. Like, I think back to that one around the fountain where no one else could have peeked out because the angles weren't clear, and they try to go for the downpour and get punished for it. Or the end of point C on their defense, where Santana goes in really deep, gets caught out in a corridor, walled off, and gets punished because they're the ones trying to make the hero plays. And it's working more often than not, but it's when it's not that it's really, really hurting this team.
Queen Gambits have learned one thing today, is that Nightmare Eclipse aren't built like the other two opponents that they've faced earlier on in our bracket, and they're gonna have to bring even more moving ahead in this best of 7. We're only 3 maps in, CB. We got so much more game left to come. We're gonna send it to a short break, get our players set for map number 4. We'll see you on the other side. Our grand finals is certainly delivered here on the Calling All Heroes Championship Sunday. 2-1 lead over to Nightmare Eclipse, taking Dorado most recently, and that certainly highlighted where we're going to see the rest of the series going, especially in differences. We're seeing the inconsistencies more in Santana's play and the highlights that Wisp has been able to provide.
Yeah, I think like across the board, like you can realistically give like an early MVP award that Peace was trying to gun for. You can realistically give that to anybody on the side of Nightmare Eclipse. I think Santana so far for Queen's Gambit has been the standout. And in a best of 7, first to 4 series, you know, you still have 2 more maps to win for Nightmare Eclipse to actually get that dub, and that means there's 2 more potential map picks for Queen's Gambit. Dorado didn't really go their way. So I'm starting to wonder, like, what exactly do we do here? Our only real option left is going to be hybrid / flashpoint. So I'm guessing it's going to be Suravasa, because that's what a lot of teams have gone for, but I don't know that that's, like, the best. Actually, Blizzard World might be good for them. I'm not too sure. Like, they played Blizzard World pretty well.
Yeah.
Suravasa makes more sense. Okay, so we're going to go to Suravasa. By the way, the map pool, I believe, does open up after this, or either that or it goes right back to control and then it opens up. I'm not sure which, but either way. Either way, only one more opportunity after this to try and stake your claim. And I think if you're Queen's Gambit, like, you really need to try and make this one count, because this is another kind of like control situation where everything's very neutral. There's not a whole lot of like advantage. It's all going to come down to who's carrying over the resources and getting better use of those resources in between each individual flashpoint.
Yeah, I think this map makes sense for Queen's Gambit, just because it's been one of their most successful in the past. To bring up that resource game, CB, and in these couple of matches prior to this, both against Valentine and way back earlier in the day, if you remember that, against Fable, Queen's Gambit handily outdid the resource game. They had the better ultimate management, they had the better usage of their abilities and positioning, but now they finally met their match in that regard. Nightmare Eclipse have surpassed them, as a matter of fact, and it's really making them struggle in the kind of longevity of a lot of things, from weird commitments, kind of overstepping where they should be, perhaps undercommitting, waiting too long, and it just puts them in some weird scenarios that Queen's Gambit haven't exactly been able to recover from yet. Hopefully, Flashpoint can reset that tempo to something that they're more familiar with, because right now, Nightmare Eclipse looks really good heading out of Dorado.
Yeah, and if you ask Queen's Gambit, like, I'm sure they wouldn't tell you. Like, they would say, like, you know, if they win this, that it would have been easy, but, like, Nightmare Eclipse are definitely not making it easy at all. Like, it's never an easy day when you're going up against a team like Nightmare Eclipse with some of the best across every single role. Like, Queen's Gambit are keeping up. These matches have been close, but it's one of those situations where it's like, we're not only just playing, like, the meta game, we're now kind of also playing the mental game, where it's been a long day for Queen's Gambit. How much more steam do you have in the tank, and are you going to find yourself, for lack of a better term, mentally boomed if you fail to win this flashpoint? Like, can you bring it back from that?
Also, we're gonna find out. It's the first time we're seeing Velvet on Lucio in a hot minute, so shaking a little bit of dust off of that, if you're saying in the past couple of maps. And so far, not the greatest look. Half missing, expecting the armor packs instead. Tori just kind of launched herself into the back line, identifying there was no deflect available, and yeah, this didn't really stand a chance. Santana does punish pieces over aggression, which is actually something that's happened quite a bit so far.
Yeah, but it's like, you know, Nightmare Eclipse make a really smart play where they identify that, and they know Queen's Gambit are going to try and snap back, so they don't try to secure the fight. Hitori uses the Violet Leaf to come back and try and win out the capture point, so they can get themselves on the board. Hitori's actually going to pay, though, because once those jaws snap back, they claim Hitori's life.
Yeah, not sure about that one. Not really having a theme in that general direction. But what we have noticed is these two teams are very scrappy with it. The only time a fight is really decided is once a tank dies. You're down a hazard, then we can say for certain who wins. And for now, Queen's Gambit should have a bit more possession on this point if Scuff's completely out.
Scout for the swift step, but like Nightmare Eclipse are gonna get this point flipped back over on their side. Santana's low, so okay, Queen's Gambit have to disengage now. And there's like a moment where I can see the gears turning in Scuff's head. They have the Kitsune Rush and they want to try and go early and pop it, but they're too low HP And Peace sniffed that out right away and said, no, all right, I need to keep this pressure up. And even though the TP comes out, like, once that happens, Scuffed has to try and go play for the Mega Pack, can never actually get that Kitsune Rush off. This is an interesting angle that Queen's Gambit are playing from, and an even more interesting one that Hitori is playing from.
Interesting. Missing forgot to turn her ears on with that play, but that's okay. She needed to drown out all the haters and go in regardless. Got both of the DPS out of the equation.
Both of the portals out of Nightmare Eclipse, too.
Did they really? I mean, they just got 3 people. Like,
yeah,
what is happening?
They just used both support ultimates and lost the point. They're gonna kill Scuff, so Santana can't stick around too long. Nightmare Eclipse might be able to flip this back, but like, oh, that's okay. That's big.
Ooh.
That's a huge pick.
Yeah, you don't have Z's though. It's overtime. Like, how many players did Queen's Gambit actually have in the area? No Santana, you kind of just give that up and go next.
That was like near disastrous though for Nightmare Eclipse. Like, thankfully they're gonna have every other ultimate to carry on over into this next point. I think if Velvet hadn't fallen to that kunai shot from Z, you have the sound barrier, you can maybe keep Santana alive and, you know, get a little bit more capture percentage off there. But that was like, even though it looks kind of one-sided if you look at just the capture percentage on both sides, that was near disaster for Nightmare Eclipse. They're just able to scrape out alive.
Ooh, great! Suzu out of Scuffed. Buys enough time for Velvet to return, hit the sound barrier, ensure Santana makes sure Nightmare's bodies are hit the ground quickly. A quick Palace first cap.
That's going to be the downpour and the sound barrier invested from the side of Queen's Gambit. Peace going to stagger out a little bit. Not really necessary, but, you know, we'll take it. Queen's Gambit able to hold on to both of the DPS ultimates. I think the key, though, is going to be the fact that Z is beating Scuff to the punch in this next Kitsune Rush. If Scuff can make up the deficit, I think Queen's Gambit might be able to win this next Flashpoint outright, but it's all going to hinge on this next fight and whether or not Nightmare Eclipse can hit the go button first and find some value out of it.
Nightmare Eclipse are very good at identifying the tempo, or rather setting it themselves. As we can see kind of now with these ultimates being popped, Wiz wanted to go out a gutsy flank to the back line, missing having none of it, slicing them into mincemeat. Queen's Gambit moving straight onto this point. Nightmare Eclipse perhaps not setting that tempo. It's actually Scuffed who got to that Kitsune Rush first.
Yeah, so like that Kitsune Rush battle between the two Kitikos doesn't even matter anymore because Missin said, all right, we're winning this fight. I'm going to buy my Kitiko time to make up that deficit. So yeah, they both have it now. Like you said, Scuff crosses the finish line first. It's now going to be Hitori's downpour that's going to make up the difference for Nightmare Eclipse, but you don't have a DPS ult to couple with it. You barely even have a DPS. Peace just got caught out again.
Oop, yeah, can't be doing that one necessarily. Nightmare Eclipse starting to move back into this, but I mean, Missin is playing out of her mind right now. Not to mention Senna, the DPS line is really stepping it up. We painted Peace to be the much better Genji, but Missin has zero issue making her name heard.
All right, so the silver lining for Nightmare Eclipse is that Queen's Gambit are currently empty in terms of ult economy. I think Hitori needs to go first with this downpour. But the problem is, like, you have to bait out the enemy Suzu before you can do that. It's a really hard ultimate to just hit Q and get the value from, you know? You gotta pick your spot, and that's something that Santana has been able to do. I actually think Santana could even play in a way where they're prepping for when they actually do have it, so when it comes online, it is in the opportune moment.
Ooh. Bit of a gutsy dash, thankfully one that wasn't punished. Suzu on point from both teams and actually keeps Hitori up just barely to finish off Scuffed and Senna. We're setting up for a nice off-angle flight. This Santana had a little bit of a slight return to that, but Nightmare Eclipse were already too far ahead.
Yeah, like the Suzu from Scuffed is good, but it's not enough to save Senna, who still got hit by the downpour, so she is gonna fall, and then like Nightmare Eclipse are able to parlay that into more kills over and over, and even though like they lose a couple of people, like Whiffs did also fall, is going to be a little bit late to the next party. Nightmare Eclipse are able to get not first control, but second control of the point. Peace needs to avoid getting caught out. It's a great deflect onto the jagged wall there. Santana's going to be looking for Z Suzu to go ahead and pop this downpour.
Can't really spot Z's just yet. Does identify them a bit closer to Hitori. Probably if you want to take, especially if Peace is already in your background. Doesn't end up waiting for the Suzu, and as a result, that downpour got a whole lot of nothing, whereas Nenwai will take Scuffed on a one-way trip down on a plug.
Sound barrier was also invested from Nenwai just for that extra insurance policy, and if you're Nightmare Eclipse, like you don't even really need that for this next fight. You're gonna have the Kitsune Blade. That's a hell of a combo. Or you combo that with the Overclock that Wisp is now threatening to hit. This is going to be another situation where we've seen Missin go for these hero plays on the Genji before, and Peace wants to stop that in its tracks before it ever becomes a possibility.
Like, you know Peace wants to be the hero of this team, but thankfully put the ego aside for a second. Respected Velvet's sound barrier. This is the final part of this point. Should Nightmare Eclipse get it? But it's actually the Santana jumping towards the point, pitching out an unsuspecting Sojourn player, leaving us in a 4v4 scenario. The difference is Scuffed is Kitsune Rush and Z's does not. The accelerated cooldowns here are a big difference maker, especially with these kind of movement that Z's ended up pulling. It's not far enough from the grasp of Missin.
Yeah, and these are like really late staggered kills coming out for Queen's Gambit, so that's going to buy themselves up past the halfway point and kind of push us up into one fight territory, and it's going to be an overclock on either side and Hattori's downpour. So again, it's a situation where the Kirikos have to be on point. Missin also has to be on point with the deflect there. Saw a glowing rail shot about to come down across her bow and said, all right, no, all right, let me reassess here for a second. And all right, where is Senna playing currently? Because she has the positional advantage with this overclock. And
No! Beautiful from Santana. That wasn't by their own accord. Santana went in there, just went foot on slice, and goodbye. Overclock chances. Nightmare Eclipse. Their win condition was gone before they could even blink. Queen's Gambit, wonderful initiation. This is why they picked Suravasa, CB.
Yeah, and that would have been so much better, by the way, for Queen's Gambit if Wisp had tried to mirror the overclock. Thankfully, they held on to it and understand that they were headed straight down into the drink, so that was never going to happen. You were never going to get any value out of that ultimate. You hold on to it. You can now take it over to Ruins, but this is where I kind of like Santana's play from the Hazard. They have the opportunity to go first.
Except for Wisp has an overclock that they've been dying to use against a certain Santana. It's no longer on the map, so Queen's Gambit will go ahead and pull a full retreat, or at least they should try instead of contesting this point. A little bit confused about that, but all right, Nightmare Eclipse, look at the same result.
They just want to die fast because the flashpoint hasn't unlocked yet, so they're really minimizing the amount of pressure or the amount of capture percentage that Nightmare Eclipse can gather, while also trying to get a little bit of work to build back up their ult bank, because Nightmare Eclipse have quite a beefy one right now. Queen's Gambit are coming close to one that can match it, but still have a little bit of a ways to go. I mean, we talked about Santana's downpours, and I think right now is a good time to hit a big one. Kitsune Rush from Z, though, so I think they're going to think twice about it.
Oh, the Suzu! Just a hair late to save Santana. It's kind of the second time that we're seeing this tank player get caught out and just explode. Queen's Gambit need to have a more consistent form of play.
I mean, to be fair, like, it was the Kitsune Rush that caused the explosion, so you did at least get an ult out of Nightmare Eclipse, and that's, I think, what Santana was anticipating, or maybe just didn't expect them to go that aggressively with it, but that's something that's only going to work once, and now you have the ability to set the tempo with your own Kitsune. The problem is there's a lot on the side of Nightmare Eclipse that can slow the pace down.
Oh! They just can't take the fights. Nightmare Eclipse is so aggressive with this. It's a great downpour, sure. Santana just can't be dying as much as they have been. Queen's Gambit do send their supports to the point to hope they can buy a little bit more time for Santana to regroup, and it's not really going to amount to much even if Santana gets there.
And that's going to be the point going over to Nightmare Eclipse. So, like, you use both your supports. Like, they aren't there to help aid in that downpour. I think Santana might have died regardless, but there needed to be a touch from Queen's Gambit, and trying to capitalize off that ultimate meant that nobody would have been able to get that touch, so you have to send the supports in. Now we are at map point here on Flashpoint. It's going to be Gardens. Queen's Gambit get, like, the early positioning on the point, but Nightmare Eclipse are, like, right behind them. I don't know that Queen's Gambit are prepped for Nightmare Eclipse to come from this angle, but they should have the ults to stuff the attack once it comes through.
Emphasis on the should. A little bit of mismatches lately. I mean, it's been a little bit tricky to watch, I won't lie. NY sound barrier, though, out just in time to save Hattori, and the one from Velvet, light years late. Even though it was just a couple of seconds, already down to key members of your team. Heavy investment, 0 results to show from it. Nightmare Eclipse, one step ahead.
Yeah, there was also the Kitsune Rush from Scuff that got invested there. That's kind of bad for Queen's Gambit, because I don't know that you're going to have enough time to build back up to both of them. I think you need to take one fast fight here, hope that Z and Wisp both use their ultimates, and then you come back and couple that with DPS ultimates of your own.
Oh,
Senna's
no.
gonna get caught out here, though. There's no way she gets out of this alive. Missin has to go for a hero play with a blade.
you just had to kind of take this fight on the chin and hope for the best. Santana will come up with both supports and Hittori. Wait a minute. How is Nightmare Eclipse fumbling this? Senna just fed her brains out, and somehow Queen's Gambit have a healthy Santana and a completely dead Nightmare Eclipse.
Yeah, it's winnable for Queen's Gambit. They've won the fight. They need to get themselves on the point and start the flip, though. Some members of Nightmare Eclipse can trickle in and try to build this capture percentage up, though, and that's exactly what Santana wants to avoid. I mean, like, yeah, Hittori goes in. They should be able to dispatch her pretty quickly, but she takes down Senna.
That should not have happened at all. Hittori needs to be dealt with here and now. Just getting that extra percentage, this is a single fight territory from what could have been at least 2.
Yeah, and it's also a high pressure situation, one which Queen's Gambit, to their credit, are very composed through, because it's very tempting to see that that Hazard come back into the fold and think, we gotta ult to try and shut this down. But they don't. They lose Scuffed, and Velvet has to go back to taxi them back, so the supports won't be there in position in time, and Scuffed is gonna be a little bit behind on this Kitsune Rush play. The DPS from Queen's Gambit, specifically Senna, have to make a play coming into this next fight, because Nightmare Eclipse, they have the ults to make this one stick and win the map.
It has not been the map of Senna so far. She has hit the shots now, and there it is. Dragon Blade shut down. There's a second on to Z's. We just had to say she had to step it up, and look what happened. Senna has delivered the highest degree. Queen's Gambit are trying their best to stay in it. Santana should seal the deal.
NY gonna have to go for a reset here, 65%, and that was the Kitsune Rush and the Blade both used from Nightmare Eclipse. Pete's gonna swap over the Sim to get a TP play, get some forward positioning, then likely swap back over to either Tracer or Genji. NY a little slow to the party. All right, there we go. So over to the Genji, but like now you're going up against a lot. Bull support ultimates for Queen's Gambit and a Blade. Missin could send this one home. NY has to be perfect with this beat.
But it goes out a little bit early. Scuffed is down. The Kitsune Rush, not enough to keep Scuffed alive. Velvet gets burned down momentarily after. It's truly now all on Missin to be the hero with no healing to support them from behind. Nightmare Eclipse will overwhelm Queen's Gambit with a sheer amount of damage and focus fire. Points flip back over. Not a single chance for a touch. Match points, championship points for Nightmare Eclipse.
I mean, that could have gone any number of ways. Like I said, Nenwai's beat had to be perfect, and it was. So too was Hittori's downpour. I didn't even call out that she was building up to that or that she had it, but it comes down, and even though you see that Velvet pops the sound barrier, she still gets rooted, and the punishment, the damage that comes out to confirm that kill, and additionally the kill onto Scuff mid-cast of the Kitsune Rush. Sure, you still get the benefits of the Kitsune Rush, but you don't get all of the healing through it. So once that overhealth from Velvet's barrier is gone, there's nothing left for Queen's Gambit to sustain, and it just all falls apart from there. Even that Blade that Missin pops, like, there's no one left to be the beneficiaries of it. There's no space, there's no healing, there's nothing to augment it. It all just falls apart with just one key pick off there onto Scuffed, and the sound barrier, to Nenwai's credit, was also, just like I said, it needed to be perfect.
No, it needed to be, and Nenwai was on the ball with that one. And that makes up for Samela, you know? I'd say that. That was a map-winning sound barrier right there, and Nightmare Eclipse, honestly, they looked pretty good for most of this, other than a couple of fights that I think they just overstepped themselves, doubting where Queen's Gambit were watching and getting caught out in weird places. But other than that, had Queen's Gambit's number when it came to managing these ultimates, and it was only the couple miracle fights that Queen's Gambit had, especially on Gardens, that allowed this series, this map, to go the distance that it had.
And we talked a little bit about, by the way, about maps, like, you know, how little impact like the map picks are actually going to have, because both teams do want to try and play this Hazard mirror. No one really wants to come out with like any cheese aside from what we saw on Volcano on Samoa from the side of Queen's Gambit. You know, once that Malga got put back in the holster, it's been all the Hazard mirror, and it's been tit for tat on either side, but Nightmare Eclipse just barely coming out ahead. And Queen's Gambit only get one more opportunity to make a map pick, one more opportunity to keep their heads on straight. And even though compositionally it's not going to matter all that much, it still matters for the mental game, because it's your last chance to say, this is our game, we are playing on our terms, you have to play what we say so. And the last 2 times they've said that, it hasn't worked out. If it doesn't work a 3rd time, I mean, there is not going to be a 4th time, all right? There's no more second chances after this for Queen's Gambit. They have burned out all potential extra lives, and they have to coast on just what they have left, right? They got to be perfect from here on out.
And this is what you need to know, too. This is the most important decision that will be made through the entirety of the season or Queen's Gambit. And they're gonna take us to where most series, every series today, except this one, has started, and hope that it'll be the start of their comeback. Lijiang Tower will be the last selection of Queen's Gambit.
It would be fitting if we if we ended this series on the same map where we started most of our other series throughout this tournament. But to me, I think this does kind of make sense for Queen's Gambit because the map pool is opened up and we can go back to Control now. And this is another one like Volcano on Samoa, where maybe in Control Center you can break out the Mauga and guarantee a win on that sub-map if you're able to play it the same way you did before, which did also kind of hinge on some of those unforced errors from the side of Nightmare Eclipse. So that's even still kind of a gamble. I think Night Market and Gardens are going to be kind of tough pills to swallow for Queen's Gambit, even still.
Yeah, you're just banking on Missin's Pharah, though. I'm assuming that's what you're doing. I don't think Missin has necessarily been doing bad on the Genji, but this is the curveball map. I say curveball, but it's such a tame one. Like, it's maybe like a 3-degree angle of a curveball in a way. You're just swapping up some stuff in the support line, maybe throwing Missin on a Pharah. Otherwise, it's the same old, same old. It's kind of that comfort pick that, while Nightmare Eclipse have been scrimming mostly Samoa, they're not going to have a problem with Lijiang Tower, with how favored it is by the general Overwatch community either. It's just a matter of, are they prepared for Missin to pull out this flyer again?
Yeah, I think that's an interesting shout, right? Like, if they do decide to go for that Pharah, because I don't know that Peace is going to try and make that same reach. Peace wants to be on Genji as much as they possibly can. Like, that's their hero. That's what they shine on. That's what they want to win the MVP award with, and I can't lie, like, my vote for MVP for Nightmare Eclipse is going towards Z anyway. Sorry, Peace, but, like, hey, maybe you change some hearts and minds if you come out with the Genji on this last map and just really pop the heck off. But I don't know that I see the Pharah coming out from that side, and that kind of begs the question, will it work out for Queen's Gambit? And also, like, I gotta call out Scuffed on the Juno again, because that's something that we saw Queen's Gambit play on Lijiang in the last series, and it worked. We saw them play on Samoa, and it worked, but I still feel like it's exploitable. And I still feel like, you know, a team like Nightmare Eclipse should be able to collapse on that. So do you reach for that? Do you feel like you're confident enough to break that out in, like, this key critical moment where you don't get another second chance, you have to stick the landing, and then you have to carry that forward into 2 more map wins even after this?
It's a very glass cannon sort of approach that you'd go with here, because that's what helped on Samoa, sure, that having the unpredictability of the Juno and just the access to the orbital ray. It was great, but the problem really became is when we look towards other maps that was played on, such as Esperanza, Peace absolutely had Scuff's number, and Nightmare Eclipse can exploit this composition. They've shown that they did it back on Push. Are they going to do it here again on Control? Is that a risk that Queen's Gambit are willing to take? And how flexible are their comps? Are they able to swap up the Pharah without playing with the Genji or with the Brig? Or are they going to try to keep it that Brig Kiriko? Or just do nothing at all? Have Velvet and Scuff stick to that Lucio Kiri that Nightmare Eclipse have been running the whole time.
Well, as we go to Night Market to kick things off, I kind of expect that, like, I mean, if we don't see Missin on the Pharah here, which is still a possibility, she's going to go over to the Symmetra just for the TP. But, like, after that, you do have, like, the opportunity to make that swap over onto the Pharah. Either that or the Genji. Honestly, either way, I feel like I prefer that we all take a pause and do some box breathing, as Fable once taught us. I don't prefer that, actually. I kind of wish we had just gotten into the game and I could have seen what they were going to play. But unfortunately, we have yet another tech pause. Someone does need to do a little bit of box breathing.
Someone actually does. Or maybe the PC box needs to do some breathing. I don't know. I wouldn't hate it. My lungs kind of hurt. It's the hard part is with kind of these, like, long games in a row. Like, think about just the burn of sitting and watching these teams play for, like, what, 5 hours has it been since that point? Almost 5 hours? It's been Queen's Gambit, so many maps of intense play, of you having the highest levels of focus. Like, at what point does that start to burn out? Have they already hit that point? As coming so close on the last couple of maps to victory and having it slip through your fingers? Like, what toll does that take on them mentally? Are they able to, not just mentally, but also physically recover enough for this remaining maps in the series? Because it's gonna start with Lijiang Tower, but from there, it's another 2 maps in a row that they would need to take the championship.
Yeah, and like that extra 2 maps in a row is what's gonna take us from like 5 hours into like maybe 6 or 7 hours. Like we're
Yeah.
approaching the point where in order to win this championship, they essentially had to clock in for a 9 to 5, and you know you get pretty burnt out at the tail end of that. But here we go. All right, going into the game, Wisps is not going to stay on the Widow. Is going to stay on the Widow.
Stay on the Widow.
Wisp is going to stay on the
Alrighty.
Widow. All right, not too sure about that one, but I'm sure we will see why in a second. We're gonna hide and wait and pause. So Wisps, I don't know if they really wanted to come out on the Widow. Maybe they were pausing because everyone's now yelling at Wisp for walking out on the Widow. Seems like an odd pick for Night Market, not completely unfounded, but usually only typically seen in quick play.
Quick play, or if you're just the GOAT Carpe. I think that was one of the first like
that's
professional
true.
Overwatch clips that I watched was that Carpe striker clutch way back on Night Market there. Like it's not a bad Widow map. I don't think that's intentional. I would hope. I can't imagine it lasts that long. I mean, hey, we'll wait and see, I guess.
Maybe it is just like to counteract, like maybe they are expecting a Pharah pick and they're like, I'm just gonna go for
That's true.
a one-click counter to that, and maybe they're pausing because they realize that isn't the case, so they have to try and reassess. And like, oh, Missing came out on Genji. Yikes! This is not the play, actually. You know, maybe I'm not Carpe. And by the way, even back then, like, you know, the Widow was kind of an odd pick for Night Market. Like Carpe made it work,
Yeah.
but it's still like the sightlines are so weird. That was also like Overwatch 1 where we didn't have like, you see the statues on screen right now. Those weren't as high up. Like you could actually play, you know, you like shoot around those or through them. Like there's a lot of different angles you could have played back then. Even the small incremental changes have made Widowmaker kind of less ideal on a map like Night Market. So yeah, if you're Wisps, I think you do a quick U-turn, pop an illegal UE and head back to spawn and come back out on a Sojourn, maybe something that makes a little bit of sense around here. Like
That one is a head scratcher. I think what's also a head scratcher is we're not seeing Queen's Gambit make any of the changes we expected them to on this map. Like, surely, oh, Misten will play the Pharah. Oh, Velvet will play the Brig. No, you're just running it back the exact same that it was on Suravasa, which might work on this initial fight, because the only logical reason I can give Wisp for picking Widowmaker is either A, you're expecting Senna to roll out on that, which is highly unlikely, but B, more likely the situation, Misten will play that Pharah,
yes.
or there will be a Brig that you can pressure out.
I expect Senna to throw, therefore I too will throw.
I do will throw. Hey, Senna wants redemption from that Dorado Widow duel.
It wasn't really much of a Widow duel because she did concede it pretty quickly after you know, having all of her space denied by Hattori, and then like the few times there actually is something of a duel. Wisps is playing like in Narnia and is able to hit a shot from literally like out of nowhere. Like Senna got RKO'd by Wisps a couple of times there. Looks like they are remaking the lobby though, so
No!
we'll have to see if Wisp surprises us yet again with another Widowmaker pick, which I sincerely doubt and also hope doesn't happen. Also does create a weird opportunity for us to re-roll which of the first 3 sub-maps we go to. Like if it's Night Market again, we probably won't see anything too different, but Control Center is the one that I want to see because that's the one where I do kind of suspect that Santana's Mauga composition with Senna on the Sombra could make a reappearance. And that's something that like Nightmare Eclipse has to be aware of, right? Like they either scouted that or they didn't. Like they might just be expecting the hazard.
It's crazy
mirror again.
RNG.
Yeah, crazy. There was like a 33% chance of that happening.
A 33% chance, like that's I don't know, I feel like that's
I mean, it's less than half, so therefore it's low. But if you're in a
Yay.
casino, like those are pretty good gambling odds. So like someone could have won big off of that prediction.
well, that's I would explain that I am not old enough to be in a casino, so we're not exactly at that gambling stage yet. But Queen's Gambit have certainly taken their own gamble at their type of composition that's played. I'll see if Misten will go back to the Genji or it will be the Pharah. Seeing that Velvet and Scuffed are on Lucio and Kiriko, likely the same. Wisps back on the Sojourn. We don't get our Widowmaker after all.
Yeah. And you were saying, okay, no, they are gonna come out on the Widowmaker.
Wait.
So this is real. This is not bait. We'll have to see what it actually accomplishes, though. A body shot on the Senna. All right, so that's a warning shot, if nothing else. But Queen's Gambit are just gonna route themselves around the back. They're gonna leave the 3-2 split with Misten and Velvet up over here to deal with Wisp, and yet deal with him they do.
Yeah, this is why you don't play Widowmaker into Sojourn Genji. We'll be seeing an immediate swap, I hope, from Wisps for the sake of both their sanity and ours. But no, yeah, there we go. Over to the Sojourn. Peace and Hitori were able to clean up in time. I think that Wisp wanted to go Tracer if they needed faster assistance, which is absolutely not the case.
Nightmare Eclipse still, like, win the fight, though, and it's off the back of a pickoff onto Scuff. Like, so they deal with Wisps, and Queen's Gambit feel like, okay, it's safe. We can come back out of our little hidey hole and not have to worry about getting our heads chopped off. But then Hitori just jumps on top of that and is able to find the damage pieces there to help aid with the cleanup, and they take down Scuffed. And even though the kills also come out in favor of Queen's Gambit, like, Nightmare Eclipse, because they get that kill on the Kiriko, are able to stabilize, and they're gonna get themselves on the board first. Santana, that jump was botched.
Oh boy, but so was that shot from Senna. Forces the Zuzu with how long she's poked her head out. Problem is, Missing did not get that memo and stayed in the sightlines of Wisp. And Tana again punished for being out so long in front of these sightlines. And Nightmare Eclipse are handling Queen's Gambit.
But that's 2 fights done and dusted for only 30%, so I think you're okay with that if you're Queen's Gambit. You still have time to get your feet beneath you. You're gonna have a Kitsune Rush to match up against Z's. The sticky situation, though, is the advantage that Hitori and Nenwai currently have over the rest of the field in terms of ult percentage. Like, Velvet's kind of matching that sound barrier, but should be a little bit later to the punch.
Ooh, but not if Missing just does that. I don't think they're anticipating Peace to just come around a corner and just do a drive-by. Wisps again! The staggers need to stop. Like, the Queen's Gambit at this point, just go straight back into the spawn. Cannot let yourself die again. I mean, Hitori's having none of it.
So, like, and that's another 30% off of that one fight. Now we're in the spawn. We get another staggered kill onto Senna. Missing is gonna have to Swift Strike back into the spawn door there. 70% now, and you haven't had to use an ult yet. Queen's Gambit, like, okay, sure, they have a respectable ult bank, kinda, but they're gonna have to spend just to try and get on the board. If you're Nightmare Eclipse, like, you have the tempo. The ball is in your court. Queen's Gambit have no choice but to reach and take it.
I don't see a way in which Nightmare Eclipse do not come out on top of it. Senna didn't get the sound barrier. Hitori kind of recognized that early on. Missing uses the blade to get the extra dash to go to the point incredibly early. She just wasted that entirely. Nightmare Eclipse cleaned up the rest of the board as a result, and this was a fumble and a half out of a Queen's Gambit on their last map pick. Nightmare Eclipse made sure their opponents have run out of steam, and it's one round now, separating them from a championship.
It was, I mean, I don't even know what to say about that, because it's like, so you come out and you identify that Wisps is on the Widowmaker and you're able to claim that kill, but the fact that you can't turn that into a fight win, like, you can't actually parlay that into more, you can't ever get control of the point, like, that just stings so hard for Queen's Gambit. And okay, this looks interesting. So Scuffed is now moving over onto the Juno. Missing wants to move over onto the Pharah. Velvet is on the Brig to support said Pharah. This is where Queen's Gambit need to win this one outright. Maybe they didn't feel like they could play that one on Night Market, but on Gardens and Control Center, they should be able to make this one stick. But it's all or nothing. Like, Queen's Gambit, this might be their final Gambit.
Malga Comp, we're starting a run back on the very comp that they began this series with. Took away the very first map. It's a stretch, to say the least, a gamble. Wisp again on this Widowmaker. There's short T-Rex arms on Queen's Gambit. There's no way for you to deal with this. Health bars are low. Senna Sombra gets caught out early, and Hitori is taking a surefire beating on the other side. So NYNZ's pumping and healing in overtime, keeping her alive and narrowly on the map.
So this is what Wisp was expecting to see on Night Market, and now that it's coming out on Gardens, they feel like they can just counter this one outright with that Widow play, and it is working out so far. Yeah, no, Santana knows what they're doing. That wasn't a fumble there. Could have easily gone wrong. Missing trying to pressure Wisp back, though. That's a little bit dangerous. It is gonna give it's gonna give Queen's Gambit an opportunity to cross that bridge safely, but now they have to worry about the angles that Wisp can control and the ones that Z's has locked down.
We're following the same tempo that we did before. Senna is taken out before a fight can really commence, and that's where Peace can really start to get cooking. Everyone in Queen's Gambit is so close together.
And like, Senna's like swapping over onto the Tracer off of the Sombra earlier, so like, you're losing out on a lot of the disruption. It's harder to punish Hitori in the ways that she wants to play, which is up on the rooftops. That is not Santa, but she does have a gift for you, and you definitely don't want it, I promise you.
Ooh.
Missing early kill onto Peace, and Nenwai's really low too. This could turn into something for Queen's Gambit.
Yeah, the second pick on NY should go ahead and steal the deal. Whips gonna make sure that these shots are certainly felt, and Aziz isn't exactly afraid to continue investing into this fight. Even gets missing picks out of the air. What in the world is this performance out of Aziz? This point should have been flipped over long ago, but with how much work this Kiriko has been outputting, Queen's Gambit has to fight even harder.
Yeah, and like Queen's Gambit can't even secure the flip. There's finally a kill on NY, and Z still lives, but I don't think she's gonna stick around any longer. She had the Swift Step in the Suzu too, and like Santana knew it, so they couldn't even try and collapse and punish that aggressive play from Z. That nearly goes Nightmare Eclipse's way and pushes us into one fight territory, and it's off the back of some stellar support play. Z has been so scary in this backline, and speaking of scared, that is exactly how Missin is playing right now, and the entirety of Queen's Gambit now that the sights are up.
Still pushing head out. Wisps. Plenty of supports. Peace, though, they should be concerned about. Velvet been cut down, and that's before Nova Ray makes an appearance. You shut down that, but at what cost? Every ultimate, well, okay, 3 out of the 4 ultimates that Queen's Gambit had to be pushed into this fight. Need a long ways to go.
Missing gonna swap off the Pharah over onto the Genji now. I'm curious if that means Wisps is also gonna make a swap. Yeah, Wisp and Peace also both making the swap.
Peace.
I think Peace is going to swap to the Genji. Yeah, I don't know that we were gonna stick on the Symmetra. That's another early teleport play just to buy some more time.
We'll get him closer to the fight. How much will the outcome change? I see an unmatched sound barrier right now, and for Nightmare Eclipse, that's a victory song in their books. Now I'm certainly taking the time about engaging, not waiting for Santana to pull the trigger, instead allowing Queen's Gambit to retreat. If they get this flip back over now, especially with Velvet hitting the deck early, Queen's Gambit have to make sure they can stall out, and Santana will give their life for it.
Santana is going to be able to match the capital percentage, though. Yeah, no, that's fine. You want to reset anyway. They still get up to 72%, and they don't have to expend, and they force the sound barrier out of Nenwai. Or not force, but rather NY chooses to use it aggressively, and it ends up paying off. If you are able to hit a good downpour here, oh no, Peace.
They're on the ground. I just saw Nenwai rolling from the backline. Nightmare Eclipse are going to hit Queen's Gambit where it hurts the most. That is where they're going to get caught out. There's no chance for a full fight now, CB. Only one player from Queen's Gambit contesting the point, and it's only a lonely Missin. No friends to keep her company. The world is starting to go dark, and the dreams of Queen's Gambit, their underdog run, are looking dimmer and dimmer. And I have to say, it is looking really good for Queen's Gambit to go ahead and bid farewell in this match. And Nightmare Eclipse welcome their new Monarchy is Darkness as your 24-25 Calling All Heroes champions.
Queen's Gambit throughout this lower bracket run had won our hearts, but it's a total eclipse of the heart. Nightmare Eclipse able to win that one, and Peace with potentially an MVP making play towards the end there, nestling themselves in deep where Queen's Gambit would have never seen them coming, and striking deep at the heart of what would have been a great push. They had the ults to make this one work. A little bit of bag droppage there from Peace as well. Nightmare Eclipse will be your 2024-2025 Calling All Heroes champions. It was well earned, and like I said, throughout this tournament series, throughout the entire year, it felt like the question wasn't who can stop Nightmare Eclipse, but who will, and the answer they brought forth was nobody and never.
By far the most consistent team in terms of the output. I can't name a single moment where Nightmare Eclipse didn't look like the scariest team to every other person's faces. And yeah, Queen's Gambit, they made it close, and this is a great run for a team that had to fight through many rounds of the lower bracket. It's amazing that they got as far as they did, but you could really tell the wind was out of their sails. I think the exhaustion finally caught up to them in this final map of Lijiang Tower.
It was just a little bit too little too late, and I mean, those maps that they played up to this point were exhausting. Suravasa going the distance, Dorado coming down to the wire. I mean, like, every single map that Nightmare Eclipse won was so close and so bloody that it takes a toll on both of these teams. But the series against Valentine also took a fair toll. You know, dropping that map and having to try and go super aggressive for that Dorado play in that last series. Like, you need to keep up that tempo, and there's only so long you can do it before your lungs just simply collapse. And I think that is what we did see somewhere around Suravasa, I think, was their last gasp. We saw an attempt with the Malga composition. We saw some great plays coming out to try and stuff out what Nightmare Eclipse brought to the table on Lijiang Tower, but it wasn't enough Nightmare Eclipse were just that one little step ahead the entire time. And Queen's Gambit, from the get-go, they fired that opening salvo on Samoa, but could never follow it up with that extra little bit of oomph that they needed.
Nightmare Eclipse had that oomph. They had the best in every single role of this team, and you could just see these stars shine brighter and brighter every map, every tournament that this team played on through. I think it's only fitting they're final champions at the closing of our 24-25 circuit. CB, we crowned our winning team, but you know what we're yet to do? We need to name our MVP, and to do that, we have an interview with our champions coming right up on the other side of this break. and our 24-25 Calling All Heroes circuit has officially come to an end. Nightmare Eclipse are your champions and will remain that way until our competition picks up sometime later on. But for now, CB, we gotta celebrate the wonderful journey that Nightmare Eclipse took, not only to get to this point, but throughout the entire competition year.
Yeah, like, there was like, it wasn't the same level of dominance as like last year with like the Timeless Ethereal days. We kicked off with Valentine claiming the Major 1 crown, but towards the latter half of the year, it was all Nightmare Eclipse. It was all this roster all the time, even though they may have bounced and shifted around. Wisps, Peace, Hitori, Z, Nenwai, like this core feels like unstoppable, and they feel like they are unstoppable. They came out today looking unstoppable and understanding that, like, if they play with that level of confidence, if they set that tempo, there is nothing in the world that could possibly stop them. Not even a Queen's Gambit boasting some of the youngest, hungriest, and also veteran best players in their respective roles. Not even that roster could stop Nightmare Eclipse.
No, Nightmare Eclipse, an unstoppable force of nature that we just kind of got to witness grow today. A little bit of a rough start when you look back onto Samoa, but that was just them dipping their toes in the water. From then on, it was just play after play, especially looking back at Dorado, where I think this was the farthest difference we saw between these two teams throughout the series, minus Lijiang Tower as our last map. And if you can judge by all of these highlights on the Widowmaker, you can probably see one of the big reasons why.
Yeah, like the Widowmaker play, especially on Dorado, was quite the difference. It was something that Queen's Gambit, like, they have Senna, one of the best hit scans in the world, but is always just like one step behind Wisp, that I know how much that stings, especially knowing she had no choice but to concede that Widow duel and make the swap over onto the Sojourn. And it's not even just because of the headshots that Wisp was hitting, it was also so much of the pressure that was coming out from Hitori and from Peace. Like, again, every single member of this roster is one of the best in Calling All Heroes at their role. They understand exactly how to win any given fight, and if it's controlling the space, and that means shutting down the enemy Widowmaker, which is something that, you know, Queen's Gambit as a collective just could not do as effectively as Nightmare Eclipse, and that's the hive mind, right? Even in a micro meta, having everyone on the same page, understanding and working towards one goal is going to be the difference between a championship team and a runner-up team.
The sheer amount of experience of playing with each other, like, that can't be factored in enough towards that victory today. The smaller things that you may not have to communicate, that if you would, a brand new roster, because you're so familiar with each other's play styles. And you also have to hand it a little bit to Hitori, who, again, brand new tank hero that she really does not like playing and has expressed disinterest in it in the past, and yet still put on an insane performance. Like, we've seen no one adopt the playstyle that she has, just like lurking on these roofs, waiting to just pounce on anyone who dares walk below it.
I mean, but it wins championships. She's one of the ones on my list, though, because she's the one who, like, on Twitter, who's being like, oh, this hero's so busted, I don't want to play him. If we go back to Amalgam meta, I will be coming for Hitori. Like, I'm gonna be knocking on her door and be like,
yeah,
hey, what was all that? All right, like, clear your browser history right now. I know you've been online talking a lot of smack about this hero. This meta's been fun to watch. Like every time we get like these hazard mirrors where we see like the tank players popping off and making plays in ways we typically don't get to see them outside of their ultimates, it's crazy to see, and it sets up for some insane DPS play as well. So maybe she hates it, even though she's the GOAT at it. I love it. It's been fun to cast. It's been fun to watch. It's been chaotic from top to bottom. I know it's also been kind of difficult for you over on the play-by-play to keep track of like all these things happening in like 6 different tectonic plates all at once.
I'd be lying if my lungs didn't hurt a little bit after that, but I think it's just the joy of having this meta and the sheer amount of skill expression that was available. It's such a change of pace from the past couple of metas that we have had, and now I'm very excited to see where the future of not only Nightmare Eclipse goes, but these players, these teams, these individuals, and how that can continue to progress. And what better way to find out, CB, than to hear from the players themselves. We are going to have the tank extraordinaire Hitori hopping on the desk for an interview now, a freshly named Calling All Heroes Championship. How does it feel to come out on top today?
Hello. I mean, it feels always nice, but it was like kind of expected, I would say. Especially like with just in general how we played. If we just play our game, we just win. especially on like this comp where it like matters a lot with people playing splits and talking to each other. I just think like from like the macro-wise play, we're just like better than everyone.
You say it was expected, but like, did you ever have like a moment of doubt after Samoa? Because Queen's Gambit came out pretty heavily, and it felt like on some of the maps it was close. So like, you say expected, but was it always expected? Were there any moments where you kind of were like, okay, we really need to get it together, or we might actually like fall behind here?
Not really. We just like kinda into the first map, to be honest. Like on the like where I played Morga comp, we just fucked up our ult economy. Then on the second map of that, we just like did dumb splits at the first time, but then we like got it together and 100 ult. And then on the other map, we just like lost by like just making mistakes with like trying to clutch ult fights that are not needed to clutch.
So once
Yeah,
you like
you-
kind of clean up that macro, it like all just kind of falls together, yeah.
Yeah, just had to get it together.
Clearly, you got it together once you got to Lijiang Tower, because that was probably the biggest differential between these two teams throughout that entire series there. And I've heard it from your teammates, and I kind of want to hear this from you as well. I've heard that you're not the biggest fan of playing Hazard so far. Like, now that you've won a tournament on him, do we still have these same thoughts? Have we gotten closer to liking him? Like, where are we at right now?
I mean, Hazard is fun to play, but it's mostly just the ping that makes like a really big impact and issue, because half of my like slashes just no wag, so it's like really hard.
Oh, okay, all right. You're off my list. Okay, so you like Hazard, just the ping problem. That's fine. I can deal with that. All right, just don't. I just don't want people to like talk us into another Malga meta. Like, no, thank you.
Wait, what? I
So
zoned out.
no, that's okay. That was an awkward pause there. I was kind of hoping that you would have like something else to add to that. No, it's totally all chill. But like, okay, so let's talk a little bit about you and your performance throughout not just this tournament, but the entirety of the Calling All Heroes circuit this year, because you've been kind of a juggernaut, one of, if not the top tanks amongst the entire tournament year. What has the like experience of this tournament cycle meant to you? How has it felt to be performing at this level for this long?
It's pretty nice, cause I'd just like in general competing. So it's like really just nice to keep on playing, especially with like me playing OWCS as well. So in between the OWCS breaks, I just like played core or like the face it breaks. So it felt like really nice. I just like competing in general, and I also learned a lot, especially like when I like made a team with Wisp, because we also just scrimmed the higher tier 2 teams in NA. So all the scrims I like played on were really good in the EU and NA.
And that's kind of the thing too, Hitori, is like we've seen your journey in Calling All Heroes and OWCS as well. You've made a massive name from yourself there, and just growing in your tank play, and it's been a treat to watch you throughout all of these tournaments so far this year, and well, hopefully still to come, because we just started 2025. Like, what is next for you? What are you looking forward to in your Overwatch career?
I built up a pretty good team right now for OWCS, so I'm looking forward to playing that next week as well. I just hope everything will work out, because right now I'm in Sweden. That's also why I had higher ping than normally. But yeah, I think everything will work out.
All right, so I'm gonna give you a quick little curveball question here, something that you talked about. Like you said, you guys inted map number 1. I want to hear from your perspective. Who do you think is the biggest inter on your team?
In general, or like this,
In general, like, you know, maybe we all have an idea in our heads of today, but like in general, who's the biggest inter on your team?
Oh, I mean, I think everyone should know that Nenwai likes to be silly a lot of times, and maybe a little bit too much.
That's
So
why we need the
would just
beast
say it's
tamer,
Nenwai.
right?
Yeah, I have to like tell Nenwai to do shit. It's really fun.
How often does this happen? Like, you see Nenwai going in really deep, you're like, no, come back here. Is that kind of like a common thing, or how does that work? Do you just kind of trust them to get whatever done?
I trust Nenwai, but it's like sometimes she just overextends. It's like, I got this, and then it's like, oh no, help me, and it's we get some funny tweets out of it when we always see what Wisp is like making of like the little core montages. So it's a lot of content.
it's definitely content for sure. Like, you know, some of the crazy plays, I mean, it's definitely a sight to see. Like, I've seen both like the feast and famine coming out of the beast, so there you have it. Nenwai is in fact the biggest inter on the team, and Hattori does in fact have to rein them in. It is a bit of a beast and beast tamer sort of situation, but hey, it worked out. It won you guys a championship in the end.
Yeah, it worked out. We got it together. It's really nice.
Well, I think that just about kind of does it for all of our questions here. I mean, it's been a great opportunity to watch you grow as both a player and as a champion. Now, it's been wonderful to see. Do you have anything else you wanna say to your team, or shout outs to any of your friends, family, anyone else, before we send you on your way to go off and celebrate with the beast?
Yeah, I just like shout out my whole team. It's like we're like a family kinda. It's really nice like team environment we have. You can just openly talk about everything, and that's also why we keep on improving so much. So that's like really nice. And then like our 2 coaches that also came in for the championship, Marv and Raylan, they also helped us out a lot. And yeah, that's kind of all.
It's great to hear about this massive network that you have behind you, Hattori, continuing to support, and I know CB and I, along with everyone else watching today, will continue to support you on your journey in Overwatch Esports. Thank you much for giving us your time on the interview today, and have fun celebrating this victory with your teammates.
Thank you for having me.
What a pleasure to hear from, you know, I think it's kind of undoubtable the best tank in Calling All Heroes right now. Hattori, like I said, as soon as she came into the circuit, staked her claim atop that mountain and has not been dislodged from it yet, and at the end of the year still stands tall. And I don't know if anyone's going to be able to dethrone her. Not even our Blacklight MVP, because it's a player who plays a different role. It's not going to be a tank player.
It is not a tank player. I think we got a little bit of a preview at that earlier today, but here you go. Secret no more. Wisps will be your Blacklight Calling All Heroes Championship MVP, and I'd say this is incredibly well-deserved considering the performance that was put on, not only with just Earn, but the Widowmaker. From basic playmaking to creating space with the team, and overall not feeding on a role that is very easy to feed on.
Yeah, and like, you know, it is also worth mentioning this is a community voted test, and if you're one of the members of the community who's like trying to cast your vote for Nightmare Eclipse, I said it a couple times, like, you could kind of give this award to anyone, but I think it's just more people saw what Wisp was bringing to the table and said, that's the X factor. That's the thing that, you know, even as good as Senna is on the side of Queen's Gambit, they just could not replicate. Wisp was absolutely unstoppable, and in a meta where we talk about the Sojourns aren't the stars of the show, they do have to kind of take a back seat, let the Hazards and let the Genjis frag out. Wisp says, I'm gonna find some opportunities to frag out, mark my words, alright? I'm not just gonna let these guys hog all the glory, I'm gonna be having some for myself, and now they get themselves a nice trophy to put up on the shelf, and I think it's well-deserved.
Considering how long Wisps has been a main name in the Calling All Heroes scene, I'd say this is absolutely well-deserved, and you can't deny the flash that these plays have. Like, no one else would be able to get away with this other than Wisps. Like, this is the confidence of playing a Widowmaker on a control, and I'm very happy that they get to have that honor from them today, and the community continues to recognize the insane amount of skill that Wisps has.
I will say that the Widow on control very well could have disqualified Wisp for MVP if that hadn't gone well. So that was another gambit thrown out, but it did work out in their favor, and like the picks were still there. Like, it still worked. So, you know, we're on the razor's edge there. I think, you know, Peace might feel a little bit like, okay, all right, maybe you guys should have inted on Wisp a little bit more. You know, maybe gone for that kill a little bit harder, so I could have like really popped off and got it. I'm sure it was close because again, so many members of Nightmare Eclipse really showed up today. Again, like, Z was phenomenal in the backline. That backline frag potential is something that not other teams can replicate. Hattori is playing Hazard in a way that no one else is playing, and it is getting tremendous value. Peace, by and large, still looks like the best Genji in all of Calling All Heroes, but despite all of that, Wisp still comes out as the MVP, and I don't think anybody's going to say that that wasn't deserved.
Nope, absolutely not. I'm happy seeing Wisps get that recognition that they absolutely deserve, and I think this is a long time coming for Nightmare Eclipse, and we talked about their journey basically appearing in every single finals match in the major and minor events ahead of time. And then coming into this weekend, not dropping a single game from those upper finals, and it once again wasn't a game of how can Nightmare Eclipse like win this series. It was who can even stop Nightmare Eclipse, who can get to that point and reach those same peaks, and they've certainly silenced out of all of the doubters today.
It's not who can, it's not how can Nightmare Eclipse win, it's how will Nightmare Eclipse win. And let's have a look really quick at the bracket to recap exactly how they did it. And it was utter dominance from the upper bracket, which is not something that we are unfamiliar with from this particular roster. They drop a map to who is Nadokado, and that's about it right up until they meet Queen's Gambit. Queen's Gambit, by the way, that is playing at just about their very best, and they still could only get one singular map off of Nightmare Eclipse. And it's worth mentioning that, like, in the past, we've seen, like, golden stages, golden tournaments out of this roster. That wasn't the case this time, but I think that makes their victory even more impressive, right? Because it's like, if you're going up against a nobody, then you didn't beat anybody. These were some big names and some, like, some passionate, hungry teams that they had to beat in order to reclaim that crown at the end of it all.
We've seen some serious step-ups from throughout the year, and the one who's always remained at the top of that step-up was Nightmare Eclipse, and many different team names and variations along the way. Somehow, it was this core roster of players that fought through. I mean, you gotta give it to Queen's Gambit, especially for, like, look how early they started out in this lower bracket, completely sweeping their way through a grand finals run, and it was just shocking to see a run of that magnitude, and it's something that we can take away from hopefully future iterations of the event, that these players will continue to grow and evolve along with this tournament.
Yeah, like, they had to go through, like, quite the gambit, you know, or the gauntlet, whichever you prefer, like, basically facing off against all the other potential top teams in Calling All Heroes in the lower bracket just to get that rematch. And unfortunately, they ran out of steam, as soon will this show. We're kind of, like, dragging things on so some of you guys can get a little bit more drops, but I think it's time that we gave our closing thoughts on this closing of the Calling All Heroes circuit.
I know, it's been an incredible year, CB, for everyone that's been involved, from Radiant, from Blacklight, our incredible sponsors, for running Esports U, for running all of our minor events, too. There's countless people going on behind the scenes to make these events happen, all to cultivate the wonderful Calling All Heroes community that has come to light and will continue to develop and become this wonderful place that I know you and I hold very close to ourselves.
Yeah, 100%, absolutely. And I want to go ahead and give some of my closing thoughts here. I want to start by talking to some of the teams, not just Nightmare Eclipse, but the rest of the teams that played throughout this tournament. I know you guys, I've gotten to know you guys pretty well throughout the duration of this year and the last year. I know you guys are all quite competitive, and maybe you're looking at your results at the tail end of this tournament and you're feeling like maybe you could have done better, maybe you could have done more, maybe you could have gone a little bit farther, and you're feeling a little bit disappointed in yourself. And to that, I want to say, screw that. Be proud, all right? Be proud of how far you did come. Be proud of how far you grew. Be proud of who you are, and be proud of what we built here at Calling All Heroes. This is something that, like you said, is very near and dear to both of us. It's special. It's a place where people who otherwise wouldn't have a place can be themselves, can learn, and can grow, and that is something worth being proud of. We may not know what the future holds, but we do always have today, and we will always have today. So spend today being proud. And thank you as well to the fans. You too helped build this as well. A home for all of these players, for Tiny Shiny and for myself. Thank you guys all for coming out, helping build this. You too, be proud. And we will see you next time.